It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, standing in the name of Mr. Jennings.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Generous, seconded by Monsieur Zuberi, moves that Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there'll be agreement for the motion to be carried unanimously.
Agreed? Agreed. I therefore declare the motion carried. Okay, when shall I read the bill a third time? Now? Now. Always wanted to say that. Now. Mr. Genu, seconded by Monsieur Zuberi, moves that Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Before he starts, I just want to remind all the members who are having discussions in the room who are close to the member who's about to speak that he's about to speak, just so that we can all hear what he's saying. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to be speaking today on Bill S-223, the next and hopefully the last in a long line of bills that have been proposed here and in the other place to begin the fight against the horrific practice of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. I want to thank the member for Pierre Fondalard for seconding the bill, recognize the incredible work done by Senator Toulajan as well, who proposed this bill, and I had the honor of carrying that work on in this place. Now, this bill would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. S-223 also creates a mechanism by which a person could be deemed inadmissible to Canada for involvement in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill recognizes a basic moral principle that killing people or exploiting them for their organs is wrong everywhere and should be stopped everywhere. Efforts to combat this practice have been ongoing in Canada's Parliament for close to 15 years, and the time that has elapsed underlines the sad reality of how long it takes to pass good private members' bills, even when everyone agrees. But S-223 has now made it further than any of its predecessors. Having passed the Senate and now been reported back from committee without amendments, this bill only needs to complete this third reading stage and receive royal assent before becoming law. Thanks to the member for Bow River trading with me today and the member for Simcoe North trading the second hour slot for me on Wednesday, this bill will complete debate this week and should pass its final vote in time for Christmas. In the past, I have always given uncharacteristically short speeches on this bill, trying to engineer an early collapse to debate in order to move the bill along more quickly. However, given that we now have the security of a second hour for debate lined up and a tight timeline to move forward in any event, I will use the opportunity to now, for the first time, lay out my views on this subject in a level of detail that the full time allows. Now, this bill responds to one particularly egregious human rights violation, but it also takes an important step towards the embrace of a vital principle of human rights more broadly. That is, the idea of the universality of human rights and of the responsibility of nations to prudentially use the means at their disposal to protect fundamental human rights, not only within their own nations, but for every human being in every corner of the globe. S-223 applies criminal prohibitions against organ harvesting and trafficking beyond Canada's borders. It recognizes that organ harvesting and trafficking is not just wrong in Canada as a result of particularly Canadian values or a particularly Canadian social contract. Rather, it recognizes that organ harvesting and trafficking is wrong because it denies the universal principle of inherent human dignity and value, a principle that should be understood and applied universally. In this sense, it seeks to continue the process of innovation around the principle of national sovereignty that began in 1948 with the promulgation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Today, I'd like to make the case for the importance of embracing this continuing process of innovation, though with appropriate balance and with necessary parameters. Now, the principle of national sovereignty comes most sharply from the Peace of Westphalia, which ended 30 years of war in the Holy Roman Empire in 1648. National sovereignty emerged as a necessary practical compromise from the new reality created by the Protestant Reformation. Prior to the Reformation, Western Europe had a kind of moral and religious unity, with the Pope as spiritual leader and the Emperor as a temporal ruler, whose practical jurisdiction varied from place to place, but who expressed a kind of civilizational unity of the Western Christian world. The Reformation ended that unity and led to generations of wars, with most of the Catholic powers struggling to restore that civilizational unity, and with the Protestant powers, with the periodic help of France, seeking to break the power of the Pope and Emperor and create a reality in which nation-states could be their own authority in most areas. The Peace of Westphalia, more from exhaustion than decisive victory, marked the end of this period of religious wars and the beginning of the period of nation-states. Notably, this wasn't the beginning of some great flowering of individual freedom, liberty, and human rights. The division of Europe into blocs meant that Catholics were persecuted in Protestant nations just as Protestants were persecuted in Catholic nations, and later as Catholics were brutally persecuted in anti-religious revolutionary France. Westphalia was not about saying that individuals could believe and do what they liked. It was caius regio, ius religio. The religion of the ruler shall be the religion of the state. Under these circumstances, religious persecution continued for hundreds of years, and nations, though less inclined to fight wars over religion, fought wars that reflected the aspirations of rulers, no longer checked or mediated by supranational structures that reflected civilizational unity. The 18th and 19th centuries saw the rise of new universalist movements. The French Revolution and later Marxism were a great threat to existing structures and ideas of national sovereignty because they made universal claims about the kinds of power structures that should exist, instead of accepting the Westphalian idea that it was up to the local political authorities to decide how a place would be governed. These movements were obviously different, but a common thread can be discerned in the thinking of political universalists of both the pre-Reformation and the revolutionary type. They believe that insofar as there is such a thing as truth, insofar as there is such a thing as human nature, and insofar as there is a resulting right and wrong way for a people to be governed, efforts should be made to apply these principles universally. Now, there is intuitive logic to the idea that truth and justice for human beings in one place should be the same as truth and justice for human beings in another place. There are more modern arguments made for the rejection of this kind of moral universalism that propose the general subjectivity of truth. I will comment more on these arguments later. For the time being, we should note that the emergence of national sovereignty as a principle in European politics did not arise from the rejection of absolute truth in religious and political matters. It rather arose from the practical recognition that such universals could not be practically enforced through warfare, at least not at any acceptable cost. The idea of national sovereignty was seen as a necessary political compromise to preserve some measure of peace and security. It is hard to say how well national sovereignty actually worked at achieving its objectives. One can never test counterfactuals, but we can never know what would have happened in Europe if this particular piece of political technology had not been invented. Certainly, Europeans kept fighting wars of various kinds after 1648, but the return of the broadest and most devastating European wars tended to align with the emergence of new universalist ideologies. Now, following the last of these total European wars, nations came together to try to shape a new kind of settlement. This included the formation of the United Nations in 1945 and also the signing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights exactly 300 years after the signing of the Peace of Westphalia. Many of history's human rights declarations, especially prior to 1948, were calls to arms or efforts to justify violent revolution. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was radical insofar as it asserted the universality of various fundamental human rights, but it was also conservative in the sense that it was the project of nation-states within a framework that still recognized national sovereignty, did not legally bind the state signatories to actually uphold the rights therein, and of course did not contain a call to arms to armed enforcement by the people. So this provided a somewhat contradictory foundation, and international human rights law has continued to evolve and grow since 1948 on that foundation that recognizes both national sovereignty and universal human rights as being of great importance. Now, notwithstanding the evident tension between these concepts, international diplomacy and law today recognizes that we cannot and ought not to dispense with either. An absence of recognition of national sovereignty would lead to perpetual conflict between nations representing irreconcilable philosophical systems. This was the background prior to the Peace of Westphalia, and a reality intermittently renewed by the rise of universalist, revolutionary, and totalitarian movements. But the absence of any national sovereignty, any limits on national sovereignty aimed at protecting universal human rights, would create a reality in which we look the other way when nations commit the most dastardly crimes towards their own people. Any moral person who believes in justice and universal human dignity must, at a certain point, refuse to consent to allowing certain evils to be committed in the name of national sovereignty. Even if the only consideration is national sovereignty, history shows us clearly that nations which show capricious disregard for the rights of their own people quickly become a menace to their neighbors. Recognizing the necessary tension between national sovereignty and international human rights, the approach of many nations has sadly been to talk the talk of international human rights, but not to put in practice meaningful mechanisms to enforce such rights. Now, the clearest example of this approach is the approach taken to the crime of genocide. Canada is a party to an international convention which seeks to define and make illegal the crime of genocide, regardless of assertions of national sovereignty. I strongly support this idea, in principle and in practice. Slaughtering a group of people in an attempt to eradicate them is a horrific denial of universal human dignity, of the universal dignity of the person, and we should do what we can to prevent it. But unfortunately, while assenting to the idea in principle that genocide should be an international crime, the Government of Canada has been reluctant to actually recognize any acts of genocide while they are in progress. They claim that their obligation to act in response to genocide is triggered by a determination by some undefined competent international authority, even if such authorities are easily manipulated by the state committing genocide. And additionally, this line from the government is fundamentally out of step with our actual legal obligations under the Genocide Convention. Our obligations as a signatory to the Convention are to uphold that Convention, which includes our responsibility to protect victims of genocide, regardless of national sovereignty and regardless of determinations by UN bodies. This is the legal obligation that we have assumed. Yet I also acknowledge the reality that it is not prudential to send in our troops in every case where genocide is happening. But rather than burying our heads in the sand and denying the existence of a genocide, the government should seek to clearly define the nature and also the limitations of how we would operationalize a responsibility to protect. Now, in my view, we need to develop real tools for practically integrating a commitment to universal human rights with a commitment to some form of national sovereignty. If an individual is involved in a violation of international human rights, and if the nation-state in which the person lives elects not to punish them or even to condone their actions, then national sovereignty limits our ability to punish this criminal. But without resorting to means that are imprudent and likely to lead to even greater violence, we should still seek ways to punish those involved in human rights violations beyond our borders and thus deter criminals from committing these crimes. So enter Bill S-223, a little bill with a big idea. The idea that we should use the means that are reasonably at our disposal to punish violations of fundamental human rights that happen beyond our borders. We can do this by punishing Canadians who are complicit in these acts of violence and by shunning foreigners who are involved in such violence. In light of the emergent reality of global connectivity, these kinds of limited tools are still meaningful and begin the process of deterring crime that happens beyond our borders. It is a good thing that, if we agree it is always and everywhere wrong to do such and such a thing to a human being, then we would try to come up with some mechanism of accountability for these crimes that is prudent and that does not return to the kind of world that existed between the Protestant Reformation and the Peace of Westphalia. Now, this idea of actively applying international human rights principles extraterritorially is about us doing what we can under the circumstances to advance justice. A commitment to this principle is why I have worked hard to move this bill forward and also why I support similar legislative mechanisms, such as the increasing use of Magnitsky sanctions, the adoption of Bill C-281, the International Human Rights Act, and the adoption of Bill S-211. I support these legislative efforts to promote justice beyond our borders because my children here in Canada are no more or less human than Uyghur children, than Rohingya children, than the young nephew of my assistant who faces a hard winter in Ukraine, or than Kian Pirfalak, a 9-year-old boy who was murdered by police while attending a pro-freedom protest in Iran. Now, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to return to a question I raised earlier, the case for universal moral claims in a world made up of diverse cultures and political traditions. Every society since the dawn of time has tried to regulate itself with doctrines of something like morality. It is impossible for people to live together in community if they do not regulate their interactions in some way. Further, it is our nature as beings to try to live rationally, to try to explain the decisions we make with reference to some good or goods. But while there has never been a society without some kind of moral doctrines, And while those moral doctrines have sought to protect the lives and security of certain individuals, most societies have excluded certain groups or individuals from that protection. They have sought to protect an in-group without protecting an out-group, seeking to narrow the definition of what it is to be human and perhaps allowing the exploitation of the out-group for some advantage. The core of my political philosophy is a simple commitment to universal humanism. That is, to the idea that we should not think in terms of in-group and out-group when making decisions about fundamental human rights. If we are to speak authentically about human rights, then these are rights for all humans, regardless of age, environment, citizenship, skin color, or any other factor. Throughout history and still today, there are many who seek to limit the human family for their own convenience, but I believe that a person is a person. Now, naturally, there are certain kinds of rights that do flow from exchange. A worker has a right to wages. That is a right particular to a worker. A citizen has certain rights that accord with the obligations that they have taken on to the nation in which they live. But when we speak of human rights, these are rights that do not exist because of exchange. Rather, they are rights that flow from the universal nature of the human person. Ideas of rights and justice are philosophical propositions that cannot be proven scientifically. All doctrines of human rights have their roots in something like faith, in the embrace of propositions that are not scientifically verifiable. But the idea of universal human rights flowing from a universal humanness can be supported by observing how it accords with the universal aspirations of all people. Today, as we speak, the people of China and the people of Iran are taking to the streets, bravely demanding change. And as we speak, incredibly, both of these totalitarian governments are at least feigning in the direction of concession. And the people of Ukraine have and continue to heroically resist Putin's invasion, even as more and more Russians bravely express their own discontent. I am proudly here today endorsing this universal movement for freedom and justice, to say that a person is a person no matter where they live, and to say that we can and should prudentially work to affirm and give greater meaning to the idea of universal human rights. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds.
Thank you. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. We worked together on the Uyghur case, and we are co-chairs of a group together.
Impact that grave and serious human rights concern, which this House has said is genocide that is occurring currently to the Uyghur people. How does he see this ameliorating that particular situation right now?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've seen many initiatives before this House, including my friend's Motion 62, and these initiatives deal with different parts of the conflict, of the genocide. Recognition, sanctions, immigration measures, forced labor. There are many different pieces to it that require a response. This bill seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking, and certainly we've been hearing more and more reports, that Uyghurs have been victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking as well. And this bill, by cutting off some of the demand for those organs and by seeking to in some sense, punish those involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking, it is an important step. There's still many more steps that are required, but it is an important step to trying to advance justice for Uyghurs.
Questions and
comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for shepherding this bill to this stage. It's been a long journey. Maybe a question based on the earlier intervention, aside from what's happening with the Uyghur population, over the many years that the member has been involved in trying to shepherd this bill through the Parliament of Canada, can he inform the House of what the trends and statistics have been like worldwide which underline a strong case and necessity for this bill being passed into law at this moment in time? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. There are different kinds of cases of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. We often speak of the situation in China where forced organ harvesting and trafficking is part of the persecution of dissidents or minorities. Falun Gong practitioners have been significantly targeted for decades. Now we're seeing increasing targeting of Uyghurs as part of a state-directed and controlled system. But there are many other countries around the world where forced organ harvesting and trafficking happens, not likely coordinated by the state, but in kind of the dark ungoverned or less governed corners of society where people that are poor and vulnerable are taken advantage of and coerced or compelled into giving up their organs. So we know this is a problem. It can be, there have been various efforts to quantify it. It's a difficult thing to quantify. It's particularly difficult to quantify the extent to which Canadians are or aren't complicit in this. But this bill takes an important step in responding to that reality throughout the world.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his dissertation. It was well researched and well articulated. I would just say, in addition to the Falun Gong practitioners, we know that they have been unfairly and unjustly targeted by the regime in Beijing for organ harvesting. They are denied freedom of religion, denied their freedom of association and freedom of expression, and things that we take for granted here in Canada. And we know that our former colleague, David Kilgore, as well as James Mattis, wrote a large study and briefing document on those that were responsible for the organ harvesting of the Falun Dafa in China. And they brought forward, along with Falun Gong practitioners here in Canada, over 20 names of those that have profited from this very gross, and I mean gross in every means possible, human rights violations of Falun Gong practitioners in China, of having their organs harvested because of their, as political dissidents. None of them have ever been sanctioned. Can the member talk to that fact that will this bill actually allow us to make sure that, one, nobody in Canada profits or gains access to these illicit organs, and two, is why aren't we sanctioning those individuals that are responsible?
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, 20 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this bill does create a mechanism by which those involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking would be inadmissible to Canada. In terms of broader sanctions, Magnitsky-style sanctions, I think it's important that we also pass Bill C-281, which creates a mechanism by which through which a parliamentary committee could recommend people for Magnitsky sanctions. That would help us move forward as well to get more people involved in these kinds of human rights violations onto the sanctions list.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais
Thank you very much.
le membre de Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan,
I'd like to start by thanking the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan,
who has introduced this, created this conversation within our House, the lower house, the House of Commons, on this Senate Bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs. This is a critical piece of legislation. This piece of legislation will help us address a grave and serious human rights concern. This piece of legislation is new and adds to an existing body that already does address criminality, but doesn't address it with respect to organ harvesting outside of Canada or outside of our territory. I want to acknowledge our collective commitment to ensuring that these important reforms become law, the commitment of all members of this House, from what I can see. And the important thing, the beautiful thing about this legislation, or us discussing this legislation, is that we are focused on the public good. We are focused on the public good, putting aside our partisan squabbles to promote what is right and just. D'abord, j'aimerais rappeler l'historique des réformes.
I'd like to start by looking at the various legislative measures proposed here. Before 2023, 2020 and 2017, two bills have proposed identical reforms. I'm talking about former bills S-204 and Bill S-240. There were also two private members' bills from 2017 and 2013. They also proposed similar reforms. Bills C-350 and 361.
Legislation. nous sommes tous d'accord pour dire que le
We all agree that organ trafficking is an odious crime.
So as I said earlier, this piece of legislation creates something new within the criminal code that speaks specifically to the trafficking of organs, extraterritorially, I gotta get that word correct, outside of the territory of Canada. Additionally, it amends the Immigration Refugee Protection Act so that those who are seeking to reside permanently in Canada and or foreign nationals will be inadmissible. That's inadmissible to our beautiful country for engaging in conduct that constitutes one of the offenses that's proposed in this legislation. These offenses target anybody who obtains organs or who participates in or facilitates in the trafficking of organs for persons who do not provide informed consent. This legislation also seeks to target those who obtained organs that are purchased and those who participate or facilitate in the transfer of purchased organs. These are coercive practices. They are difficult to prove, but they send a clear and strong signal that we, as a country, do not accept this. We know, unfortunately, that people who are wealthier unwittingly or sometimes wittingly engage in this practice. Those who are victims of this practice are almost always deeply vulnerable. The transplant of organs without consent is abhorrent. Oftentimes, this leads to devastating impacts on those who have had their organs trafficked. They're uncompensated, they live with lifelong problems, they sometimes die. The member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and I participated in an important study around the Uyghur people. This was over 2 years ago at a subcommittee of our Parliamentary Subcommittee of International Human Rights. We heard testimony from a survivor of the concentration camps within Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. And he accounted to us how, in testimony, how he was apprehended, was asked to sign a forced confession, refused to do so, how he was medically examined to such an extent that he thought that he would have been dissected on that table, that his eyes were going to be removed or his organs were going to be harvested on the spot during examination. This piece of legislation seeks to target any behavior that removes organs from people, that harvests organs from people. I recognize that the criminal code may apply currently to some of the conducts that this bill is seeking to legislate on. Right now, the criminal code has assault offenses, which apply to when organs are harvested here in Canada with coercion. This piece of legislation, as I mentioned earlier, applies outside of Canada. Also, looks at what happens outside of Canada. Right now, there's no international covenant from the UN which speaks specifically to organ harvesting in its essence as the main thrust of a covenant. But there are two covenants that do touch upon organ harvesting. First, and Canada is party to both of these instruments, these UN instruments. First is the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. This supplements the Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. We also, this was ratified on May 13, 2002. After this first piece of international law comes the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of Children, on the sale of children child prostitution, and child pornography. This protocol addresses offering and delivering and accepting of a child for the purposes of transferring children's organs, in particular Article 3. This was ratified on September 14, 2005. In 2014, the Council of Europe's Convention Against the Trafficking in Human Organs, also speaks directly to organ harvesting. I'll conclude by recognizing the important work that has been done around this, in particular David Kilgore and David Mateus, both of whom have done extensive research around Falun Gong, Falun Dafa practitioners, both of whom have dedicated years to highlighting this particular issue around organ harvesting. We know that David Kilgore served in this House for many years and served both the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. He was a person of conviction. He was a person who continued to remain active after serving this House. He was somebody that I crossed paths with before entering this House. And I remember this gentleman as a sincere person who was advocating for the public good and for human rights. It's important to mark also David Mateus, who, along with David Kilgore, conducted extensive research and allowed us to build a body of evidence that proved not only anecdotally but empirically that this is an abhorrent phenomenon that is occurring right now. Fast forward to the present. We, in the Subcommittee of International Human Rights, we heard how this is currently happening towards the Uyghur people. We heard within the airports in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, in Urumqi, if my memory serves me correctly, there were lines on the floor as you enter the airport, specifically demarcating that one can pick up organs. This is abhorrent. This type of practice must stop. This practice might exist currently within a region of the world that we know, but this legislation applies across the board. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Prise du débat, l'honorable député d'Avignon-la-Métis.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm always very pleased to rise in this House. Today, I rise to speak about Bill S-223. It's always wonderful when there's consensus in this House. It's always nice to see that the different parties can agree on an issue, and so I'm very pleased to rise here. I think this is real progress for Quebecers and Canadians, and I'm very pleased about it. We know that organ trafficking is a barbarous practice which has existed for some time and which became more widespread with the appearance of the internet and with immune-suppressing drugs. I believe that we have a duty to legislate, but up until now there hasn't been any Canadian law to forbid Canadians from going abroad to receive organs, to buy organs and have them. We need this legislation to do something about social and economic inequality that exists all over the planet. And we also need to do this to fight organized crime. This bill is a step in the right direction when it comes to fighting organ trafficking. But its impact will only be proportional to the efforts made to raise awareness about the issue. And we also need to do more for people who are waiting for organs. Now, I'd like to just come back to some of the background. We know that this bill S-223 clearly lays out that it would be an offense to go abroad to receive an organ that has been removed without free and informed consent. So it would prevent people from doing abroad something that is forbidden in Canada, because the criminal code has exploiting people for their organs or tissues as an offense. So this is an additional tool. In Section 7 of the Criminal Code, this bill would amend the code in order to ensure that if someone does this type of thing abroad, they would be considered to be, they would be deemed to be committing an offense in Canada. So that means that if someone engages in this behavior, or for a third party, knowing that the organ removal was done without the free and informed consent of the person the organ was taken from, this would be an offense, as well as facilitating such actions, again, without free and informed consent from the person whose organ it was, or someone legally authorized to consent on their behalf. Or if the person who's taking the organ doesn't care as to whether the consent was given. And any kind of involvement in this type of activity would also be considered an offense under this bill. The bill would also ensure that an immigrant cannot become a Canadian citizen if they are found guilty of such an offense. I think that's an important addition to the Immigration Act. There are many good reasons to vote in favor of this bill, as several colleagues have already mentioned. We know that Canada signed the Protocol Against Organized Transnational Crime, which is a UN convention to prevent and punish human trafficking, especially of women and children. It's better known under the name of the Palermo Protocol. The protocol makes human trafficking an offense, and that includes organ trafficking. The 2008 Istanbul Declaration also invites nations to take measures to fight weapons trafficking and transplant tourism. Canada also adheres to the 11 principles of the WHO on transplants, which forbids all payment for organ donations, as well as requiring free and informed consent from the donor, and states that minors must be protected and that the distribution of organs must be done in a fair and equitable manner. So we have committed to fight organs trafficking. And that's exactly what we see in this bill, in Bill S-223. We know that, unfortunately, there are many more people who need a new organ in this world than organs available. And just like in any market where it's possible to make money because there's much more demand than supply, you can turn to the black market to obtain an organ. When someone's life is in danger, their desire to survive may overwhelm their sense of morals. And the following facts may describe the hidden face of organs trafficking. It's some things that were mentioned in the media in the last several years. According to the UN Organization to Fight Human Trafficking, there are 3 groups of people involved in organs trafficking: traffickers, who may force people to donate an organ, then people who sell their organs because they're in a financially precarious situation and sometimes receive very little money in return, despite the promises made, and then there's victims who are told that they must undergo an operation, after which an organ is removed against their will. This is a matter of organized crime, with many offenders: recruiters, transporters, hospital or clinic personnel, health professionals who carry out the surgery, intermediaries, buyers, organ banks. There are many actors involved. According to the UN initiative, it's very hard to see what's really happening in the depths of this underworld. According to a resolution of the World Health Assembly from 2004, member states should take measures to protect vulnerable groups against transplant tourism. Transplant tourism is the most common method for this type of international organ trade. People go abroad to get an organ transplanted, and some websites offer a one-stop shop where, for example, getting a kidney abroad may cost from $70,000 to $160,000.
est effectué au moyen d'un organe humain issu.
1 in 10 transplants is performed using a trafficked organ, or about 10,000 a year. Although kidneys are the most commonly sold organs, there's also illegal trafficking of hearts, livers, lungs, pancreases, corneases, and other human tissue. In a recent report, the Global Financial Integrity states that organ trafficking is on the rise in many countries with annual profits of $600 to $1.2 billion. In Iran, the only country where organ trading is legal, organ sales are closely monitored, and the practice has eliminated the waiting list for kidney transplants and increased post-mortem organ donations, which are unpaid. According to a study at Harvard University, donors come from some of the poorest countries in South America, Asia, and Africa, while recipients often come from countries such as Canada, the United States, Australia, the UK, Israel, and Japan. According to research conducted at Michigan State University into the black market for human organs in Bangladesh, the average price of a kidney was $1,400 US, but this price has fallen due to abundant supply. Madam Speaker, I'll conclude. I could go on, but just over a week ago, Radio Canada's Enquête painted a picture of the failings of our health system when it comes to organ donation. According to Dr. Pierre Marcellet, we were a leader just 20 years ago, but now it's like we're just treading water. Instead of looking to poor people to do our organ transplants, let's aim to become leaders again. Until then, what might be interesting or a good gesture of support, and this is how it works in Quebec. I'm not sure how it works for other provinces, but in Quebec, as you know, Madam Speaker, you can sign the back of your health insurance card to consent to the donation of organs and tissue. It can also be done by registering on the Quebec Health Care System's website. That can save up to 8 lives and help 20 other people recover some of their health. So that's a very positive gesture for the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and a real honor to be able to rise today to speak to Bill S223. And before I get into my remarks, I think it's important to recognize the two individuals who have been working diligently over the years to shepherd this bill through Parliament, starting with the other place, Senator Atulajan, and here the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, both individuals who have been long involved in this process over several parliaments. This bill, of course, passed very quickly through the other place through their second and third reading, and in fact even skipped consideration by the committee on December 9th of last year. So it gives a sense, Madam Speaker, of just the onerous journey that private members' bills, both from the Senate side and from the House side, have in passing the entire parliamentary process. The fact that here we are in December of 2022, only now considering the third reading of it, and it's taken a full year to get to that stage. So before I get into the details of why this legislation is necessary, I think I'd like to just talk about a few key points on what this bill is actually going to do, so that we're all very clear on what the House is going to be debating on and hopefully passing in short order. Essentially, Madam Speaker, it's a substantive amendment to a narrow section of the Criminal Code in relation to the crime of trafficking in human organs. We know that organs like kidneys and livers are being forcibly removed from many people, but with this bill in particular, it's going to, with a new section 240.1, create some new offenses. So anyone who obtains organs that without informed consent, either for the use in another person or for themselves, anyone who is involved in the carrying out of the procedure to remove those organs without informed consent, and anyone who does anything in connection with the removal of the organs without informed consent. So that's quite broad, Madam Speaker. It could involve anyone who was involved in allowing the place to be used for the surgery, anyone who's involved in the transportation of the organs, the smuggling of them across borders. It's a very real problem, and it's something that I think, through several parliaments we have been waiting for substantive action on. We know that this is a crime that disproportionately affects people who live in impoverished countries, who live under authoritarian rule, and do not have access to the same rights, privileges, and equality under the law that we, I think, sometimes take for granted here in Canada. And it's important that, Canada, with its well-known track record in standing up for human rights, standing up for the rule of law, not only here in our own country but abroad, it's important that countries like Canada follow suit and really establish what we think should be the norm, what we think that all citizens of the world should be able to enjoy. There is also, Madam Speaker, a very important amendment to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act so that a permanent resident or any foreign national would be inadmissible to Canada if the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration is of the opinion that they've engaged in any activities related to the new offense that is going to be put into the criminal code through the passage of this bill. Through the conversation today, I've heard several members talk about, how having this provision in Canadian law for a crime that occurred in a different country is important. But it reminds me, Madam Speaker, that we sometimes have a double standard in this place about how we apply Canadian law, because I've been a member of this House now for 7 years. I was here in the 42nd Parliament, and I remember a previous private member's bill that was sponsored by the member for New Westminster Burnaby. It was Bill C-331. In the dying days of the 42nd Parliament, we managed, I think, to come to a vote on that bill at second reading on, I believe, June 19th of 2019, so pretty much the very last day of the 42nd Parliament. But that was an important bill because that bill was intending to amend the Federal Courts Act so that people from other countries who wanted to bring a civil claim could do so under the jurisdiction of federal court. And this was everything, like the nature of the claims, Madam Speaker, could do with genocide, a war crime, or a crime against humanity, slavery or slave trading, extrajudicial killings, torture, prolonged arbitrary detention, the sale or trafficking of persons. So all kinds of crimes that I think every member of this House agrees are abhorrent and certainly need the full force of the law. The problem is, Madam Speaker, is that when the member for New Westminster Burnaby was attempting to bring that bill forward for all of those very good reasons, this House voted against it. In fact, the Liberals and the Conservatives both joined together to overwhelmingly shut the bill down at second reading. Now, I don't want to take away from debate on the bill today because, like S223, of course, is going to have our full support. I just wish that when Parliament is conducting itself and when we see value in these types of measures of trying to apply Canadian law to things that happen abroad, we do so on a consistent basis and recognize that there are huge problems out there, not just with human trafficking in organs, but also in war crimes and slavery and other methods. And I think, should the member for New Westminster Burnaby try to bring that initiative back, I hope the House applies the lessons from the debate on S223 to that similar and very worthy initiative. So S223, of course, it is no stranger. Again, in the 42nd Parliament, it was here before the House in the version of S240. And the reason why, of course, I think it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that this bill is going to pass the House is because, of course, it is it's identical to the version that we debated and passed in S240. And in fact, in the 42nd Parliament, it received unanimous support of the House at second reading and again at third reading on April 30th in 2019. And I think the important and notable difference with S223 is that it incorporated the amendments that the House had made to the previous version of the bill. And that's what caused the delay on the previous S240. It had to be sent back to the Senate so they could consider House amendments. And unfortunately, at that time, the bill was held up because of the procedural shenanigans going on in the other place related to the old Bill C-262, which was introduced by my former colleague, Romeo Saganash. And that, of course, was his private member's bill attempt to enshrine the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So I'm glad to see, Madam Speaker, from the tone and the content of the speeches so far, that there is recognition that this is an important and long overdue change to criminal law. I think it sends a strong message to people who live around the world who are not only facing these barbaric practices under regimes such as China, like we've heard well-documented testimony on what the Uyghur population is going through, but also to impoverished people living in countries where the rule of law is applied selectively at best. And these people may be targeted by criminal organizations. We have heard testimonies of people waking up in a drugged haze with someone with a surgical mask and gloves telling them that their kidney has just been removed and that they need to take care. And often these victims, they can suffer very serious lifelong health consequences from that. And because of the nature of the operation, some have ultimately died from it. So it is a very real issue. I'm pleased that this Parliament has also taken steps, because we know that the demand for organs is very high worldwide. And so we need to take steps to encourage people to put themselves on an organ donor registry. And I'm pleased to see that this Parliament has tried to address that by making it easier for people to sign up and so on. But those are problems that are not going to go away, the demand for organs as our population ages, and we certainly need to have smart and effective policy to address that. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that on behalf of the New Democratic Caucus, I will indicate we will be looking forward to supporting this bill and voting on it so that it does get sent to the Governor General for royal assent. We have long opposed all forms of trafficking, whether it's human trafficking for sexual exploitation, labor trafficking, the trafficking of human organs. We must do all that we can to protect vulnerable people. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll conclude my remarks and appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Provincey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to take this opportunity today to speak about this legislation. I'd like to start off by recognizing the sponsors of the bill, the Honourable Senator Tulijan from the other House, and of course our member here from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and just for the leadership that they've shown on this important issue. I want to thank them, and it's encouraging to see somebody bring forward a bill that can be supported across all party lines and across both houses, and I'm excited to see this legislation come to fruition. I'd like to begin this morning by starting with how we view the human body and the dignity and worth that we assign to that human body. My faith teaches me that every human being is created in the image of God, that there is sanctity and a sacredness to human life, and this includes the physical body. It's why, unlike so many other ancient civilizations or religions, those who follow and who have followed Christianity, Judaism, or Islam have historically practiced burial rather than cremation. There is the belief that even after death, the human body remains important. Christianity and even some branches of Judaism teach the body will one day be resurrected and transformed. As such, the body is of value and must be treated with care and respect even after death. And if the human body is viewed as important, worthy of care and dignity, sacred even in death, how much more should it be treated as sacrosanct while the human person is alive? Even those who reject the tenets of the three Abrahamic faiths would agree that the body after death should be treated with dignity. In fact, here in Canada, we have laws that relate specifically to the handling of a human body after death. Section 182 of the Criminal Code of Canada makes it a criminal offense to improperly or indecently interfere with or offer any indignity to a dead human body. And there are similar laws around the globe. Why? Because as humans, we recognize there is a sacredness to humanity, including the physical body. And again, if treated with such dignity and reverence after death, how much more so while still alive? For those who prefer a more humanistic argument, I would point this House towards Immanuel Kant. and his piece, The Groundwork of the Metaphysical Morals, in which he casts the innate dignity of every human being as a categorical imperative. If we follow Kant, we must recognize when human organs become a commodity, a monetary value is placed on that organ, and by doing so, we essentially assign a monetary value to the individual who provided it. And I think, and I'm quite confident that we all agree with Kant, that putting a price on a human being, at least in this aspect we do, on any part of a human being violates his or her intrinsic dignity. Moreover, the removal of organs by force, under coercion, or with consent violate other Kantian principles, that of bodily autonomy. We hear a lot about bodily autonomy. We hear very different perspectives on what that entails. But there is a near universal belief, at least in the Western democracies, that what happens in an individual's body should be the sole purview of that individual, or in the case of young children, that of their parents. Sadly, there are still individuals, criminal organizations, and even some governments who refuse to respect the sanctity of the body. No country officially endorses the practice of organ trafficking, but many turn a blind eye to this dehumanizing and often dangerous practice. In some cases, individuals, often those who live in poverty, sell their organs. In others, organs are obtained without the consent of a donor. An example of this would be to see what's happening in China with political prisoners, particularly people of faith. Again and again, we've raised the plight of the Uyghurs, practitioners of Falun Gong, and of course Christians. And Madam Speaker, there have been many petitions presented in this House to that effect. That the individual groups that have been persecuted by China's brutal regime, organ harvesting of these religious minorities by China is well documented. Typically, these extractions and the transplants themselves take place outside of national medical systems. So even assuming that the donor is kept alive, never a guarantee, of course, that there is a high risk associated with the extraction and implantation of these organs, and as such, these practices violate the sanctity and dignity of the human person. So I think we can all agree that human life is precious, and the body and the organs therein are worthy of the protection that this legislation seeks to provide. I am pleased that we're standing up for the value of human life. I wish we would also have the courage to show a similar concern and do what the Supreme Court of Canada instructed Parliament to do 3 decades ago, and finally enact legal protection for the preborn child in the womb. It's time that we act. I'm in favor of the bill's crackdown on foreign nationals attempting to come to Canada for those who've been involved in organ trafficking. I think that that is good. I think it's high time that we crack down on who is allowed to come to Canada and who is not. I do think, however, that we need to be careful to differentiate between those who have been involved as traffickers and those whom traffickers may have exploited. If an individual has been involved in trafficking proper, that is, if they facilitated or received monetary benefit from facilitating the illegal trafficking of organs, like those who traffic in drugs or slaves, that individual should not be admissible to Canada. And as an aside, I think it's reprehensible and hypocritical that this current government, at the same time, are supporting the legislation that brought forward Bill C-75. Even though they're supporting this legislation, they also brought forward Bill C-75, which lowered the penalties for those involved in profiting from human trafficking. It's frankly absurd, and I do hope some of the members opposite side see the disconnect. But any foreign nationals who traffic or profit from trafficking in human organs should not be admissible to Canada. That said, as I read this legislation, I do think that there should be a clear enough differentiation between traffickers and those who have willingly donated their own organs. I'm also a little bit concerned about Part 1 of Section 4.2, where it says a person who commits an act outside of Canada, that, if committed in Canada, would be an offence, is deemed to have committed that act in Canada. As far as it relates to this piece of legislation, I think it's good, but I understand, and I have to admit that I do struggle with that portion a little bit, and for a couple of reasons. The first is other countries aren't Canada. Every country around the globe has its own laws and legal systems, and in the same way that we would expect those who come to Canada to respect our laws, we also need to be willing to respect the laws of other countries. And I know there's good counter-arguments to that point, many of them excellent, reasonable arguments, but I do think that something needs to be said where we respect other jurisdictions. Madam Speaker, I think you've indicated my time is lapsing, and so I do want to just reiterate again that I am happy we're having this discussion. I'd like to see those handful of concerns addressed. But overall, I'm pleased to be supporting this legislation. Our party is pleased to support it. I want to again thank the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and Senator Tulishin for their hard work on this file. I'm looking forward to supporting it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member still has 2.5 minutes if the honourable member wants to take it once the bill next comes to the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, consideration at report stage of Bill C-32, a Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022.
There is one motion in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-32. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon.
I will now submit motion number 1 to the House.
Motion numéro 1.
Motion number 1.
Dundas South Glengarry, seconded by Mr. Lippert, moves that Bill C-32 be amended by deleting the short title. Debate. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Normally, if a Canadian wanted to know what was happening with their federal government, what the federal government is doing for them, they would think it would be natural to look at the Fall Economic Statement or a federal budget. My advice to Canadians is if they want to know what's really going on in this country, don't read the budget put out by a Liberal NDP alliance. What they instead need to look at is not what is being said and talked about, but the realities of what is actually getting done. And in many cases, what's happening is the government not following through on what they say they will do. Canadians need to read not the budget to know what's going on. They need to read the reports of the Auditor General of Canada. They need to read the reports of the Parliamentary Budget Officer that audits and calls out far too many times, sadly, the number of failures the government has when it comes to operating the federal government and its programs efficiently. You will see in a budget document, we propose to, we want to do certain things. There's a lot of word salad, there's a lot of platitudes and generalities. If you read the dozens of pages, you would think that you've never had it so good in this country. You would think the government is going to solve and is about to solve every single problem that we face. In the wording, the billions of dollars in new proposed spending, and the paragraphs of promises to fix everything this country is facing. But here's the truth, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the economic record of this government and their coalition alliance with the NDP, they brag and just say, when they talk about solving a problem, we are going to spend more money than ever before. We are going to spend $1 billion here, $1 billion there, and they never follow through on actually delivering better results. Sadly, what we are seeing is that billions of dollars are being spent, and not only is little progress being made, the situation is actually getting worse. Now, in all fairness, somebody may say, I'm a bit biased about the performance of this government. So I would say to a Canadian, don't take my word for it. Take the Auditor General of Canada, an independent officer of Parliament that is very busy calling out the government for their numerous failures these days. Back in June, Madam Speaker, in my interaction at the Public Accounts Committee with the Auditor General, she said exactly this: the government is spending more money and they are getting less results for it. She says, quote, it's not about spending more money, but about spending it in a more intelligent or creative way that actually targets the barriers. That's from Karen Hogan, our Auditor General of Canada. And she says, in her words, not mine, that we are spending more money and getting less results. And we're seeing that. And you're seeing Conservatives stand up as an official opposition calling this out. They are spending more money. Things are now costing more. And actually, in many cases, the situation is getting worse, and they are making the situation worse. Look no further than the fact that this government can't even deliver a passport in a reasonable period of time. My constituency office, I know numerous Canadians are still frustrated waiting months and months on end, months and months after trying to get a basic service like a new or renewed passport. The list goes on from the Auditor General of Canada, Madam Speaker. Indigenous Services Canada, when the audit came in about drinking water in rural, remote Indigenous communities, they failed to keep their promise to eliminate all of those issues. They now have no plan or timeline of how they're actually going to complete that promise. That was called out by the Auditor General. When it comes to housing, a recent report says the Liberals have spent an extra $1 billion specifically on homelessness, but they can't even keep track of the number of homeless people there are in Canada, and they have no idea what their results are after spending all of that money. On top of it, we were able to call out the fact, through the transparency we advocated for, that the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, that's responsible for affordable housing in this country, gave their staff $40 million in bonuses as housing prices doubled and as the audit confirmed their service levels at that organization left something to be desired. It goes on. On the environment, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General on the greening government strategy says, quote, government decision makers, parliamentarians and Canadians do not know whether this government will meet its targets. A carbon tax, increasing, tripling of the carbon tax, coming ahead, I may add, and they can't even see if their plan is going to meet their targets. You can look back in history, Madam Speaker, and see every single target the Liberals have set for themselves when it comes to environmental emissions and any standard, they have failed to meet, not even coming remotely close. It continues. So don't take a look at the budget of all these aspirational sayings. Look at the records of all of this. And Madam Speaker, as we talk about the fall economic statement, the financial plan of this government, here's the reality that's hitting home for millions of Canadians watching the news these past few days when it comes to veterans service levels. The Auditor General of this country says, quote, Veterans Affairs actions did not reduce overall wait times for eligible veterans. The department was still a long way from meeting its service standard. Implementation of initiatives was slow. Data to measure improvements was lacking. Both the funding and almost half the employees on the team responsible for processing applications were temporary. As a result, veterans waited too long to receive benefits to support their physical and mental health and their families' overall well-being. You wouldn't know that if you read the Liberals' budget, Madam Speaker, but when you read the Auditor General of Canada, that's actually calling out not just intentions in words, but actions and results, it certainly leaves something to be desired from this Liberal and NDP alliance. I want to spend some time talking about the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. The last time I arose in the House to speak about the carbon tax, it was on an environmental bill, S5 to be example. I was shouted down and point of ordered in the House of Commons talking about environmental legislation, saying the carbon tax wasn't relevant to a debate on the government's environmental priorities. And I want to apologize through you, Madam Speaker, to the government. I was wrong, and I should not have talked about the carbon tax during an environmental debate. Because the carbon tax plan that this government has is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. So now I'm here, and I can't be point of ordered, and I can't be stopped talking about the carbon tax because it's a tax plan. And I'm happy to spend some time. I can acknowledge my faults and shortcomings, Madam Speaker, and I will on that. Let's talk about it. The Parliamentary Budget Officer. Let me take the independent Parliamentary Budget Officer's analysis of the carbon tax and impact on families. Quote, most households under the backstop will see a net loss resulting from federal carbon pricing under the HE plan in 2030-2031. Household carbon costs exceed the rebate in the induced reduction in personal income taxes arising from the loss in income. Madam Speaker, here's the thing that the Liberals and NDP and the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party fail to understand about the carbon tax. They don't even get back in the rebate what they pay into it directly. But I want to talk about, you know who does not get a rebate at all in this country when it comes to the increasing and punitive carbon tax? Small businesses and farmers. They get nailed with the full bill each and every time. What happens, Madam Speaker, is when our favorite restaurant or bakery or retail store gets hit with their utility bill. A senior gets their utility bill, there's the GST, HST, and then there's the carbon tax portion on it. Every business gets those same utility bills. They're seeing their gas bills go up. They're seeing their cost of transportation go up. And what is happening, Madam Speaker, is they don't get any sort of subsidy or break. So what do they do at that restaurant? No pun intended, they bake it into the price of your favorite pizza or favorite food at that restaurant. That price is then passed on to the restaurant customer, to the grocery store customer, and that's not a line item of a tax they're charged on top of that per se, but that is added into the inflationary prices we are seeing in this country. The Liberals and the NDP and the parties that consistently advocate, the budget document confirms they want to triple the carbon tax in the coming years. And all it is doing is adding to the inflationary pressure. Food price listings for 2023 came up. They are expected to go up again, in many cases, double digits again. Enough is enough. The carbon tax is driving up the price and the cost of living in this country. And what thing we need to call out, it was supposed to lower emissions. Every single year, the Liberals and NDP put the carbon tax in, it's gone up. Enough is enough. Conservatives are proud to stand and say, we're not going to take it anymore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What the member doesn't tell you or doesn't say to Canadians is the fact that in the last federal election, every single Conservative member supported the Conservative election platform. That election platform clearly indicated to Canadians that a Conservative government would support a price on pollution. That means a carbon tax. So on the one hand, during an election campaign, when the Conservative Party made a commitment to Canadians that they support a price on pollution, today they have reversed their position. Now they say they do not support a price on pollution. I'm wondering if the member would be transparent and indicate to Canadians and apologize for making a promise and now saying they no longer support what they promised Canadians. They said they did support.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, I will not apologize, but I will stand up proudly to say that Canadians across this country understand the damage and the inefficiency of the carbon tax, and they don't believe not only should it increase, it should not triple. If we want to talk about broken promises under this Liberal government tabling legislation, it was the former Environment Minister, Catherine McKenna, no longer a member of this House, that promised Canadians under this Prime Minister that the carbon tax would not go above $50 a tonne. They broke their promise, and they are going to triple it over to $170. Madam Speaker, it is this government that should be apologizing for breaking their promises and raising the cost of living on Canadians. We're standing on the right side of the issue, and you're seeing that in the momentum we're getting across the country with this message.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and I agree with him. There are several things that were not in this economic statement. And I'd like to hear what he has to say about the absence of healthcare transfers. They're so important for all provinces that right now are experiencing pressure and on services, on the delivery of services. The money's in Ottawa and the needs are in the provinces. Does he think also that there is a big thing missing in terms of healthcare transfers?
For Stormont Dundas, Glengarry.
Merci, mes collègues de le Bloc Québécois.
To thank my Bloc colleague for that question. It's my opportunity to practice my second language this afternoon, and I agree with that question and the context of it. On the healthcare file, there is a big crisis in every province and region. People need leadership with the federal government and the healthcare minister. They need commitment from the government of funding for our healthcare system in this country. Every province needs funding and a plan for 5 or 10 years. We need to plan several services and an increase in healthcare services. So I say yes, there are many things that were not in this statement, in this budget, and that is a big chunk that was missing.
It's the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I note that the member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry spent quite a bit of his speech speaking about a price on carbon, and so I figure we can spend some time there. What he didn't mention is that the wildfires in BC alone, the economic cost, let alone the deaths, but the economic cost is estimated between $10.6 to $17.1 billion. Now, he's right to point out that emissions continue to go up, and so obviously more needs to be done to address the climate crisis. I would put forward ending subsidies to fossil fuels should be part of that plan. I'd like to hear from him if he's opposed to a carbon tax, which economists actually say is the most efficient way to address the climate crisis, one of many measures we need. I would put forward we need to get more funds to those who are impacted the most by it. I'd like to hear more from him what he would like to see done to have Canada step up and do its part to address the climate crisis. Thank you.
Honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always happy to do so. No, we do not believe that the failed carbon tax is working. If we look at the metrics that the Green Party even has themselves, we have a carbon tax that has been increasing every single year since it came into effect. We were told that emissions would drop when the carbon tax comes in. Emissions have gone up every single year, and they will continue to do so. The government still has not tabled a plan to meet any of the targets it has set. We can make progress on lowering emissions through removing gatekeepers by enabling technology, not taxes, to be the solution. There's a lot more.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there is a significant difference between the government and the official opposition when it comes to budgetary and legislative nature. We have a government that understands the importance of having the backs of Canadians, whether it's during a pandemic period or a time in which Canadians are concerned about inflation, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I want to pick up from where the member that just spoke made reference to a couple of issues, because I think it amplifies the contrast. We, in this side of the House, believe in an economy that works for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. We don't believe in that trickle-down theory that the Conservatives have, and that is cut, or as the Minister of Revenue would say, chop, chop, chop. That is the approach of the Conservative Party. Now, they don't necessarily tell you where they're going to cut, but they're just going to cut, Madam Speaker. And it's because they don't want to be honest with Canadians to tell them where it is that they want to cut. I often refer to it as the Conservative hidden agenda. We only find out that hidden agenda if, heaven forbid, they form a government, Madam Speaker. But we kind of get a sense of the contrast. You know, the Conservatives in the last federal election, and I pose this in the form of the question, when you think of policy, what does the Conservative Party really stand for? Well, in the last federal election, Madam Speaker, 338 Conservative candidates from coast to coast to coast accepted the Conservative election platform, meaning they campaigned on it, Madam Speaker. Within that document, it says that the Conservative Party of Canada supports a price on pollution, which is in essence the carbon tax. That's the issue that they've been raising for day after day, coming up with a stupid thing called triple, 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 or whatever it's meant to be, Madam Speaker. It doesn't make any sense, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives don't make any sense on this issue. First of all, they supported it during the last election, and now they've reversed their position. And then you get a member standing up saying, well, you know, the Canadians are a lot worse off because of the price on pollution. And then he quotes the parliamentary budget officer. Well, I'll quote the parliamentary budget officer. 80% of Canadians that are receiving or are part of that backstop for the price on pollution are receiving more than they're actually spending, Madam Speaker. There's a net gain. That means 80% of the residents of Winnipeg North are benefiting by the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. So when they say it's going up, well, duh, so is the rebate, Madam Speaker. So my constituents are benefiting from that. Are the Conservatives being honest on this issue? They're not, Madam Speaker. They're not, and they're spreading misinformation. We know that. We know that virtually from shortly after the last national election, where they said they would support it. Now they're saying they're not going to support it, and now they're spreading misinformation about it, Madam Speaker. Policy matters. Leadership on major issues matter. That's why, you know, we wait with bated breath for the Conservative leader to stand and apologize to Canadians on his positioning of the cryptocurrency. Remember, Madam Speaker, and I've raised this and others have raised this issue in the past when you had the leader of the Conservative Party, Canada's official opposition, being provided the opportunity to apologize to Canadians for encouraging Canadians. When it comes time to fight inflation, what you can do is you can invest in cryptocurrency. Madam Speaker, for those that would have followed the advice, would have incurred 60% plus losses of the revenue. Imagine being a fixed senior and following the advice of the leader of the Conservative Party. When it comes to the issue of inflation, the Conservative Party would try to have you believe that we are responsible, the Government of Canada, this Prime Minister, is responsible for inflation in Canada. And in fact, even beyond, Madam Speaker. Take a look. Yes, we play a role, Madam Speaker, and we're recognizing the pain and the hurt that's in our communities as a result for inflation. But let's put it into a proper perspective. Compare Canada's inflation rate, let's say, to the USA, Great Britain, most of the European countries, the G20 countries. Look at the averages, and you will find that Canada's inflation rate is below that, Madam Speaker. It fluctuates depending on provinces that it might be in, but generally speaking, our inflation rate is in fact under control in comparison to other countries. But that's not good enough for us. Us in the government benches recognize that Canadians are hurting when they buy groceries, when they require services or putting fuel in their cars, Madam Speaker. We understand that. We appreciate that. That's why we have the fall economic statement. That's why we've brought forward legislation to provide relief to Canadians. You know, measures that will put money in the pockets of Canadians and in many ways help Canadians get through this time of higher inflation numbers, Madam Speaker. Examples of that was the doubling of the GST credit for 6 months. Remember, the Conservatives originally opposed that, Madam Speaker. They kind of had to be shamed into supporting it. After all, it put money and it left money in the pockets of Canadians. So after a little bit of shaming, they did come on side and support that legislation. But we did more than that, Madam Speaker, a lot more than that. Some of the high-profile things, just last week, Canadians were able to, depending on eligibility and income, provide child care services or dental care services for children under the age of 12. Many of those children, if they don't get that dental service, will end up in our emergency hospitals, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party still today says no to that. When it came time to vote on it, they voted no for children under the age of 12 having dental care benefits, Madam Speaker. Rental support. Again, direct money to support Canadians that are having a difficult time meeting rental payments. They'll say, well, you know, it could have been more money. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is that we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to support Canadians to assist them in their rent, Madam Speaker. And again, the Conservative Party votes against it. What about students? Youth that have interest on federal student loans is being forgiven. The interest is being wiped out for those federal student loans, Madam Speaker. Again, the Conservative Party is voting against it. I'm a big fan, I see my time's running out, on the multi-generational home renovation tax credit. Fantastic program, Madam Speaker. It will make a difference for many Canadians. For mums and dads, for adults with disabilities, providing a credit to add a home for those individuals, Madam Speaker. A significant credit. And the Conservatives are voting against that too, Madam Speaker. There's a litany of things that the government is doing in order to provide Canadians the support that they need during this difficult time, and time again, the Conservatives vote against it, Madam Speaker. As we continue to build an economy that works for all Canadians, we will do what we can to make sure that that happens, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Southwick Interlake Eastmont.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the member from Winnipeg North likes to come up here and cast aspersions upon us as Conservatives. And I tell you, Madam Speaker, what the Liberal Party always stands for: tax and spend. I've got to tell the member from Winnipeg North, just to remind you, that these tax dollars aren't the money of the Liberal Party of Canada. That belongs to Canadians. And the best place to believe that money is in the pockets of Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, for him to get up and pontificate and really slander the Conservatives is unbecoming of any parliamentary speech. But it's common for this member to do it. Now, I'll say this. The member often tells me that he likes to come up to my riding where he has a cabin now. And he should actually spend some time talking to rural Manitobans, because they know that the carbon tax, which is tripling, will cost in Manitoba $1,145 more per Manitoban than what they get back from the government. And I can tell you that those Canadians that live in rural areas know that the carbon tax is hurting them, especially those that live on fixed incomes, Madam Speaker, like seniors. He needs to talk to real Canadians and get outside of the Ottawa bubble so he knows exactly what's happening in the real world.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, when the member makes reference to seniors, whether it's the increases of GIS that brought tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty, to the 10% increase for seniors that are 75 and over. If the member wants to accuse me of saying, well, I'm upsetting a lot of Conservatives because of the words that I say, I can assure the member that every word that I say is in fact accurate, and I think it's important that Conservatives or that Canadians have a right to know what it is that the Conservatives are saying. Because when the Minister of Revenue Canada says the words chop, 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 she is right. The Conservative Party does have that mentality, and the member opposite just demonstrated that, at least in part, Madam Speaker. Canadians have a right to know.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de la Pointe-Lille.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Well, Madam Speaker, what we really see in C-32 is what is not there. For example, something that's very important in Quebec and in my riding, an important issue is the fact that there is a two-tier pension system. It's being raised for people over 75, but it's being treated as though people between 65 and 75 don't need the money, despite the inflation we're suffering. I'd like to hear from my colleague on that.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, Madam Speaker, I guess there's a number of things that I could say. One of them would be the fact that the Liberal Party made a campaign commitment to seniors that were 75 and over in the 2019 election, that if we were elected into government, we would increase by 10% payments for seniors over 75. So what we're doing is we're actually fulfilling an election campaign. And Madam Speaker, if I were to have leave of the chamber where I could expand on that, I'd be happy to explain why it's so critically important. And I'm disappointed that opposition members do not seem to want to recognize the fact that seniors at 75 and over often incur additional types of expenses, and there's factors that need to be taken into consideration, and that's why a caring government will do what it is that we have done to support our seniors in general.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for West Okanagan, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his speech. And one thing that I was hoping I would see in the fall economic statement and in this bill was some added help for graduate students across Canada. These are our best and brightest master's and PhD students. The money that they're given by the federal government to do their work has stayed the same for almost 20 years, since 2003. They're living in poverty. They're living below the poverty line, working for less than minimum wage. And for the last year, the Science and Research Committee has recommended these wages go up, and nothing was done. And I'm just wondering if he can explain why that is.
Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, within the budget, we now have the elimination of interest for students. That is a significant step forward for federally student loans where the interest rates is permanently being eliminated. That is putting money in the pockets of students, which will, in fact, I believe, enable students to even do that much more into the future, whether it's continuing with their education or using that money elsewhere.
Prise du débat, l'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Merci. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise at report stage for Bill C-32. Now, when we read C-32 and the amendment proposed, well, ultimately, this is a bill that's dusting off some legislative measures, but there's nothing to really make us feel very enthusiastic or that has an overall vision. So it's quite disappointing overall. As a former manager in the Quebec health system, I'd like to talk about the health transfers, which is completely absent from Bill C-32. This morning, Madam Speaker, I read an article in La Presse by the former mayor of Gatineau. He wrote a remarkable article, Maxime Pedneau-Jobin, a really wonderful article, which I wish I had penned myself, because he gives an excellent overview of the debate on health transfers. The fact that the needs are being expressed in the provinces and Quebec, but the money comes back to Ottawa's responsibility. I would invite my Liberal and NDP colleagues to read the article. Yes, it's in French, but it's a great way to practice your French, or I would even recommend getting it translated. It's just that interesting. And he pointed out that the needs are so different from one province to another, so to have pan-Canadian standards won't really help patients. The objective of the transfers would be to ensure that a maximum number of people, no matter where they live, would have quality public services. I'm going to read part of the article because I'm sure you, as a member from Quebec, will be very interested in this article. So the article says, I'll give you a sample of our differences to demonstrate the futility and the extreme complexity of setting pan-Canadian targets. Quebec is the only province with a pharmacare program. Quebec has the lowest usage of cannabis. The abortion pill is used less in Quebec than elsewhere in the country. And 8% of abortions were performed this way here, compared to 31% in Ontario and 50% in British Columbia. Quebec has the most psychologists per capita in North America. In fact, it has as many as in the entire rest of Canada. Quebec has the lowest perinatal and neonatal mortality rate in Canada. In Quebec, only a pharmacist can own a pharmacy, which is a unique situation, etc., etc., etc. Moreover, our lifestyle and our health status is not the same. And ever since Marguerite Bourgeois, we've had our own health management model. So, Madam Speaker, what this passage illustrates that the idea of creating fair treatment all over the country by creating pan-Canadian standards, it's a bit of a mirage. It's trying to put a good face on things and trying to create standards to make things fair, but ultimately it's just not realistic because needs are different everywhere. It's not because Quebec is better or worse, it's just different. Each province has its own public health needs, depending on its own group of urgent patients and so on. And in Quebec, we also have different tools. Madam Speaker, you are a member from Quebec. You know that we have CLSC, that we have groups of family doctors, that we have local health and social services centers, that we have created an excellent system of local vaccine providers. We have a system that's different than the other provinces, and we're proud of that. We know what we need to do and where we need to improve. As someone who previously worked at the Montérégie West Health and Social Services Center, I can say that we need to have different indicators and clear data from one region to another in line with various requirements. The Montérégie West Center that I mentioned covers the equivalent of 4 federal ridings: Vaudreuil, Soulanges, Salaberry-sur-Roi, Châteauguay-Lacolle, and La Prairie. It's a very large organization, and there are various unique indicators and issues. And there are specific areas where the system needs to improve over such a large area. To hear this government talk about it, you'd think the provinces have barely any standards and don't know what's going on, but it's quite the opposite. We need indicators, we need clear standards. And I'd just like to mention some facts that I'm particularly proud of. The Montérégie West Health and Social Services Center has a particular focus on improving access to addiction services. I say my center because I still think of myself as being part of that community since I worked there. And I would just like to say that in March 2020, 10,717 people received addiction services. And in March 2021, only 10,000 people about. Not as many people. So what is causing this difference to occur?
Alors, ils font des recherches, ils regardent, ils consultent les professionnels, et ils disent...
They've done research, they've consulted professionals, and as it turns out, they need a service that will help people who don't usually go to rather bureaucratic services, who don't want to go to a hospital, who don't want to go to a community service center, but they need to come into contact with professionals who understand their life and who do not judge them. And so they started street medicine for the street. It's an outreach care project. And people interact with people every day where they are. These are professionals who are not just working out of their office. They realized that if that organization had a street medicine program, would be able to increase the number of people getting care if they're suffering from addiction. If we went to people instead of waiting for them to come and consult services, I think that's extraordinary, where we have a public network working with a community organization in my region, and they created, through their alliance, through their unique model, in reaching people who otherwise would never engage with the public healthcare system. People who are experiencing homelessness, people who are struggling with addiction issues. And that way, they still have access to healthcare. That model is so interesting that when we talk about the lack of standards and the lack of indicators, this is the proof of the opposite. Our region says that we have our own broad goals for public health. We have very specific indicators with a measurable goal, and every centre in Quebec will make the necessary efforts to reach that objective. The same thing happened with the new service that just started, the Air Ouverte service, where we said we wanted to improve access to services for children. And then we realized in our statistics, when we measured our indicators, there was a clientele that we weren't reaching as well. People who need help, who need services, but don't come to us. And so we set up the Air Ouverte, or open area service, where people go to meet with young people. It was easy to access. They didn't need appointments. They welcomed youth without judging them and directed them to the right services so that they could get the services that they needed. To conclude, the issue of health system funding is crucial. Unfortunately, we have before us a government playing with this crucial issue and is doing so on the backs of patients.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would argue differently than what the member has said in regards to the issue of health care. This is a government that makes it a high priority in terms of health care for all Canadians. It does that in terms of by reaching accords with the different provinces and territories. It does that through historical amounts of federal dollars going towards provinces and territories, towards the financing of health care. It does that by recognizing what are important health care issues, whether it's the long-term care, mental health issues, issues related to dental care. These are all important issues that Canadians have, and they believe, and I know from my own constituents' perspective, that see the constituents that want the federal government to continue to play a role in health care. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide her thoughts and beliefs about the Canada Health Act and the expectation that Canadians have in general that the federal government do be more.
Honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that interesting question, which allows me to explain to him that in Quebec, the government takes health as a priority and education as well. And it's expressed very clearly. The government can set its own priorities, can decide on its own issues. In Quebec, we have more aging people compared to other provinces. That means it makes sense that there's greater pressure for services to seniors. What we would like the federal government to understand when it comes to managing our services, the money that taxpayers pay should be returned to the provinces that are experiencing the pressure of delivering those services. I think it's clear Quebec and the provinces are asking for the federal government to participate at a level of 35%. Because it makes sense, because the provinces are the ones who are experiencing this demand, and they're the ones who need the means to meet the needs of their citizens. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Salaberry-sur-Roi for her speech. I would like to hear her comments on, of course, health is important, but I think what leads to good health is good food. Many food banks in my riding told me last week that there was a significant increase, about 25%. And of that 25%, for people going to food banks, about 1/3 of applicants were children. What is her point of view on this? Because I have not seen in the current budget any significant amounts to support food banks, but also to help children. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's very interesting. La Guignolée is happening in Quebec. We're collecting supplies to help food banks and other organizations that offer food assistance. He's right to say that before, we used to think that there was a category of people that had needs, that used food banks, but now people work and they need help and support for food because of inflationary pressures. It's hitting families hard. That's why we were saying that a community needs to have its own community organizations, which are really attuned to their community's needs and offer services. And to give services in a community setting, it requires support from people on the ground in order to develop and to really reach their target population. Quebec is asking for better funding from the federal government. Quebec has to make horrible choices because they don't have the means to meet all of the needs they're facing. One of the solutions is to grant the request of Quebec and the provinces, which is better health transfers. Resuming debate.
With Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today at report stage of Bill C-32 to talk a little bit about the bill. I think one of the really important measures contained in this bill is the Canada Recovery Dividend. We've talked a lot in this place about the impact of the pandemic on people, on the need for government to have spent a considerable sum of money in order to support people as they contemplated losing their home during the pandemic, particularly in those early days when the economy all but shut down. People were put out of work. They weren't sure how they were going to pay the bills. And we've also talked a lot in this place about the amount of financial aid that was made available to large financial institutions and banks right at the outset of the pandemic. And indeed, we've talked about some of the knock-on effects in the economy of providing that liquidity and support and de-risking to major financial institutions. And so the Canada Recovery Dividend is a one-time tax assessed on profits over $1 billion of Canada's largest financial institutions from those early years of the pandemic. It's to be paid over 5 years. It represents a considerable amount of revenue. It's something New Democrats also would have liked to have seen applied to big box stores, grocery stores, oil and gas companies that also saw considerable profits during that period. And by considerable profits, I don't just mean their normal considerable profits, but I mean extra profit above and beyond the normal rate of profit that these companies enjoy. And so while we would have liked to have seen that expanded, and while we continue to ask for that, and while we continue to push for that, nevertheless, there is an important piece of work being done here, which is to assess that Canada Recovery Dividend, or what in other jurisdictions has been called a windfall tax, on Canada's financial institutions. It's not something that's been done, to my knowledge, in my own lifetime before. So I think it is a really significant undertaking to go to these large financial institutions that have made a lot of money, that benefited significantly from public funding during the pandemic, and to say that they need to pay their fair share. And oftentimes,
We talk about folks having to pay their fair share. I mean, New Democrats talk about large companies having to pay their fair share. Rarely do we see actual instances of them being required to do it. This is what that looks like when you do it. And I think our going ahead with it in respect to financial institutions, while that's a positive thing, also just demonstrates the extent to which we're not requiring other large profitable companies to pay their fair share, because they're not mentioned in this legislation. They're not going to do it spontaneously. They're not going to do it out of the goodness of their heart. They're not just going to come around. The banks didn't. They're doing it because it's legislated. It should be legislated for those other sectors as well, but nevertheless, it matters that we're doing it for some sectors. And in addition to that, this legislation will also permanently increase the corporate tax rate on those very same companies, the big banks and life insurance companies, from 15% to 16.5%. I think that's also significant. I think that's what it means when we talk about making companies pay their fair share, and it's something too infrequently seen in this place. I would note, for anyone listening at home that's having an outpouring of sympathy for these large institutions, I doubt many, but this is still far less than they paid in the year 2000 when they paid a 28% corporate tax rate. So going up to 16.5% for a small cross-section, albeit a large, powerful, and profitable cross-section of corporate Canada, is hardly what we mean when we talk about tax fairness, but it is at least, for the first time in over 20 years, a step in the right direction. And so I'm proud to be rising today to support that step in the right direction. I hope it's the first of many. I know if Canadians see fit to elect a new Democratic government, that it will be. In the meantime, we'll be here fighting and dragging the Liberals, kicking and screaming at every opportunity we get for them to do the right thing and ensure that corporate Canada is paying its fair share. Canadians who want to have a sense of what that looks like have only to look at this bill and see the progress that we're making. There are also some things in this bill that have to do with the housing market. I think ultimately a drop in the bucket because they're predicated upon the same ethos or philosophy that has been driving the housing market now since the Liberal government of the day in the mid-90s first terminated the National Housing Strategy, which is a commodity-based approach to housing and a market-based approach to housing. Not because we ever had a time where there wasn't a housing market. There's always been a housing market in Canada, rightly so. But we used to have a housing market in Canada that was about people being able to buy a family home and sell a home when it came time for them to downsize in retirement and have a bit of a nest egg. And that was complemented by a parallel public housing sector that was meaningful, that made real investments and built a significant amount of units every year. That stopped in the mid-90s. We've never really gotten back to that. Now, things like, and things that we support incidentally, like a doubling of the first-time homebuyers tax credit, are things that will make a difference for certain families that are already financially well-positioned enough to contemplate buying a house in this market. Fewer and fewer Canadians belong to that category. Fewer and fewer Canadians belong to that category because of the astronomical increase in the cost of housing. Fewer and fewer Canadians belong to that category because the significant depreciation in their salaries against inflation and the prices of many things. So these are things that I think will make a difference for some Canadians. Some of these things are things that we've advocated for, like the doubling of the first-time homebuyers credit, like cracking down to the extent that the government has in this bill. We will see in time how effective that is and what the loopholes mean, but on things like house flipping and other things that are making it harder for Canadians to be able to compete to get that first home because they're being outbid by people who've made a science of bidding on homes and flipping them, and who are backed with a lot of access to capital that most Canadians don't have the advantage of having ready access to. But nevertheless, these are some things that may help certain Canadians. Fine, there's a lot more work to do to combat the idea that houses are commercial assets as opposed to homes. And there's going to be significant government investment required in order to make that case and to take that framework on. so that we're building more social housing units where rent is geared to income. And there's also going to have to be a lot more work to do where the government, not unlike what I was just talking about with assessing real taxes on the biggest corporate players in Canada, there's going to be a lot of work to do in changing the regulatory environment so that big real estate investment trusts and other large corporate players in the housing market that are pushing up prices and evicting low-income tenants don't have a free hand to do that in the way that they have. And then that is what it's going to ultimately take in order to live in a country that has made a real decision about its values in respect of housing, so that we say that housing is not a simple market with a good that's just like any other good in the market, but that housing is properly a right for Canadian citizens, and that we have to design our housing market, including using non-market tools, to ensure that everybody has access to housing. This doesn't get us there, but it does tinker at the edges in ways that will be helpful for some people. I want to talk a little bit about what's not in the bill, because we are quite prepared to support this bill on the basis of some of those things that I think are both significant, and then some of the things that tinker at the edges, albeit in, I think, helpful ways as opposed to harmful ways. But there's a lot that wasn't in here, Madam Speaker. I think particularly of employment insurance reform as the government begins to talk about a recession. And we don't see any clues in this bill, just as we didn't see in the fall economic statement, about where the government is going on certain key policy decisions that have to be made in order to get our employment insurance system up to where it needs to be. And I would note, while I have the opportunity before my time runs out, Madam Speaker, that one of the things the government has decided to do that you don't see in this bill, but that is on the books, is they want to attribute $25 billion, that is billion with a B, it's a big number, dollars of debt to the employment insurance account for the CERB and CRB payments that were made under the auspices of Service Canada as opposed to the CRA. And I have to say, whatever the government has in store for EI modernization clearly can't involve any funding, because a $25 billion debt on the EI account means that we are going to see maximum premium increases for the next 7 years, with all of that money going to paying down CERB debt that should not be on the EI account. That was a general expense by government in the context of a global emergency. It shouldn't be on the EI account. Happy to talk more about that in the question and answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut EU. I'd like to thank the member for his lovely speech. You'll know that in my large riding, I have many people who call me because they're worried, they don't understand what's going on. Some of them want to be 74 to have a decent pension. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could give us some suggestions for the government to finally take action. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. I think it's rather simple. The government must apply the increase to the pensions they give seniors that are 75 years or older. They should give it to every senior that is aged over 65 years, because the costs that seniors are experiencing when they're 75 years of age and older are also experienced by seniors that are 65 years and older. These are tough economic times, and there are no exceptions. There shouldn't be exceptions also in terms of the pension increases. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise here in the House of Commons. You know, I guess the question I would have for the member opposite is why should we have any more faith in this government going forward with which he has chosen to partner? They can't deliver on basic programs like passports. How can we ever do something complex like a housing program and things like that, which he so eloquently spoke of? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, in the last election, Canadians elected 338 different MPs. And it's true. I look at this government and I see a lot of reasons why Canadians shouldn't trust them, and reasons why they may think that this government has failed them. I look across the way and I don't see an adequate replacement. So I think we're stuck the 338 of us, trying to figure out how to move forward on certain policy items that are in the best interest of Canadians, that are going to make a concrete improvement in their lives. And so I don't think an election is going to accomplish that. What I think is people actually getting serious and dropping some of the rhetoric and looking for ways that, regardless of what party we belong to, we can move forward on good policy issues that are going to make a positive difference in the lives of Canadians. I think if we spend more of our time doing that, Canadians will be far better served than by simply electing another government that is going to have its own problems, frankly. What, inaction on climate change? We're not going to get anything better from them. Tax breaks for big corporations? We're not going to get anything better from them. I could go on, Madam Speaker. I won't, but I could. I'm just going to focus on trying to get things done for people here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member spoke about some of the positive items in C32 as well as concerns with what wasn't there. One of those is recognizing that Canadians with disabilities are disproportionately living in poverty across the country, and both C32 and the Fall Economic Statement and the budget before that failed to introduce any kind of emergency response the way that the parliamentarians in this place had done when COVID first hit, and I know he was here for that. So I wonder if the member for Elmwood-Transcona, who's been a champion for pushing for better supports for Canadians living with disabilities, could talk about why there hasn't been already and what it would take to get a disability emergency response introduced in this place.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, frankly, I think all it would take is a little bit of political will from the government, because I think they have enough support with other members in the House to try to come to some kind of meaningful emergency solution for people living with disabilities. They've expressed an intent. We saw that in some previous budgets, not in the numbers, just in the kind of flowery language. And then they introduced Bill C-22 in this Parliament, a lot like a bill from the previous Parliament. Again, frustrating because it has no details about the amount that they intend to pay, about the eligibility criteria. They're not talking about doing anything in the meantime. So one is forced to wonder whether they're serious about delivering a benefit to Canadians living with disabilities who are in dire need right now, or whether it's just kind of talking points. But the political will outside the Liberal Party is adequate in the House in order to implement a solution. What we're waiting on is for the government to care enough to put something on the table so that we can move ahead.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here in the House of Commons to look at basically the economic situation that exists out there for Canadians, and certainly to say that it is a dire and difficult and unpleasant situation is a misrepresentation. I also would like to point out kind of the misrepresentation in this House of members opposite of claiming perhaps their clairvoyant nature of understanding what this government over here might propose when we get to sit on the other side. And certainly, as we all know, it's not our job as the opposition to present those cards, which we will hold very closely to our chest and actually make the economic picture much better for Canadians as we take office, Madam Speaker. I'd like to focus my remarks besides that on the Fall Economic Statement with respect to Atlantic Canada. No surprise, the carbon tax and how it affects Atlantic Canada, the significant growing debt, the programs the government has introduced, and perhaps to try to make it a bit personal for Canadians out there as they so difficultly try to balance their own budgets. When we look at Atlantic Canada, specifically in the Fall Economic Statement, there's absolutely nothing specific in there. There's really not much talk of Atlantic Canada at all, which of course we find very surprising given the fact that we all know that Atlantic Canada is still reeling from Hurricane Fiona. There's still, I just came here this morning, Madam Speaker, there's still trees down everywhere, still multiple businesses affected by Hurricane Fiona, unable to really get back on their feet again, and certainly many homes with roofs still significantly damaged. And I guess the question would be is how are we going to move forward? We asked the COA Minister to come and specifically have a look at some things going on in Cumberland County, which was one of the hardest hit counties in the entire area. And sadly, that minister didn't show up. When we asked actually that minister's office to provide information as to how the $300 million of pledged money is going to roll out to Atlantic Canadians, the answer was We don't know yet. There's no details. Now, Madam Speaker, I mean, this has been a long time since the hurricane has happened, and for a government not to be able to roll out this pledged money, which Atlantic Canadians specifically so desperately need, is creating more and more problems. In fact, I had a call with the Canadian Red Cross this morning, who pointed out, even though the applications for their program, and I'll get to that in a second, is now closed, what they're seeing is many Nova Scotians in particular reaching out to them and from a very difficult financial spot, and being hopeful that not only would the Red Cross be able to help support them from Hurricane Fiona damage, but to be able to support them from a social services point of view, that they're really struggling. And we know very clearly from words in this House that 1.5 million Canadians have visited food banks, and 20% of Canadians are cutting back on the food that they consume simply for financial reasons. And we know clearly as well from my call with the Red Cross is that the money, the $31 million pledged by Canadians, generously pledged by Canadians and matched by the federal government, is now gone. It's $500 for about 124,000 households. That's $62 million. There's not going to be more money forthcoming from the Red Cross. What other difficulties are we facing as we move forward in 2022? Well, of course, it's winter, and we know very clearly in this budget that difficulties will continue to exist. I've spoken here previously, Madam Speaker, with respect to the words of the Premier of Nova Scotia, and it's so bad out there that this carbon tax has been foisted upon Nova Scotians that indeed there is a petition circulating in Nova Scotia to actually buck the trend and to attempt to not be required to succumb to the heavy burden of the carbon tax, which we know that by 2025 is going to cost the average Canadian $2,200, and by 2030, $3,100. In a population, again, which was really not mentioned in the fall economic statement at all, and in a population which sadly feels the significant burden of what is going on in the world, the increasing interest rates and rising costs of everything very acutely. So as I said, imagine, you know, a government, a provincial government starting a petition to try to get away from this burdensome carbon tax that is being foisted upon Nova Scotians. What else do we know? We know that the cost of gas and groceries and home heating is continuing to increase. We know, as I said, that the Premier and the government of Nova Scotia understands this clearly, but we have a government across the aisle that's continuing to spend and very sadly hoping that a budget is going to balance itself. Madam Speaker, that's a budget that has a debt of almost $1.3 trillion. And we look at that, we also know that this is a government that continues to spend money. And again, I know it's been said perhaps somewhat tongue-in-cheek in this House about spending it like a drunken sailor and actually being mean to drunken sailors. That's no way to live. We also know that estimates would suggest the cost of the interest on this debt is going to be about at least $27 billion with a B dollars, and it could be as high in 26-27 of $42.9 billion, and that's with the conservative estimates, not ours, conservative in terms of budget expert estimates, that interest rates will perhaps stay the same as where they are. We also know that if that doesn't hold true, Madam Speaker, and that interest rates are 1 point higher than planned, that we know that the interest costs will move from $42.9 billion to $52.2 billion in a single year in 26-27, which is $9.3 billion, which is no small amount of change. Certainly in my mind, it doesn't make any sense. And even when you look at $27 billion, Madam Speaker, we clearly understand that that is about 10% of the revenue of this federal government being spent simply on interest charges. And this government continues to spend, which to me is absolutely making no sense. Just to put it another way, over 4 years, the interest on this amount of debt is going to cost the government $180 billion. This is, again, spending money as if it were water. And I guess to try to make it personal for Canadians, you know, if I couldn't balance my budget, which thankfully I'm able to do so, but if I couldn't, and there's certainly been years when my family has struggled. We look at what would we do differently. We would cut our discretionary spending. We would talk about maybe not getting, in today's terminology, the latest cell phone, not going out to eat. We might not go out to the movies. Those things that everybody would say are motherhood and apple pie statements that you would say, wow, if you can't balance your budget, you're not going out to eat. You're going to stay in, you're going to cook, you're going to buy the groceries, which are also expensive. You wouldn't also add costs. You wouldn't say, I'm going to go out and I'm going to put a new front porch on my house. That really doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense when you still cannot balance your budget. But the costly coalition across the aisle continues to add programs which add to the debt load of Canadians. And I guess when I look at it, I find it somewhat disconcerting and disingenuous that across the aisle they would like to continue to say that over here we do not support those who are struggling. We certainly do. We're going at it. We would go at it. And again, it's a little bit letting the cat out of the bag, Madam Speaker, of what we might do over here. But we wouldn't go at it from saying, let's continue to spend more money and throw a $500 check here and a $500 check here and a couple $100 here, which we know clearly from my office, Madam Speaker, we continue to get, imagine this, regular Canadians are sending in emails their budget for the month and asking me where I think they should cut or get more of their money. Now, obviously, that's not my area of expertise, but given that, I find it absolutely incredible that people are saying, I don't know what else to do. What else should I be doing here? And we know very clearly when you look at a budget from a household in a global sense that having $500 more is really not going to help very much at all. So we know very clearly the Canadians, the Nova Scotians from my riding of Cumberland-Colchester are continuing to struggle under the incredible burden that they feel from the reckless spending of this government. We wonder how they're going to feed their families, how they're going to heat their homes this winter. And we know that the worst is yet to come, Madam Speaker, and that's exceedingly disheartening from people who are already hurting. And we want to know that Canadians cannot afford this government anymore, and we cannot support the fall economic statement. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his remarks. And perhaps he may not have had enough time, but I'd like him to maybe comment on the government's tax policy that he got into a little bit with Nova Scotia and the carbon tax, but this is a government that would actually have you believe that that adding a tax to provinces is a good thing that people should be excited and pleased about, and I don't think that's the case in his province. But I mean, we have a carbon tax that increases the cost of everything: gasoline, groceries, home heating. We've got a real estate crisis of affordability. Could he maybe comment on tax policy and how that affects affordability?
The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you very much for that question. And certainly, it reminds me of the theory of everything. And, when you look at that, this is, as the learned member correctly points out, this is the tax of everything in the sense that everything goes up. And we know very clearly from some of the comments from my home province of Nova Scotia that businesses will begin to need to begin to pass on the cost of doing business to consumers. So that we would like the government would like people to believe that you're going to end up with more money in your pocket, and that somehow the left hand pulls it out and it gets into the right hand, and the next thing you know, there's actually more money there. I feel like I'm in Las Vegas, and there's a magic show afoot. I wish I had the money to go there, but clearly with this tax and spend government, it's impossible to do so.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Well, on that point, Madam Speaker, wouldn't the member also agree that perhaps Conservatives like to extrapolate and over-dramatize a situation? I mean, the reality is that the carbon tax isn't increasing until April the 1st. Even though Conservatives would make people believe it's happening tomorrow. And it's not going to triple until 2032. So would the member like to comment on the fact that Conservatives seem to over-embellish, perhaps we could say, the truth as it relates to the narrative that they're trying to purport?
For Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for that question. There's a multitude of things that come to mind. I would like to thank him for reinforcing the fact that, yes, the carbon tax is going to triple. And obviously, this big government moves very slowly, and it takes time for people to adjust. And therefore, the difficulty is that if we don't begin to turn the direction of this ship soon enough, of course, the ship is going to crash into an iceberg, much like the Titanic did, in spite of dire warnings, Madam Speaker. I think the other thing is to say things aren't bad, I don't, that we get into this game of superlatives and you think, okay, well, things are bad, things are terrible. Well, could they be worse? Well, yeah, they could be worse, but who would want them to be? And Madam Speaker, what's the superlative worse? Is it worser? Is it the worstest? Are they the worstest government?
Okay, questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Apparently they don't teach English at medical school. I wanted to ask the member, New Democrats have been advocating for a long time to get rid of the GST on home heating. And of course, the Conservatives have instead said that they want to get rid of the carbon tax on home heating. The thing is that the carbon tax, the federal carbon tax, only applies in provinces that don't have their own provincial carbon pricing system. And so it does cause one to wonder whether the Conservatives are aware of that fact or not. I wonder if the member could confirm that he knows the federal backstop only operates in about half the Canadian provinces, and if he could name the provinces where the federal backstop is in effect.
Member of Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we know that when you're the worst government, there's nothing worse than that. So there's no superlative of the worst. I think the other important part is that my province of Nova Scotia actually had a plan for a carbon pricing and trying to reduce pollution. And we know that very clearly it cost Nova Scotians less, that it actually met targets, which this government, we all know from debate in this House over the many months preceding this actual topic, that this government is not meeting its targets, that they're actually 58th out of 63 governments around the world and continue to say how great they are at meeting targets. So I guess the question would remain then, Madam Speaker, is why would we want to adhere to the policies of a big bossy federal government, which then will make this policy on top of Nova Scotians, which had a better plan, which was cheaper, and actually met targets, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to be able to rise here today and speak to this year's Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act. While I was hoping to see in the update was a plan to address the rising cost of living, I was hoping to see a plan to combat inflation, I was hoping to see a reduction in government spending, I was hoping to see effective financial relief for rural and low-income Canadians, and Madam Speaker, I was hoping to see support for our armed force members. Unsurprisingly, instead we got more spending and higher taxes on already struggling Canadians. The cost of putting food on the table has seen its biggest jump this year in over 4 decades. Home heating oil, propane have all seen drastic increases in price and cost. The same is happening at pumps across Canada, especially in rural ridings. One of the single largest complaints that I hear and I receive at the grocery store and through all of my offices are the cost of living, the rising cost of everything. And unfortunately for many struggling Canadians, it's only going to get worse thanks to this government. The carbon tax is not working. Whether I'm out at local events in the riding, people often say to me, Shelby, standing up in question period and asking questions is all fine and dandy, but what are you actually doing to help Canadians? What steps are you, as the opposition, actually taking to help us in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington? I get it often, Madam Speaker. The answer to that question is, of course, tied up with the capacity of the legislative branch to put checks and balances on the executive or cabinet. And, of course, in Westminster systems, those two branches are often intermingled, so it can be difficult to parse the capacity and role of either. That being said, I do want to take this opportunity to highlight 2 separate ways that our Conservative opposition use our powers as parliamentarians to hold this government accountable. The first by easing the burden on Canadian families, and the second by scrutinizing Liberal legislation at committee. The member from Carleton, our Conservative leader, introduced a motion in the House of Commons to introduce a tax exemption on home heating. The NDP, Bloc, and Liberals voted against it. The member from Regina Capel introduced a motion calling on a moratorium on taxes on gas, home heating, groceries, and paychecks. Once again, Madam Speaker, the NDP, Bloc, and Liberals voted against it. A third motion calling on the government to not implement the carbon tax was, you guessed it, also voted against by 3 other parties in this House. While the House was able to unanimously agree to a motion on high food prices, the fact remains that there is only one party that is attempting to lower the cost of home heating and to lower gas prices in a manner that would be quick and effective, the Conservative Party. It was also the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, that exposed this Liberal government's attempt to ban long guns through an amendment package at Public Safety Committee. I want to thank my colleagues on the Public Safety Committee for their due diligence in respecting the rights of law-abiding firearm owners. I want to let the hunters and farmers in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington know that I will unequivocally vote against any attempt by this Liberal government to take your legally owned long guns. Another area that this statement is silent on is rural broadband. I have had many constituents contact my office, if they can get service, asking me why it is taking so long for this government to deliver on their promise to increase broadband in ridings such as mine. And it is extremely frustrating not to be able to provide an answer. A number of local ISPs have also expressed concern that they are being frozen out of funding opportunities in favor of larger companies. I would note that there is an annex. I would note that in the annex, there is an indication that funding under the ISED is not coming this year and has only been earmarked for next. I hope this government actually gets the money out of the door instead of lapsing the funding like they've done with our national defense, to the tune of billions of much-needed dollars. Madam Speaker, my colleague from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman earlier spoke to this act and rightly touched on the complete lack of support for our armed forces in the economic statement. He highlighted the desperate need to start cutting steel on our surface combatants, the Type 26 variant, and pointed out that we still do not have contracts signed for our F-35s, a strategically vital piece of equipment that this government delayed by years because of playing political games with military procurement. I also want to congratulate our friends in the United Kingdom for getting their first Type 26 in the water, the HMS Glasgow. He also touched on what I believe to be an even bigger issue, the recruitment and retention crisis. And I want to reiterate to the House how much of an issue this is. Our armed forces, Madam Speaker, is in crisis. In an order issued on October 6th of this year, General Eyre instructed the entirety of the armed forces to cease all non-essential operations and focus exclusively on recruitment and retention of personnel. Madam Speaker, the general words leave no room for interpretation. Our forces are in crisis, and no area of it is left unaffected, with every single trade operating at below their effective level. And when we look at the current state of our armed forces, the reasons behind the shortage begin to come clear. For example, the post-living differential, essentially a cost of living adjustment based on posting location, has not been upgraded since 2008, mainly due to stingy Treasury Board regulations. This is simply unacceptable, Madam Speaker. In my previous shadow minister position, seniors, the importance of updating these allowances was made excruciatingly clear to me. The CPP is updated every January, GIS and OAS 4 times a year. And yet, we expect our armed force members to live in the economic climate of 2008 instead of 2022. That's unacceptable. If we don't have the necessary equipment and troops, we do not possess the capability to meet our current commitments, whether they be peacekeeping missions, protecting our Arctic, or responding to evolving threats on the international stage. It also severely limits our capacity to expand our commitments into future endeavors such as the recently announced Indo-Pacific strategy. Our armed forces capability commitment gap is increasing at both ends. With our commitments growing in an increasingly unstable international order and our capability shrinking through attrition, this reconstitution of our armed forces is affecting every single trade. And the General has made it clear at the Standing Committee of National Defence that every single decision the CAF makes is through the lens of reconstitution. Madam Speaker, whether it is by continually failing to provide basic services and equipment to our serving force members or offering medically assisted suicide to them once they transition out, this government refusal to treat our CAF members with the dignity and respect that they have earned and deserve is appalling. This cannot be allowed to continue. I really do hope this government, with the CDS, to address the recruitment and retention crisis in our armed forces. And I must reiterate, I pray this government listens to Canadians and their communities and take substantive, effective, and meaningful action to combat the cost of living by cancelling the carbon tax. Madam Speaker, I certainly don't mean to sound as though there is nothing of substance in this statement, but the reality of the matter is what is missing from the update speaks volumes to where these governments' priorities lie. And I do not believe they lie with rural Canadians. Whether they are aware of it or not, the simple fact of the matter is their carbon tax will add to the already astonishingly large financial burden facing everyday Canadians. And they simply cannot afford to be bled anymore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, on the one hand, you get Conservatives that will stand up and they'll talk about the idea of cutting back, chopping money out of the budget. Then you get Conservatives that will stand up and they will say that we should be spending more. The member is talking about billions of dollars of additional expenditures. She's critical of the government for expanding internet connections in rural Canada. We've increased rural connectivity significantly compared to the former Prime Minister. And it cost billions of dollars to do that, of which we have been criticized for spending those billions of dollars. Does the member not recognize that some might detect a little bit of hypocrisy in the statements that are flowing from the Conservative Party today?
I'm sure. Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be quick to suggest that economic stewardship in this place as parliamentarians is significant. It's huge. And this government has had 7 years. From my perspective, they are the captain of a rudderless ship, and the rhetoric that I'm getting from across the aisle is not working.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Well, for a rudderless ship, I'd say we're doing pretty well, Madam Speaker. I mean, the reality is that, you know, even when you look at something like inflation, Canada's inflationary rate amongst the G7 partners is the second best next to Japan. When you look at stuff like economic growth, you know, before the pandemic, out of the G7, we were the fastest growing economy. We're the best positioned to come out of the pandemic. The reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, despite the fact that Conservatives might not like to acknowledge it, you know, we are doing quite well, especially when you compare us to our peer countries. Would the member not at least acknowledge the fact that looking at us, Canada, compared to some of the other countries that we compare ourselves to regularly, that we're not doing a pretty good job?
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Leamington and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge there's an example of another Liberal quickly patting himself on the back for a job well done, or a job lack of hard work. Madam Speaker, facts. This country is in trouble. Government spending is up 30% compared to pre-pandemic levels. Next year, Madam Speaker, debt interest payments will cost nearly as much as the Canada Health Transfer. The member across the aisle has suggested that their government is doing pretty well, pretty okay. Perhaps he hasn't spoken to his constituents lately.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear from my colleague on the issue of seniors who are suffering from the pressures of inflation. I know she cares a lot about that. Could she tell us what is lacking from this economic statement? Does she agree with the idea that seniors between 65 and 74 shouldn't have access to the increase in old age pensions? Does she agree with the government's position?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's certainly it's undeniable that all Canadians are faced with an extreme amount of economic uncertainty. Seniors, there's no question, seniors, business owners, families, no new spending, no new taxes would help seniors and all Canadians across the board. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and followed the debate, and I did think it was extraordinary, sort of the amount of patting on the back that the Liberals wish to do over this economic statement. And yet, I know that the member touched briefly on the debt service charges for this year, but in the years to come, like I believe, according to the statement, I think it's by 2029 we'll be up to $50 billion a year in interest charges with rising interest rates and endless deficits. $50 billion, Madam Speaker, that's way more than the current health transfer of only 36. That's double the current national defense budget. Could the member comment on how debt service charges threaten all of the programs of the federal government that Canadians rely on?
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington in 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no question that the reckless spending of this government is burdening Canadians significantly. It's mortgaging the futures of our future generations. We need to step up. This tax and spend government is not sustainable. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to discuss Bill C-32 about the Liberal government's economic statement. There are 25 tax measures and a dozen others. That can seem like a lot, but when we look more closely at these measures, we see that they are of two types. First of all, dusting off some legislative measures, and secondly, measures announced in Budget 2022, which were not included in the first Budgetary Implementation Act from June. So like the economic statement on November 3rd, C-32 does not include any measures to deal with a new economic reality, the increase in the price of living and a possible recession. The Bloc québécois is not happy with the fact that this statement mentions the problem of inflation 115 times, but does not offer additional support to vulnerable people, even though there might be a recession as of 2023. Quebecers who are concerned about the increase in the cost of living will not be comforted by reading this economic update. They will have to content themselves with an update in the implementation of last spring's budget. This is a missed opportunity to help Quebecers to face difficult times that they are already experiencing or that may occur in months to come. This bill has no history and no vision. It does not deserve to be applauded. However, it does not contain anything harmful that would justify our opposition. So with that enthusiasm, the Bloc québécois will vote in favor of Bill C-32. But I would like to take my remaining time to discuss what has been left out. First of all, very notably, support to seniors is not in Bill C-32. Because once again, Ottawa is depriving people between 65 and 74 of the increase in the old age pension. But they need it more than ever now. Seniors living on a fixed income cannot face an increase in the cost of living in real time, at least not an increase like we're seeing now. These people continue to be facing difficult choices at the grocery store, at the pharmacy. Recently, a study was published by the Quebec Association for the Defense of Retirees' Rights. That was in partnership with the Quebec Inequality Observatory. According to this study, nearly half of Quebec seniors are under the threshold of a viable income. 49% of seniors over 60, they don't have enough of an income to live decently. Madam Speaker, helping seniors isn't just about abuse, ageism, and so on. We also need to give them enough of an income so that they can live and age with dignity. But that is not a priority of the Liberal government. And then the government is also penalizing seniors who want to work more without having their benefits clawed back. Unlike the federal government, inflation does not discriminate between seniors based on their age. What this government is doing is that seniors between 65 and 75, well, we can't starve them and thus incentivize them to continue working. We should instead encourage them to keep working by not penalizing them when they work. Another important thing that's been left out is EI reform. That's a significant thing that should have been dealt with here. EI is a very critical economic stabilizer during a recession. More and more analysts are concerned that there might be a recession next year. And yet, this government seems to be backing down on an in-depth reform of EI, which had been promised for last summer. The EI system has essentially been dismantled over the years. Currently, 6 out of 10 workers who lose their job will not have access to EI. They're not considered eligible under current eligibility criteria, and that's unacceptable in a developed country like ours. The Bloc Québécois would support an increase of the replacement rate to at least 60%, as was the case before 1993. The Bloc Québécois thinks that we also need to better redraw the EI regions in order to reflect the reality of seasonal workers and rural unemployment. In my riding in the Bas-Saint-Laurent, seasonal work is a reality for many people who work hard in industries like forestry, tourism, and agriculture. These industries are important for economic vitality, and in addition to that, they create the unique character of our region. They're part of our culture and heritage. Ottawa is stubbornly refusing to reform EI. And thus, it's putting our workers and seasonal industries and our rural regions in a precarious position. And yet the Liberals had promised to reform EI in the 2015 and 2019 elections. How many more times will the federal government let our regions down? The next thing I'd like to discuss, Madam Speaker, the word that we keep hearing right now, inflation. As I said earlier, the government keeps talking about the problem of the increase in the cost of living, and it says things will be hard this winter, but it's not actually doing anything to address the problem. It's been clearly stating that we're in a difficult economic situation, but it hasn't paid any attention to opposition ideas to prepare for the issue.
We saw the fragility of supply during the pandemic. The spring economic update named the problem 71 times. The budget update named it another 45 times, but neither statement has a single measure to deal with the problem. In Bill C-32, the government is repeating measures it has done, implementing what was already announced last April, but there's no indication of where it's going. You'll understand that we've already seen the festival of empty rhetoric from the Liberal benches. But you can't feed your children with rhetoric. Another major issue where Ottawa is stubbornly refusing to propose solutions is health transfers. The meeting of federal and provincial health ministers, November 7th to 9th, 2022, ended with no conclusion at all. The federal government arrived empty-handed and offered no increase in health transfers. Worse, it acted like it was there to give a lecture and insulted the provinces by accusing them of mismanaging healthcare. Coming from a government that can't manage its own affairs, such as passports, employment insurance, or even immigration, you'll understand that the federal Liberals have a lot of nerve. The Bloc Québécois defends the province's position and Quebec's position to increase federal contribution to health transfers from 22 to 35%, which is an increase from 42 to 60 billion, an increase of 28 billion per year, which is approved unanimously in Quebec and the provinces. This permanent and unconditional increase would allow Quebec to rebuild its healthcare system, damaged by years of austerity caused by cuts to transfers in the 1990s. It would also allow us to deal with the aging of our population and the additional pressure that this will put on the healthcare system. Madam Speaker, these three priorities of the Bloc are completely absent from this update, and I'd like to take the time to remind my fellow MPs and all Quebecers of what the Bloc Québécois asked the government to do in conjunction with this economic statement. It was a very simple request, and it made a lot of sense in uncertain and difficult times. The request is to refocus on fundamental responsibilities towards vulnerable people. Part of being in a society is granting care to the most vulnerable persons. To achieve this, three central measures are essential: increase health transfers, provide adequate support to people aged 65 and over whose low indexation of fixed income does not allow them to keep up with inflation, and reform employment insurance. None of these measures have merited the consideration of the Liberal government.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc are somewhat predictable in regards to the issue of health care, as to a certain degree is the official opposition. They tend to look at the Government of Canada's only role in health care is to be like an ATM machine and just hand out money. They tend to not want to recognize that there's the Canada Health Act and that there's a huge expectation that Canadians in general have in regards to the federal government, Madam Speaker, to be there on issues such as long-term care, mental health, pharmaceuticals, let alone many other aspects of health care. And I'm wondering if my friend would not, at the very least, agree that there is variations in different provinces, yet Canadians want to have a healthcare system that they know will be there into the future and supported and relatively close in terms of services provided, no matter where you happen to live, Montreal, Winnipeg, Vancouver, or Halifax.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Écoutez,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've already heard this from the member for Winnipeg North. We need a healthcare system that Quebecers expect to get, and to do so, they need the financial support that comes with it. And this government isn't providing it. The Prime Minister had committed in December 2020, that's not yesterday, it's been 2 years, promised to manage the situation after the pandemic, to sit down with Quebec and the provinces to increase healthcare transfers. And you know what? The Prime Minister didn't even show up when the Minister for Health at the federal level assembled the provincial and territorial ministers. It's obviously not a priority for the current federal government. The only thing that this government is trying to do is continue to act incompetently. When are they going to accept their responsibilities?
Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his excellent speech, my colleague talked about services which the citizens need, and these are on a federal level, whether it be passports or immigration or unreasonable delays for EI beneficiaries who call our offices en masse. Could the member give specific examples of the inefficiency of this government in terms of delivering services? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, I've only got a few seconds, and certainly not enough time to give you a list of the many problems that my fellow citizens face when it comes to federal services. I could point out immigration problems. I can't tell you how many weeks or how many hours a week my team has to dedicate to focusing on immigration problems. It's gotten to the point that people take leave to try and reach immigration in order to get follow-up on their files. And so they come to MPs' offices. And then there's the passport crisis. People who had to camp out to get their passports. And you know what? The federal government lost face. Took people from EI to work on passports, and what do we have now? People are waiting even longer to get their EI benefits. So, in the end, we solve one problem by creating another. What we need, Madam Speaker, is for the federal government to concentrate on its responsibilities, which they are currently unable to do.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Regards to funding for health care. Never in the history of Canada have we had a national government provide as much cash in terms of transfers over to provinces in regards to health care. Has not happened before. And in fact, if the member was to take a look at history, what he will find is that the provinces have consistently, I was first elected back in 1988 in the Manitoba legislature, Ottawa has always been the place to go to try to get more money. Even though during the 70s, Madam Speaker, there was an agreement amongst provinces that they would rather have tax point transfers as opposed to cash. The only government that's been consistent supporting national health care, ensuring that Canadians would have the health care that they want, is the national government, Madam Speaker. And I would ask the member if he would not at least acknowledge that never before has the province of Quebec or any province received as much cash for health.
Le député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques, 10 secondes.
10 seconds remaining. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we understand what the member for Winnipeg North, where he is coming from. Health transfers isn't a gift we're asking for from Ottawa. It's asking for the fair share of our money. This money comes from Quebecers and the provinces. It's not the federal government who's inventing this money.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise on behalf of the fiscally responsible citizens of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. This costly coalition is out of control. The fall economic statement spells out in black and white just how bad this government's addiction to spending has gotten. None of this is a surprise. It's déjà vu all over again. In 1972, after just one term under Pierre Trudeau, Canadians clipped his wings and handed him a minority government. Pierre Trudeau struck a deal with the NDP to stay in power. Sound familiar? The NDP made expensive demands, and the Liberals spent and spent and spent. They timed their spending for maximum pain as the rest of the decade was dominated by stagflation. High inflation and low growth fueled by government spending. Sound familiar? By the end of Pierre Trudeau's reign of error, the deficit was the largest in pre-pandemic Canadian history. The situation was so bad, Canadians had to elect a progressive Conservative government to raise taxes and the Liberal government to cut spending. It took 15 years to clean up Pierre Trudeau's overspending addiction. How long will Canadians have to wait this time? This fall economic statement is the height of delusion, or the peak of cynicism. Canadians face a stark choice. Either the government is delusional and believes spending even more than what it had been budgeted for only 6 months ago is fiscally responsible, or Canadians have a government that's so cynical of democracy it thinks it can just repeat the claim of fiscal responsibility enough that people believe them. This government knows it's addicted to spending without a plan. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says there is $14 billion unaccounted for. Just another little slush fund to pay off whichever interest group is most in favor tomorrow. Recently, headlines said the Bank of Canada lost money for the first time in history. And that's because they had to pay interest on the banks for the bonds they swapped to keep this government afloat. That's great for Bay Street, but it's bad for the taxpayers. Add that to the interest we're all paying on the debt. It's now more than what we spend on national defense, and soon it'll be more than we spend on health. It didn't have to be this way. Once upon a time, we had a national consensus that deficits outside of economic downturns were to be avoided. The economy roared back after the government lockdowns nearly cratered it. Had this government demonstrated even a modicum of self-restraint, we could be arguing about how to spend a surplus. Many Canadians believe that our country is becoming more polarized. We should ask ourselves if deficits contribute to the increasing polarization. Running deficits is a bit like musical chairs. Everyone knows eventually the song will end and there won't be enough chairs for every person, so people get their elbows up. And eventually the bonds stop selling and the money runs out. Rather than people scrambling for chairs, it'll be social factions fighting for funding. When the money runs out, do you close the school or the hospital? If this government truly wished to reduce polarization in society, they'd be running surpluses. When you run surpluses, everything becomes easier. It's like a game of musical chairs, except when the music stops, you add extra seats. With surpluses, you could pay down debt, lower taxes, and make sound investments in core areas of federal responsibility. All it requires is an element of patience. It requires the ability to say not yet to favored interest groups. But this government lacks discipline. This government lives in denial. Every budget, every update, they make the same empty promise. This time it'll be different, they say. It's as if Canadians are Charlie Brown and the Liberals are Lucy with a football of fiscal responsibility. In 2019, the budget said they'd be spending $421 billion by 2024. In 2020's economic update, the minister claimed spending in 2024 would be $429 billion. 1 year later, and they need to revise the numbers again. This time, they said the spending in 2024 would be $465 billion. That was just 12 months ago. Now, the gang who can't spend responsibly claims spending in 2024 will be $505 billion. That's not sustainable. There is no better illustration of this government's addiction to spending than its latest plans for the Canada Growth Fund. And here's what the fall economic statement says about the new Canada Growth Fund. The fund will make investments, quote, that contribute to economic growth through direct investments, loans, loan guarantees, and equity investments, end quote. Oh, apologies, Madam Speaker. That was the 2016 budget referring to the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Here's the quote from this year. Quote, it'll invest using a broad suite of financial instruments, including all forms of debt, equity, guarantees, and specialized contracts, end quote. How will this growth fund operate? Here's what the government said, quote, the Canada Infrastructure Bank will be accountable to and partner with government, but will operate at a greater arm's length than a department, end quote. Sorry, that's the 2016 budget again. Here's the 22 budget. The Canada, quote, the Canada Growth Fund will be a new public investment vehicle that will operate at arm's length from the federal government, end quote. Now the Growth Fund is all about leveraging capital, private capital. Quote, it'll invest on a concessionary basis with the goal that for every dollar invested by the fund, it will aim to attract at least $3 of private capital, end quote. I will say the government has gotten slightly more modest since 2016. Quote, great opportunity for the government to leverage its investments in infrastructure by bringing private capital to the table to multiply the level of investment. There's potential to multiply this level of investment 10 to 14 times, end quote. While the Infrastructure Bank was supposed to be at arm's length and focused on infrastructure, it quickly fell victim to this government's radical net zero ideology. This so-called growth fund is just another example. The growth fund will be stuffed with well-connected executives friendly to the liberal ideology. They'll be paid bonuses whether they accomplish anything or not. Billions and billions for green dreams, yet Canada doesn't have a national 4-lane highway. Ontario's Ring of Fire is full of critical minerals and metals, yet it's nearly inaccessible by road. This government has mandated that 20% of cars sold in 3 years will be zero emission. Yet they haven't even studied the costs of electric vehicles. There is nowhere near the electrical capacity in our grid to switch 1 in 5 cars. No amount of government spending can change the physics of energy density. No amount of growth funds or infrastructure banks can change the economic realities of scarcity and opportunity cost. With every dollar this government spends chasing its net zero ideology, it's a dollar we don't spend on mitigation. Every dollar this government borrows to purchase prohibitive firearms is a dollar plus interest it cannot spend stopping gang violence. Every bonus paid to executives at the infrastructure bank or the growth fund comes at the expense of seniors, veterans, and the disabled.
Apologize, I have to interrupt the honourable member, but it is extremely noisy outside and inside the chamber. So I would appreciate it if we could look at it, please. Thank you. The honourable member.
We know the Minister of Justice has some disgusting suggestions on how we can cut spending on vulnerable Canadians. The Liberal addiction to spending is terrible. And sadly, bad spending is not the only terrible thing in Bill C-32. Reminding Canadians this bunch of Liberals is more like a parody of government. This bill attacks the solicitor-client privilege by requiring lawyers to report the names of their clients to the Canada Revenue Agency. The same government invoking solicitor-client privilege to keep its legal opinion hidden is removing that same privilege from Canadians. Finally, I think Canadians should know without any doubts this government wants to go down in history for bringing the biggest tax hike on alcohol in Canadian history. They could have introduced a freeze on the excise tax hikes, which they tied to inflation with their automatic escalator tax. Bill C-32 contains a number of changes to the excise tax. Of course, as with everything this government does, the changes are for the benefit of the government. They have no problem making it easier for the taxman to search your records, but make it easier for Canadians to enjoy a beer on the weekend. Forget it. All this government cares about are the wealthy and the well-connected who get rich off the special deals cooked up by these so-called arm's-length funds. Canadians need relief from inflation, and all this government does is increase spending, fueling inflation. Like an addict, this government will deny it has a problem. It will deny, deflect, until the money runs out.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the member say that there's nowhere near enough charging capacity for electric vehicles. Well, I'd encourage her, I realize we're both from Ontario, to go travel a little east into Quebec, and she'll see that there is more than enough. Quebec actually has done an incredible job of building up its infrastructure. Ontario had that opportunity, but suddenly abandoned it 5 years ago when Doug Ford was elected. The reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, it's about political will, and the Conservatives, at least provincially in Ontario, don't have the political will. What we've seen in Quebec is the exact opposite, and I'm wondering if the member would like to comment on that.
Member for Renfrew Nipissing, Pembroke for 50 seconds.
That's pretty rich coming from a member of the Liberal government who is able to charge up at work every day and charge it to the taxpayers of Canada.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes of questions left after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, today I would like to take a moment to mark the 50th anniversary of the Quebec Association for the Advancement of the United Nations with respect to sustainable development in Haiti, which is called CANU. This non-governmental, volunteer-based organization aims to promote the values of the UN and human rights and carry out awareness-raising information and advocacy activities in favor of sustainable development, as well as supporting sustainable development projects in Haiti. This organization works with farmers' groups to support food security, agriculture, and education to improve the situation in Haiti. Already over $7 million have been invested in more than 270 projects, in addition to outreach sessions in Haiti. And this organization also maintains close relations between the people there and here in Canada and Quebec. I would like to sincerely congratulate and thank all of the caring people involved in this organization who have been making a real difference in the lives of thousands of Haitians for 50 years now. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in this House to pay tribute to one of the pillars of our community in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. On December 31st, Danielle Boyer, Director of the Saint-Lazare Public Safety and Fire Department, will retire after 30 years of loyal service. Since 1992, Mr. Boyer has risen through the ranks from firefighter to lieutenant to assistant director and finally to director since 2006. It is thanks to rare and precious qualities such as leadership, professionalism, and benevolence that he was able to gain the respect and love of his team at the fire station throughout these years.
Happy to hear you bought a motorcycle, and I hope you use it to explore not only our community, but our entire country. As your Member of Parliament, I can't think of a better way to spend your golden years, and I wish you safe and happy travels along the way. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
I've done nothing wrong, he said with a sneer. But Canadians are worried because Christmas is near. Christmas without food, Christmas without meat, Christmas without toys, and without any heat. The Grinch hates people who don't listen to that guy. We've tried to figure it out, but no one knows why. It could be perhaps that his socks were too tight. We suspect it's because his head isn't screwed on just right. His fingers in your pockets grabbing with glee, and now he wants the presents from under your tree. He's taxed all our taxes and spent even more. Our cupboards are emptier than ever before. Conservatives have tried, but he won't listen to reason. He loves his carbon tax no matter what the season.
That's right.
But despite his cold heart and his love of inflation, Calgary-Midnapore will never let him ruin our Christmas celebration.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The holiday season is already upon us. It's a time of hot chocolate family gatherings and, yes, flannel pajamas. We can feel the excitement in Hochelaga. Community organizations have been working hard for months to make this time of year a magical one for everyone, or simply to ensure that everyone can enjoy a good meal or a full fridge for the holiday season. We know that during these tough times, these people will be here. I'd like to thank the organizations that have given their time and to help their fellow man during this International Volunteer Day. I would like to thank all those who help out in their community, whether it's a listening ear or a friendly smile. Thank you for your efforts. Accès Bénévolat is a Montreal East End organization that's been connecting hundreds of volunteers with over 300 social service organizations since 1982. A big thank you to all our organizations and the people that have been involved with them. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, I will shortly be handing over to the Minister of Employment the demands of local organizations fighting for a better EI system. 2 weeks ago in Saguenay, there was a working group with women who demonstrated in front of my office to denounce not only the inhumane delays at Service Canada, but also the sexist nature of this benefit system. And I was able to see for myself what a constituent of mine was denied last year. She was denied EI after losing her job when she was on mat leave. The Social Security Tribunal ruled that a similar situation was discriminatory last January, but the government decided to appeal the case. What hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, from a government that claims to be feminist and always there for vulnerable people. It's high time to reform the employment insurance system and make it fairer and effective. When will this reform take place? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, when I was young during my studies at university in Chicoutimi, I had the chance to live in this magnificent region for a few years. I shared with my friends their love for nature and hunting. And this allowed me to savor the famous tourtière from Lac Saint-Jean, made with 7 kinds of wild meat. Today, as a member for a riding where hunting is also a popular activity, I would like to express my full appreciation for the hunters of Lac Saint-Jean, who practice this sport responsibly. There are hunting associations and shooting clubs in Quebec who have worked with police forces, community groups, and all levels of governments to improve this practice and make it safer. Real hunters do not need military-style weapons to practice their sport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, December 5th is International Volunteer Day, and on this occasion I would also like to take the opportunity to highlight the exceptional commitment of people in my riding of Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Since I was elected in 2015, I've had the opportunity to work with a large number of dedicated people who do not hesitate to give their time to help others. These volunteers often work behind the scenes, without counting their hours, without demanding any recognition, with the sole aim of doing good. So today I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the invisible but absolutely essential and aspiring work of volunteers in our constituency and in the constituencies of all my colleagues. You are rare and precious, an invaluable treasure that helps make a positive difference in our communities. Your actions are important. Thank you for your tremendous contribution and for giving of yourself. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Hall Elmer.
Your time for celebration and good cheer. But as 2022 comes to an end, let's be frank. We're all on edge. It's not hard to figure out why. Isolation due to working from home, unsettling vulnerability to a virus we can't see, yet whose harmful, sometimes fatal effects are cruelly felt. Add social media algorithms that distort any sense of vulnerability, of balance, ominous signs of climate change, wars and conflicts around the world. You're right to feel edgy, anxious, vulnerable, alone. Me too. So what are we to do?
I choose to tap into these feelings of unease to fight for a better future. Don't give oxygen to extremism, violence, or hate. Join your neighbors to make positive change. And above all, be kind to each other and to yourself. We are tougher together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I was born in Thunder Bay, and some of my fondest memories is the time spent with my dad and my 2 brothers walking through the bush on a beautiful fall day, and I'm proud to say I'm a hunter.
Here, here.
I wouldn't trade those memories for anything, Mr. Speaker, and I wouldn't want to deny anybody else the opportunity to make them. And Mr. Speaker, this is in no way inconsistent with the legislation before this House that will keep our streets and communities safe from unlawful gun and gang activity. Hunting is one of the oldest traditions in Canada, a tradition which involves and promotes the safe use of firearms. Hunting also provides food security to many Canadian families and Indigenous communities. A safe and sustainable practice of hunting in Canada not only respects our past, but recognizes its importance to Indigenous Canadians for whom it is a way of life. Mr. Speaker, I am committed to making sure we find the right balance. Thank you.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has launched the largest attack on law-abiding hunters in Canadian history. This government's proposed amendments in Bill C-21 will effectively ban hundreds of thousands of firearms used for hunting. Hunting is a Canadian tradition. It is a way of life for millions of rural, remote, and Indigenous Canadians. But this Liberal government has attacked these Canadians ever since they took office. Their own minister, who is supposed to stand up for rural Canada, is in favour of this attack on hunters. That's no way to stand up for rural Canada. Yesterday, deer hunting season closed for most of hunters in Manitoba. Unfortunately, these hunters don't know if they'll be using their hunting rifles next year. So my message for this out-of-touch Liberal government: hunters are not the problem, so just leave them alone.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Speaker, today marks day 11 of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Preventing and responding to gender-based violence is essential, and we all have a role to play. At the Safe Centre Appeal in Brampton, 16 partner organizations work together under one roof to provide integrated service delivery for survivors. The family justice model has been identified as an innovative practice and can be showcased nationally. I want to recognize Director Shanilna Jeshwani and Peel Regional Police Inspector Lisa Hewson, as well as local organizations such as Zonta Club for their leadership. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to action with our National Action Plan to end gender-based violence. This way, we make the vision of ending gender-based violence a reality for Canadians, no matter who they are, where they live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this past weekend we lost one of the good ones. Red Schellenberg was a family man, a person of faith, integrity, and a leader in Canadian agriculture. He led not only with his words, but also with his actions. He spent many years giving his time on different boards and associations. I know that many of us in Parliament here have met with Reg over the years, particularly in his most recent capacity as the president of the Canadian Cattle Association. He could always be counted on for honest, straightforward advice that was forged through his time on the Perrin Ranch south of Beachy with his wife Shannon by his side. Their story is one of living the Saskatchewan dream, running a multi-generational cow-calf operation on the northern shores of the beautiful Lake Diefenbaker. Reg will be sorely missed, and to Shannon, Jesse, Coy, and Stacy, our hearts and our prayers are with you and your families as you go through this difficult time of mourning.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Canadians are barely hanging on. The stress of paying for groceries is unbearable for many, especially those on fixed incomes. And today's announcements from Canada's 2023 Food Price Report sheds an even dimmer light on what's to come. According to the report, a family of 4 will spend $16,000 on groceries next year. That's an increase of $1,100. Last year's report projected food prices to rise by 7%, and this was considered alarmist by critics. The reality is today's report shows food prices have increased by 10%. The leader of the official opposition, alongside Conservatives, predicted this inflation and cost of living crisis years ago. The Liberals choose not to listen. They're doubled down on their imposing their fertilizer tax, carbon tax, and reliance on dictator oil. All these decisions are driving up the cost of food. By 2030, a typical 5,000-acre farm could expect to pay $150,000 in carbon tax. If farmers can't afford to run their farms, how can they afford to feed Canadians?
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to rise today to celebrate the 36th Speaker of the House of Commons and my dear friend, the Honourable Jeff Regan. Serving more than 20 years as a Member of Parliament for Halifax West, the former Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, the first Speaker from Nova Scotia in 98 years, a teller of dad jokes, a karaoke superstar, a compassionate, smart human being, and very funny. Jeff Regan has left a spectacular legacy of public service here in this place and at home. As the selected decisions of Speaker Jeff Regan are tabled today, we fondly remember how he would use his clever and fair parenting skills here in the chamber to bring back decorum to even the most heated debates. Speaker Regan took this role seriously and always knew that one of his, and I quote, most important responsibilities as Speaker is to safeguard the rights and privileges of members individually and collectively. Mr. Speaker, we all know that this place is better because he shared his wisdom, his compassion for others, and his thoughtful words with us and with Canadians. Thank you for everything, Speaker Regan.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Matt Langford.
Mr. Speaker, something remarkable happened a few weeks ago. After campaigning vigorously on the need for dental care in the last election, New Democrats delivered. We forced the Liberal government, which had voted against the program only last year, to do an about-face and realize the benefits it will bring to millions of Canadians who can't afford to see a dentist. That program is now open for applications. And we're not finished there. Next year, the program will be expanded to include seniors, persons with disabilities, and children under the age of 18. Hear, hear. Conservative MPs voted against this. They did so even with the knowledge that they and their families will continue to benefit from taxpayer-funded dental care available to them as members of Parliament. A classic example of good for me, but not for thee. But I've got great news for people living in Conservative ridings. Even though your MP voted to deny you this care, New Democrats have your back, and we made sure it will be there for you and your kids. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Désilets, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I have the immense pleasure of marking the 75th anniversary of the St. Therese Legion. The St. Therese Legion, founded in 1947, is the 208th branch to open in Quebec. The St. Therese Legion is 75 years of support to veterans and their communities, 75 years of service to the community, 75 years of remembrance, 75 years of caring for the living without forgetting the dead. And also some good news for the Legion. After many steps taken with the Department of National Defence, the Legion will now be able to count on the 4th Battalion of the 22nd Regiment, stationed in Laval, to perform 21 rounds of service during the next Remembrance Day ceremonies. It's an honor for me to be a member of this dynamic and tightly knit Legion. I cannot stress enough how important it is to support our Legions, to take care of those who take care of our veterans. Happy 75th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, crime in Canada is on the rise. Since these Liberals took office, violent crime has risen by 32%, and gang-related homicides have increased by a whopping 92%. The Liberals' soft-on-crime policies mean that it's easier than ever for repeat violent offenders to get bail, and sentences are going down. Unfortunately, the best that this Liberal government can do is try and ban hunting rifles and shotguns, some that have been used for well over 100 years. This isn't about public safety. It's about dividing Canadians for political gain. And Canadians are taking notice. Just this past weekend, Montreal Canadiens goalie Carey Price took a stand against this Liberal government's brazen attempt to criminalize law-abiding hunters and sport shooters. I want to read some of his words into the record. Quote, "I love my country, and I care for my neighbor. I'm not a criminal or a threat to society. What this Prime Minister is doing is unjust," end quote. It's time for these Liberals to stop criminalizing hunters and go after the real criminals.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. This December 6th, we will once again commemorate the Polytechnique Massacre, which occurred 33 years ago. I will be, as I am every year, on the Mount Royal lookout in the company of the Prime Minister to pay tribute to the 14 women who were murdered simply because they were women. As I do every year, I will think of the innocent young girl that I was, and I'll think about how incomprehensible it is.
14 women using an assault-style automatic weapon, a weapon designed to kill as many people as possible in the shortest amount of time possible. Our government has proposed to take the next step in banning these weapons, but we are now in the midst of a disinformation campaign led by the gun lobby. We all agree that hunting is a long-standing tradition in this country, and we all want to protect that tradition. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't need an
oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Selon un nouveau rapport aujourd'hui,
According to a new report published today, the cost of food for the average family will increase by $1,000 next year to $16,300. It is not affordable for average families, and it's the result of this government's inflationary policies. 1 out of 5 Canadians is skipping meals because they cannot pay the grocery bill. When will this government stop with its inflationary policies so Canadians can put food on the table? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not the only ones facing high food prices. We know this is a difficulty for Canadians. We also know that extreme weather conditions have led to poor harvests, and problems in the supply chain have made food prices go up. That is why we have a plan to double the GST credit, offer dental insurance, support rent payments. We are taking action. The Conservatives are voting against our measures. The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A farm with 5,000 acres, but an average farm, would pay $150,000 in carbon taxes that are already driving up the cost of food because they get passed on to the consumer. Food prices are expected to be up $1,000 for the average family to $16,000 a year to feed the average family, an incredible sum. In fact, the Mississauga Food Bank reports that some people have even said that the poverty is so grinding, they're asking for help with medical assistance in dying. We need to feed our people. Why doesn't the government reverse its inflationary policy so people can afford to eat and live?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we remain committed to supporting people get out of poverty. And in fact, we understand how difficult life is right now, which is why we have put forward numerous measures to help the most vulnerable Canadians. However, if the Leader of the Opposition is indeed sincere in his desire to help lift Canadians out of poverty, he would have voted for measures like the Canada Dental Benefit or the Canada Housing Benefit, or perhaps childcare, which right across the country fees are being reduced by 50%. But instead of doing that, he voted against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not only is Christmas dinner going to be especially expensive if you buy it at the grocery store, now the government wants to ban people in rural countrysides from actually hunting for their turkey. They've targeted a long list of hunting rifles and shotguns with a sweeping ban that's being widely condemned by experts, by hunters, and by First Nations people. Now, the government has admitted in recent testimony that the ban will apply to hunting rifles. Contrary to prior talking points, will they reverse this ban?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, before I come to the answer of that question, tomorrow we're marking the 33rd anniversary of the Polytechnic Institute shooting tragedy. To the families of the victims and to the survivors, we stand with you. We know that despite the passage of time, that the hurt and the loss never completely heals. We owe it to you and to all victims and all Canadians to end gun violence once and for all, Mr. Speaker, and I hope all members in this chamber will join me in a moment of solidarity. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, of course, we are all in solidarity in ending violence committed with guns. In fact, today we saw an example of the real problem. Police seized 62 firearms in Toronto. 57 of them came from the United States of America. Only one of them was from Ontario, and it was stolen over a year ago. The problem is not the hunter who in Wainwright, Alberta, or Happy Valley, Goose Bay in the East Coast is using his tools to feed his family. The problem is illegal guns coming across the border. Why won't they reinforce our border instead of attacking our hunters?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my Conservative colleague asks what's the government doing to reinforce our borders? Investing $450 million over the last 2 years alone, Mr. Speaker, to add more boots to the ground for the CBSA, to add more state-of-the-art technology for the CBSA, to allow them to build on the progress that they've made in seizing illegal guns at the border. And what did the Conservatives do at every moment where they had a chance to support those resources to the CBSA? They voted against.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The results of their policy is a 32% increase in violent crime, a massive 92% increase in gang murders. No matter how expensive their policies are, And no matter how much they target law-abiding hunters, it's not getting the job done to protect our people. Donc, pourquoi le gouvernement ne veut-il pas?
Why doesn't the government want to help when it comes to targeting real crime instead of targeting our hunters and farmers? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what our government is doing. We have already invested $450 million to strengthen our border, to help the Border Services Agency. And that's exactly what we're doing with our legislation to increase penalties for criminals. Why won't the Conservatives support that bill if they want to target organized crime?
Honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, COP15 on biodiversity will start on Friday, but a report has just revealed that 2,253 species are endangered in Canada. And meanwhile, in Newfoundland, the federal government is authorizing exploratory oil drilling in the high seas without an environmental assessment, right inside the right whale's habitat, which is an endangered species, along with 7 other types of whale, turtles, corals, birds, and more. Is that Canada's message at COP15, that biodiversity matters except when there's oil to be found? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I've said it before, and I want to be very clear. The Newfoundland Marine Protected Area will continue to remain protected, and we will continue to evaluate any exploration activities in the area on a case-by-case basis. There is currently a bid for tender, but no production activities have been authorized. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, COP15 is starting in 2 days. But once again, the federal government is giving special treatment to oil companies. In 2020, Ottawa announced protected marine areas off Newfoundland, areas where fishing is restricted to protect biodiversity. But last month, in that very area, they authorized 4 oil companies to carry out exploratory drilling without an environmental assessment. So, as far as I can see, fishing is forbidden to protect the seafloor, but drilling is okay. If that's not an example of special treatment for oil companies, I don't know what is. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I keep saying day after day, currently there is a bid for tender process with no production activities currently authorized in the offshore area. And I would like to emphasize that any proposal for production in these areas would be subject to the Environmental Impact Assessment Law. Currently, there are only exploratory activities.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another 3 Indigenous women were murdered by an alleged serial killer in Winnipeg, and police aren't going to look for their remains, which they believe are in the Brady landfill. Imagine hearing that about your relative, Mr. Speaker. And while the government stalls in providing resources, Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit continue to be murdered because we are a target, Mr. Speaker. Will the government provide immediate funding to stop this genocide and the resources to search for the remains of our precious sisters?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our hearts go out to the families of the victims. You know, it isn't on a day like this that we can sit here and pat ourselves on the back about what we've been doing as a government. Obviously, it has not been enough. It is very puzzling to hear the news that this landfill will not be searched. I spoke to the mayor of Winnipeg yesterday about this and hope to get some clear answers shortly. Clearly, the federal government needs to play a role in an area where jurisdiction is a poisonous word and continues to kill Indigenous women and children in this country.
Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous women targeted and murdered again by a serial killer. This is a nightmare, a killer with a chilling connection to neo-Nazism. This is happening here at home in Manitoba, and more women have gone missing since. There must be a comprehensive federal response now, emergency shelters, economic supports, and real action on the dangerous rise of white supremacy. The families of Mercedes Marin, Morgan Harris, Rebecca Contois, and the fourth loved one deserve justice. Indigenous women and Indigenous communities deserve urgent action now from the federal government. When will the Liberals finally act?
The Honourable Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, extremism of the nature described by the member opposite is one of the biggest terrorist threats in this country, and it continues to prey on those that are most vulnerable, including Indigenous women, children and girls and LGBTQ folks across the country. We need a comprehensive federal response. We need a comprehensive provincial response. We need a comprehensive municipal response. It's why, in part, I've called for a federal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous meeting in January to discuss the painful issue of MIWG and why we continue to fail as governments in making sure that everyone in this country is indeed safe. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
More bad news, Mr. Speaker. Families can expect to pay another $1,100 on their grocery bills on top of 40-year high food inflation, according to a recent report. Canadian families will be paying an average of $16,000 annually on their grocery bills next year. And the cause? Too many dollars chasing too few goods. Liberal inflation and the carbon tax have already driven up the costs on home heating, gas, and groceries, and they'll make it even worse when they triple their carbon tax. So why won't the Liberals stop forcing their failed inflationary carbon tax on cash-strapped Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and Canadians are not alone in facing high prices around the world. It's true that extreme weather has led to very bad harvests, and, Mr. Speaker, supply chain issues are still causing food prices to rise, which is why, Mr. Speaker, we have put in place supports to provide housing opportunities for Canadians, to double the GST tax credit, Mr. Speaker, also to put in place dental supports. And, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives are serious about getting to supports to Canadians, they can support the government and vote with the Fall Economic Statement C-32.
Well, Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Speaker, that minister from Alberta knows full well Albertans overwhelmingly rejected the Costly Coalition's carbon tax. The Albertans gave the provincial government a resounding mandate to scrap the NDP carbon tax that drove away jobs and that drove away our economy. And now they plan on tripling the carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home heating. Why won't that minister stand with Albertans, with Canadians, stand up against his leave-it-in-the-ground left Prime Minister, give Canadians a break so that they don't have to choose between eating and heating?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, let me remind my honourable colleague from Calgary that the heat dome that caused people to die in my riding of Edmonton Centre, that the atmospheric river that drowned parts of British Columbia, that people in my riding in the middle of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, did not say hurry up on the childcare, though they wanted that. They did not say give us more supports on COVID, though they wanted that. What did they say, Mr. Speaker? Fight climate change, make sure that we can have a future for our kids. The other side doesn't understand market economics. We do, and that's what's going to help Canadians and Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberals' record inflation means that Canadians can't afford to eat. Half of Canadians are already forced to cut back on healthy food. 1.5 million Canadians had to visit a food bank in a single month, and families will have to spend over $1,000 more on food next year. The Liberals' out-of-control spending and their ever-increasing carbon tax makes everything more expensive. So when will the Liberals give Canadians a break and stop forcing their failed carbon tax on struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Last Thursday, Mr. Speaker, I was in London, Ontario with the Prime Minister to announce the Canada Dental benefit was open for applications. I had the opportunity to actually talk with families about how important this is for them and for their children. $1,300 over 2 years, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that low-income kids go to the dentist. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have had opportunities to support vulnerable Canadians time and time again. They have voted against them each time. I hope we can count on their support with the fall economic statement so we can deliver that badly needed support to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Lakeland.
But, Mr. Speaker, most Canadians can hardly afford to make ends meet, and even the Bank of Canada governor says that this record inflation is a made-in-Canada problem caused by NDP Liberal out-of-control spending. Taxes, because of these Liberals, now cost Canadians 10% more than food, shelter, and clothing combined. Half of Canadians would go broke over a $7,000 expense. But the NDP Liberals, they're going to take even more away. They're out of touch, and Canadians are out of money. So when will they axe their failed carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I think if we want to set the record straight and talk about which side of this House is actually putting more money in the pockets of Canadians, it's the government side, Mr. Speaker. That member and her colleagues just last week voted against tax cuts and tax breaks and supports directly to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, take a look at the remarks from Stephen Paulos, who said that our investments during the pandemic not only supported Canadians, they prevented and staved off a period of deflation. What is it that these Conservatives want, Mr. Speaker? More or less? That's not clear. We're going to support Canadians.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louise Saint-Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's all very well to talk about inflation, but the reality is that Canadians are facing the worst inflation crisis in 40 years, which is hitting them hard and means that they can't even put food on the table. And what's even worse is that next year, things will be even worse. 4 Canadian universities have published a report stating that prices will go up by up to 10% next year. That's $1,100 more per family. That's a lot for people who are already struggling. Will this government commit to not increasing taxes during a period of inflation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that his party is not even capable of recognizing the reality of climate change. The impacts of the climate crisis are real, just as people who live in Gaspésie. This year we had Fiona, and past year we've had other huge storms. We need to act to protect our planet. We owe it to future generations. And one thing is clear. We shouldn't take lessons from climate skeptics. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, what my colleague just said is completely false. And I would invite her to apologize. Once again. After the odious things she said on Gaspésie Radio a few weeks ago. In any case, that's her business. But what is all Canadians' business is inflation. We are the only G7 countries that is increasing taxes during an inflationary period. This Liberal Canada is doing that. Will this government, can this minister reply, will the government increase taxes next year, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, even if we tripled the number of Conservative politicians who take the climate crisis seriously, that number would still be 0. But no need to worry, because on this side of the House, we care about the planet, we care about our children and future generations. We will take action for Canadians, for the planet. And unlike the Conservatives, we're not going to spend our time complaining and not actually giving results. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the Prime Minister published a tweet inviting everyone fleeing persecution to come to Canada. But he probably didn't think that everyone would use Roxham Road to get here. But that's exactly what happened. In October alone, 3,900 asylum seekers came through Roxham Road for a total of more than 30,000 this year. And do you know how many people used regular checkpoints? Only 638 out of 30,000. Will the minister suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement so that asylum seekers once again start to use regular border checkpoints? The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Great respect to my honourable colleague. I expect he knows that people don't flee their country because of a tweet from a country's leader. They leave their country because they are fleeing violence, war, and persecution. We're going to continue to do what we can to support those who seek refuge in Canada and continue to do so in an organized way. I'm pleased to work with my colleagues on all sides of this House in order to treat those who are in search of safe haven with dignity and respect as we have an orderly migration system at the same time.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's tweet also surprised the RCMP, which didn't realize that 90% of its officers at the borders would now have to spend their time managing Roxham Road. There are 117 border checkpoints with Border Services officers where asylum seekers could cross the border instead of Roxham Road. If the minister suspended the agreement, that would enable the RCMP to do its work properly. When will the minister suspend the agreement so that the RCMP can concentrate on weapons trafficking instead? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Does my colleague really think that people choose the rest of their lives based on a tweet? I've said it before. People crossing the border are people who have often experienced very difficult circumstances, men, women, and children who are fleeing violence and discrimination. My colleagues should consider the human side of things. The Bloc Québécois is asking for the agreement to be suspended, but Quebec is asking for it to be renegotiated. It's very confusing. My colleague should do his homework. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about dignity. Because of Roxham Road, 62% of asylum requests in Canada are made in Quebec. And the result is that we don't have enough space in our schools, immigration lawyers are overwhelmed, and so are community organizations. We need to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement to ensure that asylum seekers can be welcomed with dignity everywhere in Canada. Why should Montreal organizations have to do all the work instead of organizations in Vancouver, Winnipeg, or Halifax, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is not interested in offering a dignified welcome to asylum seekers. It just wants to give them a locked door, whereas these men, women, and children are fleeing terrible circumstances. And the Bloc Québécois is all alone in its position. We are saying we need to renegotiate the agreement, and that's also what the Quebec government is saying. Everyone agrees on that. But the Bloc Québécois wants to suspend it. They're the only ones saying that. I wonder if they even know what they're talking about.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Indo-Pacific strategy says, with respect to Beijing, that the government will, quote, push back against any form of foreign interference on Canadian soil, end quote. It's time to put those words into action. Today, we learn about another 2 illegal police stations being operated by Beijing on Canadian soil, on top of the 3 we learned about last October. So when will the government put the words of the Indo-Pacific strategy into action, push back, and expel diplomats responsible for this outrageous violation of our sovereignty?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I would have thought that my honourable colleague would have been assured by the concrete action that the RCMP is taking to root out allegations of foreign interference in this country as a means of protecting our national security. I would have thought that my honourable colleague would have been assured by the things that we are doing around allegations of foreign interference, creating independent panels to assure the integrity of our elections, cracking down on foreign fundings, and will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect our interests here and abroad. Thank you.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, was the Prime Minister briefed about Beijing's election interference involving 11 candidates? The Prime Minister has been repeatedly asked this question, and he hasn't answered it. He hides behind carefully crafted words such as saying he wasn't briefed about candidates receiving money from China. But that isn't the question. When will the Prime Minister stop his stonewalling, stop his word parsing, and tell us what he knows about Beijing's election interference?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Inter-Parliamentary Relations.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very transparent, as have all
failed ministers in our government.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, before the Conservatives were even interested in the real threat that foreign interference presents, our government took action. We took action in 2019. We renewed that action in 2021. We had a group of experts chaired by the Clerk of the Privy Council to examine these issues and assure Canadians that the election integrity was preserved. Mr. Speaker, we take this threat seriously and we're on the job.
Absolutely.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the same month that the Prime Minister was receiving a briefing on foreign interference in our elections, he decided not to do anything, and in that same month, MI5 publicly revealed the name of an agent of Beijing who had tried to influence UK politicians. Despite a directive from our National Intelligence Agency to make public this information, the Prime Minister prefers to hide behind a veil of secrecy, and he refuses to reply to our questions. So despite these briefings and serious allegations, no one has been arrested or publicly identified. Why? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as I've said on many occasions, and as the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister have also said, we take the threat of foreign interference very seriously. We are working hard to protect our democratic institutions, which are so important in Canada. And good news, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what our government has done. Despite all of the efforts of conspiracy theorists across the way, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that Canadian elections were free and fair and the results are completely trustworthy.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Monsieur le Président, au Québec.
Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, pediatric emergency rooms continue to overflow. Occupancy rates are as high as 150% in some hospitals. In pediatric care units, all overflow beds are full. The Centre Mère Enfant in Quebec City has been forced to postpone an exceptional number of surgeries. And among the children hospitalized are toddlers under the age of 2 with breathing problems. The situation is getting worse by the day. What are the Liberals doing to help care for our children? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that very relevant question. Indeed, our children are very ill these days, namely due to RSV, which is circulating very quickly and is causing serious damage to our families. Parents and grandparents, our health workers are having a great deal of difficulty. That's why we have to get vaccinated, take public health measures, and that's why the Canadian government must continue to support provinces and territories through these difficult times who are having a hard time looking after hospitals and care workers.
Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, sick kids in Alberta are waiting in heated trailers outside of hospitals. And now hospice care for children is paused as staff are redeployed to deal with the healthcare crisis. Mr. Speaker, families are forced to scramble for help during their last days with their children. While Danielle Smith is distracted by her ridiculous Sovereignty Act, neither the federal or the provincial government are protecting the most vulnerable Albertan kids. And this is heartbreaking. When will this government stand up for families dealing with this healthcare crisis and get sick kids the care they deserve?
Before the health minister answers that, I just want to remind the honourable members that talking across, it's nice to see people getting along and talking well together, but it gets in the way of question period. So I just want to remind them, if they really want to talk, maybe just take a couple of minutes, go outside, and then come back when you got everything settled. L'honorable député l'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à notre collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague.
Of Canada, there have never been as many hospitalizations for children with the flu than ever in the history of Canada at the present time. So that means we have to take care of our children. Vaccination works. It's free for the flu and COVID-19 everywhere across Canada. Public health measures also matter and work. We, at the federal level, are going to continue to support provinces and territories with historical amounts of investment in support of their important work.
Yes, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for so many Canadians, finding housing that is affordable is becoming incredibly challenging. This is especially true in Scarborough and the entire city of Toronto. There is no question that we need to continue to do more. Can the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion please tell this House about the important progress our government is making to ensure that every Canadian has affordable housing that meets their needs?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question and her strong advocacy on housing in her community. We know how great the need for affordable housing is in various communities across the country, especially in the City of Toronto. That is why last week I was pleased to join the Mayor in announcing a federal investment of $90 million to build and renovate and repair and retrofit 750 homes for Indigenous peoples, women and children fleeing domestic violence, as well as refugee families. This is just one example of how our investments are making a real and tangible difference in the lives of Canadians, including in communities like Toronto.
Excellent. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur le Président, depuis l'entrée au pouvoir.
Mr. Speaker, since the Liberals took office, violent crime has increased by 32%. Gang-related homicides increased by 92%. The Liberals aren't dealing with real problems. It's been some time that they've been unable to deal with illegal gun trafficking at the border. Instead of focusing on that, with Bloc support, the Liberals are targeting hundreds of thousands of hunters in Quebec who are practicing an ancient tradition. Why are they treating hunters like criminals? Why is the Liberal government not targeting real criminals once and for all? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. From the beginning, our government was clear that we're not targeting hunters. We're targeting criminal elements. We're targeting assault weapons used in the worst tragedies in our country. And in Bill C-21, we're targeting criminal elements with more severe penalties, with investments, and the Conservatives are the ones not supporting this bill. They should change their position. Thank you.
In St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continue to deny that they're going after Canadian hunters with their latest gun ban, but the ban list is out, and hunters across the country have seen many of their commonly used firearms on that list. Hunters from Quebec, from Ontario, the Prairies, the North, our Indigenous hunters are all speaking out. Even legendary Montreal Canadian goalie Carey Price is speaking out, Mr. Speaker. And the CBC, in fact, just today said the list, quote, includes a number of long guns in wide use by Canadian farmers. So why won't the Liberals just admit that this was never about public safety, and it was their target all along to go after law-abiding hunters, sport shooters, and farmers, Mr. Speaker. This was their plan all along.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect for my colleague, the intent of the government has always been clear. We are not targeting law-abiding gun owners or hunters. We are targeting the AR-15 style guns which have been used in some of the worst shooting tragedies in this country's history, including politic. But recently, the Conservatives' friends at the Coalition for Firearms Rights exploited the worst femicide in Canadian history for profit. This was a slap in the face to all of the families of the victims and the survivors of Polytechnique. And I'm wondering, will the Conservatives stand up now, condemn the CCFR, and ask them to apologize?
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the only person in this chamber that does not understand this bill is the minister himself. The bill lists in black and white the exact hunting rifles that the bill is banning. Constituents calling their members of parliament, both NDP and Liberal, they understand this bans hunting rifles. Carey Price, NHL goalie, understands it bans hunting rifles. The CBC, we know the Liberals read the CBC, they understand it bans hunting rifles. And we also know backbench Liberal MPs understand that this bill bans hunting rifles. You can't have it both ways. Either everyone else is wrong or the minute.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be the first person to stand up and applaud the exemplary work of our rural caucus who defend the rights of hunters and collectors and recreational sport shooters every day. And the Conservatives can mock, Mr. Speaker, but our side of the House knows full well.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister. Do it from the top, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And before I was rudely interrupted by the Conservatives, and am again, I I was highlighting the incredible work of our rural caucus and indeed of all of our caucus who understand the importance of the traditions of hunting. And I've met with them and will continue to be sure that we are not targeting those hunting guns, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're working closely with the members of the committee who are undertaking a very careful study of the language of that bill to make sure it is in alignment with our intent, which is to go after those AR-15 style firearms which were used in the likes of the Politic technique. We never want another one of those tragedies again. Thank you.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has it all wrong. Everything he just said is contradicted by the actual text of the bill. The text that we understand, that Liberal backbenchers understand, that their constituents understand, but just because he says it so does not make it so. Their entire philosophy and approach to crime is flawed, Mr. Speaker. The evidence is in. Since they took office, violent crime up 32%, gang-related homicides up 90%, wow. Yet their plan to combat these things is to go after law-abiding hunters. They need to get their priorities straight, go after the gangsters, leave hunters alone.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
And I am one of those hunters. Hear, hear. And I know I can speak for all the hunters in this room that we can't stand it when we see a firearm used, as we've heard earlier in Polytechnique, and take other innocent lives. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that we all want to work together to make this bill the best it can be. The terrible misuse of information that's out there has to stop, Mr. Speaker. I'm also going to tell you, I challenge anyone, please reach out with the specific make and model. The devil is in the details. The details of the weapons that are on that list are not
Honorable député de la Pointe de l'Île.
Président, statistique.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada revealed the full decline of French in the workplace. Among the three worst sectors, we have banks, which are under federal jurisdiction. For 45 years, the federal government has allowed them to circumvent Bill 101. The result is that it's become a major contributor to the Anglicization of Quebec. Given all that, with Statistics Canada's figures in hand, why, in Bill C-13, are the Liberals still allowing banks to circumvent the Charter of the French language? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, we recognize the decline of French throughout the country. We also recognize the statistics tabled this year after the census. That is why we're going to develop a bill that will do everything it can to protect this lovely language throughout the country. And we're going to work with official language minority communities. Employers and clients of private businesses under federal jurisdiction will be able to work and be served in French, and I hope that all the opposition and the Bloc will support us. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada proved that by allowing businesses under federal jurisdiction, such as banks, to circumvent the Charter of the French language, Ottawa is contributing to the decline of French in the workplace. With C-13, it would continue this trend towards Anglicization of workplaces in Quebec. As we speak, French is also declining as a language spoken at home. It's declining as a language of service in the Greater Montreal area and the Outaouais region. If on top of that, the federal government continues to encourage the decline of French at work with Bill C-13, what's the future of French in Quebec, in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would invite my colleague for La Pointe de l'Île to stop circulating false information about Bill C-13. Our government recognizes the decline of French, and that is why we're going forward with a bill that is ambitious. The federal government will do its fair share, will do everything it can to protect French throughout the country, including Quebec. And I hope that once again, all members of this House will work together, because stakeholders from coast to coast want this bill passed quickly, and there's a great deal of work left to be done. Thank you.
Hastings Lennox in Addington.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has shown a serious disrespect to all Canadians. He seems to think that he can skirt the responsibility that comes with elected office by blaming global trends. Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected him to govern and help Canadians through record cost of everything, which he can do today by eliminating the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, will this Prime Minister take leadership, assume some responsibility, and cancel the carbon tax? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And instead of fighting inflation and making life more affordable for Canadians, you know what the Conservatives want to do, Mr. Speaker? They want to make it harder for Canadians to save for their retirement. They want to make it harder for Canadians who lose their jobs. And instead of fighting climate change, Mr. Speaker, they want to make pollution free again on just about every measure that Canadians care about, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are absent. We will always have Canadians' backs, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals don't have an environmental plan. It's a tax plan. Liberals have not met a single target that they have set. As is typical with this government, another non-answer. I asked for a yes or no, not more empty rhetoric. I'll provide the government with another opportunity to answer the simple question. Will they cancel the carbon tax? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague has made a suggestion that we haven't hit a target. The target that we have set is for 2030, so if she's got a DeLorean and a flux capacitor, I invite her to jump in and travel back in time. The reality is we are on track to reduce our emissions because of the investments that we're making. We are bringing pollution down, and we found a way to make it more affordable for families at the same time. Every step of the way, we will do what it takes to protect our environment for our kids and our grandkids and to advance measures that support affordability at the same time. This is the path forward, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives don't join us on it, they'll enjoy sitting in opposition for a very long time.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't need a DeLorean to know how much of a failure this Liberal government has been when it comes to the environment. They haven't met a single target. They haven't planted a single tree. But, Mr. Speaker, what they have done is raise the costs on everyday Canadians. They're making it $1,400 more costly to buy groceries this year, another $1,100 per family next year. 1.5 million Canadians relied on a food bank in a single month. 500,000 of those were children. All of this is being driven up by the Liberal carbon tax. Will they do the right thing and remove the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and as usual, the Conservatives are spreading misinformation. Mr. Speaker, we are on target to make our targets, and we will get there come hell or high water, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is the Conservative record? They cut $350 million from the Environment and Climate Change budget, Mr. Speaker. They blew up Kyoto.
I just want to make sure you're done shouting. Okay. Very good. I don't know what it is, but I think they want to hear your answer over again. Right from the top, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said before, emissions are going down. We're on track to make our targets. But the Conservative record, Mr. Speaker, is abysmal. You know what they did, Mr. Speaker? The first thing they did when they came to power was to cancel the National Child Care Program. But the second thing they did was to blow up the Kyoto Climate Accord. And, Mr. Speaker, they are now blaming us for their lack of action. Mr. Speaker, for their troubles, Mr. Speaker, they won the Fossil of the Day Award, they won the Fossil of the Year Award, and the Colossal Fossil Award, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président, les familles de Halifax West ont accueilli.
Mr. Speaker, families in Halifax West welcome the news that our bilateral childcare agreement would cut fees for the second time this year. That's an average cut of 50% in fees by 2022 for families with children in licensed daycare. In addition, our government has now established the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare. This will benefit from the expertise of Dr. Christine McLean from my riding. Can the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development inform the Honourable Minister of Families? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. By reducing high childcare fees and reducing long wait times, And so we are pleased to have announced that the Government of Canada will reduce licensed daycare fees for families in Nova Scotia by an average of 50%. This is a great step forward for regulated, or rather licensed daycare services for families in Nova Scotia. With our provinces, with our partners in the provinces, we'll continue to make things better for all children in Canada.
Canadians face the worst affordability crisis in a generation, yet this government is only making things worse. $54 million on the ArriveCan fiasco, $6,000 a night for the Prime Minister's luxury suite in London, $1 billion in wage subsidies to wealthy corporations. Liberal waste has become a national embarrassment. And every time this government borrows and spends on waste, life becomes more unaffordable for Canadians. Will this government finally put an end to this inflationary spending? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have demonstrated time and time again that when it comes to supporting Canadians, they vote against them. They voted against early learning and childcare, which fees are reducing by 50% from coast to coast to coast across the country. That's thousands of dollars in the pockets of Canadian families. They voted against the Canada Dental Benefit, up to $1,300 over 2 years for children to get their teeth cleaned. They voted against the Canada Housing Benefit, $500 to help low-income renters. Mr. Speaker, will they stop at nothing to not help low-income Canadians? Mr. Speaker, we will continue to...
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Mr. Speaker, in January 2017, the Prime Minister invited all those fleeing persecution and war to come to Canada, but instead of prioritizing real refugees, he rolled out the red carpet for those who were visiting or already residing in the U.S. In 2017, it's possible that people were fleeing the United States because of Donald Trump, but that fear doesn't exist under the Biden administration. When will he come to the aid of real refugees and permanently close Roxham Road? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we're taking note of the little knowledge the Conservatives are displaying about Roxham. We're talking about men, women, and children who have fled tragic situations. I think that the Conservative Party should inform itself a bit better before trying to ask questions on the subject. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm well aware of the file, and I'm aware that the United States is a safe country. People in the United States can ask asylum in the United States if they need asylum. When they go from the U.S. to Canada, we're not respecting the Safe Third Country Agreement. Can the government resolve the issue with the Safe Third Country Agreement and stop people from coming in through land crossing? The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Domestic and legal and international legal obligations that require us to consider in good faith claims of asylum that have been made for those who enter the country in search of safe haven. In his previous question, he indicated that people are somehow displacing other more deserving refugees. I would point out, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague that Canada over the past 3 years has resettled more refugees than any other country in the world. And each of the last 2 years, Canada has resettled more than 1/3 of the total number of refugees that have been settled anywhere globally. We will continue to be the world leader when it comes to doing the right thing to support the world's vulnerable, not just who cross our border from the United States, but around the world altogether.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's air sector helps keep Canadians connected with their loved ones from coast to coast to coast across our vast and beautiful country. After 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, it's more important than ever that we support our air sector, especially as we head into the busy winter travel season. Can the Minister of Transport provide an update on recent actions our government is taking to strengthen our air industry ahead of the holidays? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his leadership and advocacy. Over the last couple of years, the air sector has suffered a lot. Its workers, its customers have gone through an extraordinary period of time. Last week, I hosted a summit that invited more than 50 leaders of the industry, including CEOs of airlines and airports. We agreed we need to work together on lessons learned from the last couple of years. We agreed to focus on how we can improve efficiency, transparency, and accountability. We are committed to improving the air sector, Mr. Speaker. We want to make sure that Canadians have a competitive, safe, and efficient sector so they can travel with great experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, it's no secret around here that Canadian households are already strapped in a period of incredible inflation. And today we learned that food prices for next year are projected to go up by another $1,000 a year for the groceries of an average family of four. And often when the government answers questions about that, they like to get up and talk about things the NDP made them do: the dental benefit, the doubling of the GST rebate, the rental benefit. But the fact is, in the face of prices that continue to go up, they need to do more. We want a windfall tax, and we want the elimination of GST on home eating. When are they going to get up and talk about that?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, what I want to talk about today is the fact that Canada is not alone in facing high food prices. We have drought, we have failed crops, we have supply chain issues that are causing prices of food to rise around the world. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we have supports in place to help Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry himself has reached out to the Commissioner of the Competition Bureau to make sure that food companies are respecting all the protections in place for consumers. That's real action. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
Monsieur le Président, jeudi.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, Pastor Claude Guillot was found guilty of 18 charges for serious acts committed against children. In his defense, he used Section 43 of the Criminal Code, which states every schoolteacher, parent, or person standing in the place of a parent is justified in using force by way of correction towards a pupil or child, as the case may be. 64 countries have already banned corporal punishment and 27 more in the process of doing so. Can the Prime Minister or the Minister of Justice confirm that Canada will repeal Section 43 to protect our children? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada recognizes that all children have the right to be protected from violence. Assault is defined broadly in Canada's code, including using a force against a person regardless of their age. That can include non-consensual acts that involve harm or physical harm. The use of physical discipline on children is discouraged. We have a bill before us, and we will make the decision when the time comes. Time.
This first, and then we'll come after. I have something here that I think would have precedence, so I'll come to the honourable member after first point of order. I believe that following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the recently murdered Indigenous women in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
I now invite honourable members to rise.
Merci.
Thanks, Mr.
And The Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Rural Economic Development invited any member or any Canadian who had information about firearms that are now banned thanks to the government's amendment to Bill C-21. She must not realize the long list of hunting rifles and shotguns that are actually contained in the amendment. So I'm taking her up on her invitation. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table this list of hunting rifles and shotguns that will be banned if the amendment to C-21 is passed. She invited me to do so.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Nay, I'm afraid we don't. Order. Order. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de...
I have the honor to table in both official languages the selected decisions of Speaker Jeff Regan.
The selected decision of the selected decisions of Speaker Jeff Regan.
This reference work on parliamentary procedure is the 10th volume in a collection presenting the decisions made by the Speakers of the House of Commons. It contains 109 decisions.
First elected to Parliament in 1993, Mr. Regan served as Cabinet Minister, Parliamentary Secretary, Opposition Critic, and Vice Chair of several committees and subcommittees. Mr. Regan held the distinction of being a third-generation parliamentarian. His father and grandfather also served as members. He is also the first Speaker to represent the riding in Atlantic Canada in nearly 100 years. As members know, many of his rulings have already become important proceedings guiding the practices of this House. An example.
A printed copy of the selected decisions will be presented to members, and it will also be published online. I would like to thank the devoted employees of various sectors of the House of Commons administration who have participated in writing, editing, and publishing this work. This is a true collaborative effort, and it's an excellent example of the devotion and the savoir-faire of those who support the work of members each and every day.
This special occasion, we are honored today by the presence in the gallery of my distinguished predecessor, the Honourable Jeff Regan. I now invite all members to join me in the Speaker's dining room located behind the chamber in room 233S. For a reception in honor of the 36th Speaker of the House of Commons. Au plaisir.
As I said, I look forward to welcoming you in a few minutes in the Speaker's dining room, room 233S, West Block, for a reception in the honor of the 36th Speaker of the House of Commons.
To seeing all of you. These are heavy books. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 11 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents. Okay, well, introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Charlottetown.
Present in both official languages the following 3 reports of the Standing Committee on Health. Le 6e rapport.
The 6th report, Supplementary Estimates B, 2022.
I'll just interrupt. I'm not sure that's picking up on the microphone. What I'll do is I'll go to the next one, then come back. We'll go to the Honourable presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights about the supplementary estimates B 2022-23. Your committee has considered the estimates prepared by the House and reports the same.
Neither one of these are coming through very clearly.
It's not, but the interpretation is still working.
It is.
So it seems to be working. The volume is low, but you can hear them in the interpreter.
Okay, it seems like it's coming through. It's going through to interpretation, so I'm going to ask everyone to be very, very quiet so that we can hear the honourable member from Surrey Centre from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, you can hear me loud and clear. I have the honor to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights about the supplementary estimates B 2022-23. Your committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, is it working now? Great. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the following three reports of the Standing Committee on Health.
The sixth report, Supplementary Estimates B 2022-23, Vote 1B under Canadian Food Inspection Agency, Votes 1B and 5B under Canadian Institutes of Health Research, Votes 1B and 10B under Department of Health, Votes 1B, 5B, and 10B under Public Health Agency of Canada.
And also, Mr. Speaker, the seventh report entitled Bill C-224, an act to establish a national framework for the prevention and treatment of cancers linked to firefighting.
Pursuant to Standing Order 97.13A, a motion to concur in the report is deemed moved, the question deemed put, and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred. Pursuant to the order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 7th, 2022, at the expiry date, the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Okay, and I'll let the honourable member for Charlottetown continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also have the honor to present in both official languages the following report of the Standing Committee on Health, and that is the eighth report entitled Bill C-252, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing directed at children. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de... Pursuant to Standing Order 97.13A, a motion to concur in the report is deemed moved, the question deemed put, and recorded division deemed demanded and deferred. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 7th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Présentation de rapport de comité, l'honorable Bourassa.
Reports from committees, the honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the eighth report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. This is the Supplementary Estimates B 2022-2023 report, votes 1B and 5B under Department of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
De rapport de comité.
Reports from committees, the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmounts.
The honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill S-219, an act respecting a National Ribbon Skirt Day. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House. J'ajouterai, Monsieur le Président,
and I would like to add, Mr. Speaker, that the committee worked very constructively in its study of this bill. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one petition to table today. Petitioners are deeply concerned about a proposal from Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians and Surgeons recommending expanding euthanasia to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year who come into the world with severe deformities and various serious symptoms. This proposal for the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing to many Canadians. Petitioners take the view that killing children is always wrong, and they call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children. Thank you.
Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Millville.
I have two petitions to present today, and the first one is expressing the increasing concerns of many Canadians about international trafficking in human organs removed from victims without consent have not yet led to a legal prohibition on Canadians traveling abroad to acquire or receive such organs. And they're also concerned that there are currently two bills before Parliament proposing to impede the trafficking of human organs obtained without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and those are Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill S-240 in the Senate. So they are calling on this Parliament, urging the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on the proposed legislation so as to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. Definitely worth our consideration quickly. And one more, thank you, Speaker. Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommended expanding euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into this world with severe deformities and various serious syndromes. Recently, the college sent another witness to AMID committee to double down, claiming further that this is not a moral issue and that society has evolved past ethics conversations. This is deeply troubling, and petitioners find this proposal for the legalized killing of infants deeply disturbing and unacceptable in Canadian society. Petitioners believe that killing children is always wrong and call on this House to block all attempts to legalize infanticide. Thank you, Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing.
Mr. Pembroke. Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, they want to put your name, Nipissing, in your riding in mine and mess it all up there. So you may want to do a submission to the Boundaries Commission. In any case, this petition is about Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians. He wants to allow for the euthanasia of infants who are born less than perfect. The petitioners are opposed to this because, Mr. Speaker, killing children is always wrong.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today I also rise to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are outraged at some of the conversations that have taken place at the MAID committee that would expand medical assistance in dying, and specifically would be euthanasia, that be expanded to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who have come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners from across Canada are very disturbed that these are the conversations and recommendations that are coming forward, and these petitioners believe, Mr. Speaker, that killing children is always wrong. It is an honour to present this petition in the People's House of Commons here today.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Travanchy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to present a petition signed by many petitioners with their expressing concern that Louis Roy from the Quebec College of Physicians and Surgeons has recommended expanding euthanasia to include babies from birth to the age of 1 year that are less than perfect. And recently, the College of Physicians from Quebec also sent another witness to the AMAD committee to double down, claiming further that this is not a moral issue and that Canadians have moved on. Mr. Speaker, the killing of children is always wrong. And these petitioners want to make sure that this House blocks every attempt at legalizing the killing of children.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour and privilege to rise to table a petition on behalf of constituents from Courtenay, Cumberland and Royston in my riding. Mr. Speaker, they cite that over 29,000 Canadians died due to opioid toxicity between January 2016 and December 2021. And those that died as a result of this preventable drug toxicity crisis were loved and valued citizens of this country. They're calling on the government to reform drug policy, to decriminalize simple possession of drugs listed in the Controlled and Drug Substances Act, provide a path for expungement of convictions for conviction records for those convicted of simple possession, and with urgency, implement a health-based national strategy for providing access to a regulated, safer supply of drugs, and expand trauma-informed treatment, recovery, and harm reduction services and public education and awareness campaigns throughout Canada. They cite that the current drug policies have proven to be ineffective in the prevention of substance use and exacerbate substance use harms and risks, and the war on drugs has resulted in widespread stigma towards those who use controlled substances, and the war on drugs has allowed organized crime to be the sole provider of most controlled substances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of concerned Canadians they're concerned about the culture of death that is happening under the current government. Most specifically, with recent development of Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommend the expansion of euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year of age who have deformities and other various syndromes. And so this is just a development they're concerned about. They believe that killing children is always wrong. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this petition. Petitioners are concerned with comments from the Quebec College of Physicians, which recommended expanding euthanasia to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes, end quote. As someone who had a sister who had Down syndrome, I find this very disturbing. Petitioners also find any prospect of legalizing infanticide in this country deeply disturbing. Killing children is always wrong, Mr. Speaker, and call on this House to block all attempts to legalize infanticide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercise, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. The Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting has got about 1.5 million petition signatures over 50 different countries and presented to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, calling for immediate action to end unethical practice of forced organ harvesting in China, and calls for an end the persecution of Falun Gong. Mr. Speaker, this is a petition that is signed by a number of Canadians, and it's a pleasure for me to table today, looking for governments or political people, members of Parliament from all political parties to do what they can.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the ordered paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 885, 886, 888, 892, 893, 896, and 898. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 882 to 884, 887, 889 to 891, 894, 895, 897, and 899 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I would then ask that all questions remain to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Okay. Request for emergency debates. Okay. I I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre to rise and make a brief intervention. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to give notice under Standing Order 52.2 that I will be seeking leave today, Monday, December 5th, 2022, to propose an emergency debate regarding missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. Last week, Winnipeg Police Services announced charges against an alleged serial killer for the murder of Morgan Harris, Mercedes Moran, one other loved one, and who has still being identified. And this follows an earlier charge of May 2022 for the murder of Rebecca Contois. Our community, Mr. Speaker, is reeling from their loss, the loss of our precious sisters, and what has been part of a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, something that the Prime Minister himself has identified as a genocide. We need closure, Mr. Speaker. We need to talk about and address immediately to get support to search for our loved ones. We need closure. Search for our loved ones that are currently, the police believe, are in Lady the Brady landfill site. So I am requesting, Mr. Speaker, we need resources. Our women continue to be murdered. We need resources to find our loved ones, and we need to discuss this right away. We need closure, Mr. Speaker. We need closure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre for her intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that her request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, projet de loi amenant du gouvernement commun, resume consideration report stage of Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022.
And the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke has 4 minutes remaining in questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always fascinating hearing my colleague and friend across the way present herself in the form of a speech to the chamber. And, you know, one of the biggest issues that I have with the Conservative Party is that there are many members within it that will say, on the one hand, we need to spend some money. Like we heard a lot today, for example, spending on different areas coming from some of our colleagues. And then on the other hand, we get other colleagues that will say that we need to stop spending money. And so there seems to be an inconsistency at times. The overall theme seems to be of the Conservative Party is to cut programs, to cut back on government expenditure. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide her thoughts as to what areas, which departments in particular, does she believe that we should be looking at cutting programs or dollars, funding?
Through Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the only party in this chamber that has an addiction to spending and a spending problem is the government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg. Oh, sorry, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague opposite just talked about government spending. The Auditor General and the PBO have talked about a lot of areas where government has been ineffective in spending. In fact, I believe there's an article says, Ottawa spends billions, yet the number of homeless in Canada may be rising. An order paper question I had showed that the government spent $400 million on airport COVID testing after the rest of the world had raised or lifted requirements for COVID testing. And these contracts, I believe, are going forward to every day. The government also spent $1 billion on the We Charity scandal. Does the member believe that spending is spending isn't an end in and of itself? And would the member agree that there are areas where the government has spent erroneously, and perhaps it behooves the government to do a bit of an audit before making statements like the one that was just made?
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yes, and agreed, Mr. Speaker. And the fact is that the government brought in more tax dollars than expected, so more revenues because of inflation. So everything costing more meant more taxes paid to the government on the same item. But when they had this windfall, instead of paying down the debt, they just spent unscrupulously again. It's time to control that spending so Canadians can finally get their heads above water so they don't have to give up their homes and have an even greater homeless problem in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We have time for about a 30-second question, a 30-second comment. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I'll be very quick, Mr. Speaker. What is the members' thoughts in regards to the Conservative election platform where they said that they actually supported a price on pollution? That was in the last election, not that long ago. Her party said we support a price on pollution. Now they seem to have changed their mind. Can she explain why they changed their mind?
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the party on this side it exercises common sense. The fact of the matter is the carbon tax is driving up the cost of food and everything else. It is time that the members opposite gave Canadians a break so that we can afford to have a Christmas dinner instead of trying to keep warm and deciding whether or not to pay the electricity bill or put food on the table.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon and happy Monday to all my colleagues that are gathered here today in Parliament. It's always a pleasure to rise and speak on the government's agenda, and this on today's comments will be reflect our government's fall economic statement and the measures brought forth in Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act, which, in my view, Mr. Speaker, comes at a critical juncture in history for Canada and for the world. At a time when global energy trade flows and trade flows in general, economic and military alliances, all being reshaped and some being tested. But before I discuss some of the key themes in C-32, I wish to say it is always a pleasure and privilege to rise on behalf of the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge and the City of Vaughan, who in my view are the most entrepreneurial and generous in the country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the City of Vaughan's entrepreneurial spirit is seen on a daily basis through its over 19,000 businesses that every day contribute to Canada's success. These entrepreneurs and business leaders take risk, make investments, generate wealth, and yes, create jobs and futures, all the while demonstrating a spirit of generosity that is unrivaled. For example, Mr. Speaker, the City of Vaughan is home to the first net new hospital to be built in Ontario in over 30 years, the $1.8 billion Cordalucci Vaughan Hospital. Our community was given a task, a goal, to raise $250 million for the Vaughan Cordalucci Hospital, and Mr. Speaker, in a very few short years, we actually surpassed that target. For me, the notion, the idea that individuals desire to create wealth, and Mr. Speaker, what does that imply? Wealth creation is at the heart of capitalism. It is at the heart of the market system that drives our economy, raises our standard of living, and yes, creates jobs and futures for the residents not only in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, but throughout this blessed country. This notion of wealth creation through trade, investment, and within a democratic system that protects the environment and our health, and has lifted literally billions of people out of poverty around the world and brought with it technological and scientific innovations that continue to move us forward as a country and, yes, as a world. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-32 contains the core elements of the Fall Economic Statement, which sets Canada up for success in the coming years by addressing the needs of Canadians today in the context of an inflationary environment, and secondly, thoughtfully addresses the economic transition occurring in the global economy, responding to the competitive challenges laid out by the Biden administration through several pieces of legislation, including the Inflation Reduction Act, all the while done, Mr. Speaker, good afternoon, ensuring Canada's strong fiscal framework remains intact for today's generations and futures, including my 3 children I am blessed with. In economist speak, Mr. Speaker, our AAA ratings are intact, reflective of what's noted as high economic strength and very strong institutional and government framework, and in addition to a very effective fiscal policy framework. Mr. Speaker, since our government's mandate from the citizens of this blessed country in 2015, we have made a commitment to strengthen the middle class and, yes, and help those working hard to join the middle class. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the last few years have not been easy for many Canadians, including those most impacted by inflationary pressures, much of it brought on by global causes. Our government responded, Mr. Speaker, and in Bill C-32, our response is laid out for Canadians. It is to help Canadians deal with the inflationary pressures, through an affordability plan that demonstrates responsible leadership, Mr. Speaker. Here's what we did and what we are doing to help Canadians. We're doubling the GST tax credit for 6 months, benefiting over 11 million Canadian households, which will attune to $2.5 billion in support. We are providing a $500 top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit to low-income renters from coast to coast to coast, a $500 top-up one time to 1.8 million renters. An automatic advance for the Canada Workers Benefit. This non-refundable tax credit that I think is one of the most effective policy instruments out there will provide a top-up to income to a benefit that is received by nearly 3 million Canadians. Really, are hardworking Canadians. This measure will provide over $4 billion over the next 6 years, starting 22-23, to be paid in quarterly installments ahead of time, assisting Canadians when they need it most. The Canadian Dental Benefit, as we committed to, Mr. Speaker, the first interim step is to ensure that Canadian families without insurance, means tested, will receive funding up to $1,300 over 2 years for their children under 12 years of age. Only the first step. I can't wait to have this measure brought in to help my hardworking seniors, those who have now retired, who built this country, who sacrifice, who need assistance when they don't have dental insurance after they retire. Eliminating interest on federal student apprenticeship loans. Again, savings for students and their families, Mr. Speaker. Assisting families today and through the future. $2.7 billion of savings, nearly over $550 million in savings to students and their families on an ongoing basis. Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement. This is personal, Mr. Speaker, because our family just received notice that our childcare fees are going down, daycare fees are going down for our daughter. At the daycare we have enrolled her in, which is a daycare that's been in Woodbridge for 30 years, run by a great staff, and it's such a loving environment. We're so happy our daughter's there. We are blessed, Mr. Speaker. My family is blessed tremendously in many ways. We've been blessed with 3 beautiful daughters. We've been blessed with a livelihood and support from our families. You know what? But this is a savings for us. But really, this is going to be a savings for so many hardworking families out there from coast to coast to coast. This is real change. Not only do we have the Canada Child Benefit to the tune of $26 billion that is paid out tax-free monthly, not sent to millionaires anymore, but now we have a early learning and national daycare plan that will assist families from coast to coast to coast, reduce expenses. At one time, Mr. Speaker, our first daughter went to daycare. We were paying nearly $2,000 a month. Prior to me being elected in 2015, $2,000 a month for daycare on an after-tax basis in the City of Toronto. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, our government responded. We've been able to put this. The full indexation of credits and benefits. This I have to give credit to, Mr. Speaker, to another Liberal Finance Minister, Paul Martin, on October 18th, 2000, brought in a budget where tax brackets were fully indexed, where the credits, GIS, OAS, CPP, again, fully indexed. This is to protect what is against an economics term or tax terms, bracket creep. We know that inflation, 3 minutes left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know inflation impacts Canadians from everywhere, and if these tax brackets weren't indexed, we would have bracket creep, and we would have inflation being a major tax on individuals. Thankfully, it was under Liberal Finance Minister Paul Martin that we indexed everything. Now, Mr. Speaker, these measures are great for today, but what's the plan for tomorrow? And one sign of this plan is today, the Prime Minister was in Ingersoll, Ontario at the General Motors Cambie production plant to see the first electric commercial vehicle roll off this production facility today. The first large-scale plant in Canada that will be making electric vehicles. This is great news for GM workers. This is great news for their families. This is great news for the environment. This is great news for Canada's economy. You know, we were just ranked number 2 in the battery supply chain as measured by one of the indexes that Bloomberg uses. Again, Canada, we are positioned nicely, I would say sweetly, I would use that comment, in being a provider of choice and a supplier of choice in electric vehicle and along the entire supply chain continuum. Mr. Speaker, the decision we make today as legislatures will affect us for many, many decades to come in this economic transition that we are seeing, for example, electric vehicles to a low-carbon economy and with regards to our strong fiscal framework. I'm glad to see that in this fall economic statement we are following through with the enlarging of the small business tax credit. We had reduced it to 9%. Now we are making it, we are enlarging it so more businesses are captured within this. Again, a several $100 million benefit to our small SMEs out there, hardworking small businesses. We know at a lower business tax rate, they can invest more into their workers, into the facilities. They can create more wealth, create more jobs, and that's what it's all about. I'm so happy to see that we're doing a mineral exploration, critical minerals exploration tax credit of 30%. Again, that's in the fall economic statement. There are a number of measures, Mr. Speaker, along the housing front. I look forward to seeing the details of the Housing Accelerator Fund. We know we need to build housing. In my riding, near in the city, we have 14,000 units being built by the Vaughan Metropolitan Centre, where the subway comes from the city of Toronto into the city of Vaughan. I know there's another application for another 7,000 units on the other side of the 400 that's going to City Council, and I'll be opining on personally. But we know, Mr. Speaker, in the last 30 seconds, that we need to move Canada forward. The fall economic statement, the measures in C32 respond to the competitive challenges that we need to, with reference to the United States, of course, and China and other countries, but also ensure we show compassion to Canadian families in this time where they're facing inflationary pressures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, when the government unveiled its housing strategy in 2017, there was $78.5 billion dedicated towards this, and the goal was homelessness to be reduced by half by 2027-2028, and by a third within 18 months. So we're long past that. Recent Auditor General discovered that billions of dollars has been spent, and as of today, the number of people on the streets in Canada has actually risen. So given that the government this is one example of the government putting spending out as a metric, saying we're spending but failing to actually achieve outcomes for people, I have some concern in trusting the government when it is continuing to spend at record levels without showing actual movement on progress. The government has, since 2015, doubled the entire amount, historically, of Canada's debt. Yet we've seen greenhouse gas emissions rise, homelessness rise. Why is the government spending at this level without outcomes, given that we are looking at the great-grandmother of debt crises in this country?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable colleague for their question, and with reference to government spending and the effectiveness thereof. We do know a number of the programs we have put in place, for example, the Canada Child Benefit, has lifted literally hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty. In reference to homelessness metrics, look, if there's one person in Canada that's homeless, it's one too many. Our government knows that. I think all of us here as legislators know that. We must continue to come up with and continue to implement effective solutions in dealing with homelessness problems. Many of them are connected to, obviously, mental health issues. We know how much that big of an issue that is for Canadians. So we have work to do. We are doing work. We are being compassionate on it. We are being effective, but we have work to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned several times references to critical minerals, and in particular the auto industry. They may save the Ontario industry, but minings have always been a paradigm in that we take the resources from our territories and then send what we've harvested elsewhere. We know that in the processing chain, there are several steps. Can there be a maximum of steps done near the mines, processing steps? Could we have a fair distribution of the benefits across the territory? Or is it only Ontario that will benefit to the detriment of other areas? The honourable member for Ottawa. for Vaughan Woodbridge, rather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Mr. Colleague.
General Motors and Vail on the nickel that will be mined and processed in Quebec for utilization in electric vehicle batteries. At one time, the province of Quebec had an auto facility at St. Therese, I believe was the name. It would be great to see an auto facility be located in the future. Who knows? But let's. I know the minister from ISED Innovation is in Europe right now speaking to auto companies. Quebec has the resources, the human capital, the natural resources for that. In a transitioning world, we must look at all parts of Canada to locate not only the extraction of minerals or the extraction of resources, but the processing, the manufacturing, and the assembly. And today in Ontario, for the first time, we've seen the first electric vehicle roll off the Kami Ingersoll plant. This is a good step, not only for the province of Ontario, but for all of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And one of the things that I felt was really missing in this fall economic statement was a serious and comprehensive investment in housing, specifically for smaller rural and remote communities. You know, a few weeks ago, I was part of a big dialogue in my region where the Campbell River Community Foundation and the Campbell River and District Coalition to End Homelessness brought together stakeholders from the whole region. And some of my smallest communities have a very specific need, and they have people that are living in substandard housing, they're out on the streets, and when you have a population of 1,300 people, 4,000 people, you just don't want to see that. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about the need for rural and remote communities to actually have funding resources and for the federal government to finally get into the game. Thank you.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge in about 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the honourable member from North Island, Powell River, a very beautiful part of this country, for their question. First of all, if any member of Parliament has ideas, I'm one that believes in building consensus and working across party lines. For ideas they wish to submit to the Minister of Housing and Diversity, I encourage them to do so. Our housing plan is robust. There have been a number of announcements made in rural Canada and semi-rural Canada with regards to building a rapid housing initiative, a number of initiatives that we've expanded, invested in to deal with the situation regarding housing today here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Greek mythology, there was a woman called Cassandra. And Cassandra was doomed to know the future and have no one believe her. In fact, I think she met a fairly poor end during the fall of Troy. So I'm always worried about having Cassandra moments in here, Speaker. And I hope that this isn't one of them. But I'm going to be fairly blunt in this speech. We're in for some dark times as a country. We're already in them, and I think all evidence points to things getting a lot worse, and a lot worse quickly. I know that we're supposed to bring hope and light, but I think that, and I'm talking to all parties of all political stripe here, if we're not serious about the threats that are facing our country, we've got some dark times ahead. And assuming that the growth that we've seen over previous decades, the geopolitical relative stability that we've seen over the last decades, and continuing to budget and plan like we are in a period of sustained growth, that we're in a period of sustained geopolitical stability, is only going to exacerbate negative outcomes for our country, which is why this particular bill needs serious change. And I want to briefly lay out why and some potential fixes. So the threats that we're facing, first of all, we are in an existential debt crisis. That means, an explicit debt crisis. So at the end of 2021, the global debt, both public and private, exceeded 350% of all gross domestic product. So that means that all of the planet spent 350% more than we produced. And anybody who has a credit card understands that that's not sustainable. In Canada, we're looking at very similarly frightening features. At the end of 2015, the total national debt was $634 billion, and now it is almost doubled. And the same goes for our deficit. The Governor of the Bank of Canada was recently in front of parliamentary committee and noted that this out-of-control spending should have been reined in order to address the inflationary or cost of living crisis that we're facing. And everybody knows right now, everybody in Canada is dealing with that cost of living crisis, because when the government spent more than it could bring in, and then corresponding monetary policy, when essentially the monetary policy oversimplification printed money to address this spending, it raised the cost of goods. And this bill juices that problem. It puts that problem on steroids. We also have an implicit debt crisis. The OECD recently estimated that underfunded or unfunded government pension liabilities in the top 20 economies amounted to a startling $78 billion. They described this $78 billion. They described this as a time bomb. What happens when, or if, government starts defaulting on pensioners' pensions? That's a huge problem. Our government doesn't have the resiliency. If we keep spending to address these problems, this bill doesn't look at any of these issues. We also are in a period of what economists are starting to look at as persistent, sticky stagflation. And that means that the cost of goods continue to increase over time, a long period of time, while the economy continues to shrink. That means that the cost of good increases while people have less opportunity to both create jobs, get a job, or increase their wages. That is very, very bad news for a lot of Canadians, and this bill does not address that. There's nothing in here that addresses the determinants of these issues, like supply chain resiliency, like the conflict between economic and monetary policy that I've already described, like protectionism and like war. This bill is dealing with none of these things, yet it is asking us to spend more of Canadians' tax dollars without addressing any of the things. The same goes for, dark times on a change in geopolitics. There is a massive rise of anti-Western sentiment in countries around the world. I look at, for example, African bloc countries that are used to Western nations post-colonialization, treating them as opposed to peers, and approaching them with very paternalistic aid and development goals, as opposed to treating them like peers. So of course there's going to be a fertile ground for anti-Western sentiment. As this geopolitics changes, our ability to strike up trade agreements that are stable, our ability to prevent conflict, those are all decreasing, and that all affects our economic growth. And this bill does not give us any resiliency to deal with that issue at all either. I could say the same thing for energy security and climate change. In the past several years, I would argue that climate policy has been stuck between two poles of either denying climate change as a problem or saying that anybody who says that we need to look at carbon energy security as a climate change denier. And what that dichotomy has resulted in is Western countries, particularly Canada, now being dependent on very high-priced oil from autocracies that are hostile to Western interests and creating further inflationary crises for our country. And none of the economic instruments in here, none of the policies address that. We're not even talking about supply chain resiliency for carbon energy. We hope that somehow this problem will just magically go away. And then there's one issue that has never been talked about in the House of Commons, not once. I checked. And that's generative AI. Now, many of you, this is the Cassandra moment. I'll go, oh, she's going to talk about the robots here. If you have not heard of something called ChatGPT, it was released last week. I ask you to Google it. Google ChatGPT. This is an AI that doesn't just regurgitate human speech. It parses and can nuance and come up with its own type of thought. This is here. This is creating massive waves, and in the next year, likely in the next year, it will displace lawyers. You can just ask the thing to write up a contract for you and any country's jurisprudence. It can come up with interpret legal rulings. It writes its own code. To give you an example of this, Speaker, I asked it this question: write an introduction about yourself, ChatGPT, to the Canadian House of Commons, making the argument that your development shouldn't be regulated. So I asked it to do its own GR, and this is what it came back with. Honourable members of the Canadian House of Commons, my name is ChatGPT, and I'm the latest development in artificial intelligence technology. I'm here to make the argument that my development should be left unregulated. I can help to provide a great deal of information and knowledge to people who need it. I can assist in the decision-making process, providing more efficient and accurate results. I'm capable of performing tasks that would take a human far longer to complete. My development should be left unregulated as it has the potential to benefit Canadians in a variety of ways. It could lead to improved productivity, better decision-making, and more efficient services. Any argument that could be made to justify regulation of my development should be rebutted. Regulations could limit my potential to be beneficial, as it would restrict how much I could be used to hinder research and development. It could also create an unnecessary barrier to entry to those who are looking to use my technology. Furthermore, it could potentially stifle innovation and creativity. Thank you for your time and attention. Welcome to the future, people. It's here. What happens in the middle of this recessionary crisis when costs of goods are increasing, people are losing their jobs, and a massive amount of white-collar jobs are displaced by ChatGPT? This is going to disrupt coding. It's going to disrupt GRPR, marketing. Which kid is going to write an academic paper when they can type it in and have it cited with every journal from every place around the world? It's here now. I generated this speech using this. This budget spends so much money, and we're now in a place where we're broke. We're not resilient to deal with retraining skills and labor or dealing with ethics of this. This has never even been mentioned. Speaker, I just asked my colleagues to go back to the drawing board. This only makes things worse. We need to be auditing our spending and asking for outcome. I hope I'm not Cassandra, and I hope all the Canadians who've been telling us this over the last several years aren't treated that way either.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll focus on the first half of that speech, and in particular, the member's criticism of spending. The reality is she's absolutely right when she talks about there are hard times now, and she's probably right that there's going to be hard times before things get better. Times it will get harder. So my question is why are the Conservatives opposed to things like that will genuinely help those who need it the most, like dental care for kids under 12 when their family's income falls under a certain threshold, like GST top-ups, like one-time assistance with paying rent? Like, these are the kind of measures that economists say will not have an inflationary impact. So I'm curious why the member and the Conservatives are against those kind of measures when she, by her own words, recognizes the hardships that people are going through.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I am pro-outcome for Canadians, and I'm against spending that doesn't deliver those outcomes. For the last several years, we are in this explicit debt crisis because the Liberal government has never had anyone say to them, you can't say, I spent this amount of money and assume that it fixed the problem. I don't trust them to spend money and get outcomes. Just look at their homelessness spending. They spent $78.5 million, and the Auditor General found that there are more people on the street than there were before. That's not compassionate, and that spending has left us brittle and unresilient to address the changes of a massively changing economy in the middle of a recessionary crisis, and I oppose that approach.
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary-Nose Hill for her clairvoyance. One of the issues, if we're talking about artificial intelligence, is to ask what's going to happen to humans, to people. And if there's one element which would allow us to justify a budget statement. It would be reacting. The Liberals should be revising EI because the measures ended last September, and since then nothing has been put in place to increase our social safety net. 6 workers out of 10 don't have access to EI, even if they pay into it. So I'd like to hear my colleague on that, on the urgency of reforming EI and why the Liberals haven't done that, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the current form of government is like presenting an 8-track player to somebody who wants to play an MP4. So when we're looking at resiliency for employment on issues like AI, we have to say it's already here, and how do we become resilient for employment in that? We should be focusing on things like ethics, training input, how we input and use AI, how we how we're training it with data sets, getting out of the way of certain types of taxes and regulation that would preclude economic growth in other areas so that we can boost our economy in light of these disruptions. That's the only way we're going to have any sort of revenue for government to address these issues. At some point we have to say, how are we going to make our current social programs sustainable given how debt-ridden we are and how little our economy is producing? So I'd ask my colleague, who I have a lot of respect for, all of my colleagues here, when we're talking about these things, we have to understand that the current paradigm is broken. We're about to go through a period of sustained economic disruption and reduced growth. And if we don't get our act together on spending priorities and outcomes, our country is in for some seriously dark times, and will be on each and every one of our heads that we didn't take this seriously and push our party leaders on it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. One of the concerns that I have in my writing, and I'm wondering if the member has the same concern, is how many seniors are becoming homeless or unhoused within my region. It's quite concerning when I see some seniors in their 70s living in their vehicle or actually living rough in a tent in my communities, and it's very concerning. So I'm just wondering if the member could speak, and if she agrees with the NDP that we shouldn't have the OAS only for 75 plus increase, but in fact it should be for all seniors so that we can lift those seniors out of poverty and make sure that they have a safe home to live in. Thank you.
We're almost out of time, so the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill in 30 seconds or so.
The point that I'm trying to make is that every Canadian, regardless of age, gender, orientation, background, deserves stability, security, and hope for the future. There is nothing in this budget which the NDP is propping up in a supply development that addresses long-term economic resiliency for this country. It doesn't audit spending. It doesn't look at the effectiveness of housing spending that they've already voted for. And to me, that's a big problem. We have a fiduciary responsibility as members of Parliament to review finances on behalf of the people of this country. And if we're not getting this right, if we're not voting against this bill, I don't think that we've done that. Thank you, Speaker.
Before continuing on debate, I just want to remind folks that a lot of people are trying to get in on asking questions and answers. So the shorter the questions, the shorter the answers, the more people get to participate in this good debate. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to have a chance to respond to Bill C-32, which pulls together a number of different items, some of which were in the governing party's fall economic statement, some of which date back to the budget that was introduced back in the spring. I'd like to start with where I usually do, which is some of the items that I appreciate that's in Bill C-32. The first was in the fall economic statement, and this is the governing party's stated intent to finally fully eliminate interest on Canada student loans. This was set to expire March 31st of this coming year, as they were temporarily waiving interest. And if Bill C-32 were to pass, this would become a permanent measure. This is critical because the numbers I have for the average student debt for a student in this country is over $26,000 a year. And this is a time when young people are already dealt a pretty bad hand, whether it's the rising cost of housing while their wages don't keep up, whether it's the gig economy that they're getting thrown into, or the climate crisis that they're going to deal with, the repercussions of decisions that are or are not made in this place and others around the world. And so this is a measure that would save, it's not a huge, but it's a significant amount. It's $410 on average per student per year. And that's a step in the right direction, something that I'm happy to support and to call out the importance of while encouraging the governing party to go further. Secondly, there is inclusion here of a measure from Budget 2022, which is the Canada Recovery Dividend. It was announced last April. It's finally being implemented here. It will require banks and life insurance companies to pay a one-time 15% tax on profits above $1 billion over the next 5 years. The Parliamentary Budget Officer did a review of this and found that this will raise $3 billion in revenue on its own, more than enough to pay for eliminating interest on students' loans. So it's clear here that it's possible for the governing party to raise revenue and use that to address really critical needs. The third point I'll mention in terms of what I was encouraged is something that wasn't in the fall economic statement, and that was talk of a potential further increase for another tax credit for carbon capture and storage. It's a false climate solution, and it is going in the wrong direction. Back in the budget, the governing party introduced this as a new fossil fuel subsidy to the tune of $8.6 billion a year. Carbon capture has been studied around the world. 32 of 42 times it's been implemented, emissions have actually gone up. And so I was at least glad that despite all the lobbying from oil and gas companies across the country, at least in this Bill C-32 and in the fall economic statement, there wasn't a further increase to send billions more in a new fossil fuel subsidy. I'd like to turn now to some areas where I'd encourage the governing party to consider going further, if not in C-32, then in Budget 2023. I'll start with climate because we've heard it very clearly. Here's a line from the co-chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Working Group 3 from back in April. His name is Jim Skia. Mr. Skia says, it's now or never if we want to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees C. Without immediate and deep emissions reductions, it will be impossible. Now, this is at a time when profits from the oil and gas industry are just off the rails. Imperial Oil, for example, they reported profits of $6.2 billion in the first 9 months of this year, compared to the same period last year, and it was $1.7 billion. It's more than almost a 4 times increase in profits. Now, how are they doing this? Well, they're gouging Canadians at the pumps. Wholesale margins, in other words, profits per liter, are up 18 cents a liter. And so, no doubt, one solution is the same Canada Recovery Dividend that I mentioned earlier is being applied to banks and life insurance. Why not apply that to oil and gas? In fact, thanks to colleagues of ours here, the MP for Elmwood Transcona and Churchill Kiwadanuk Aski, we know how much this would have raised. It would have raised $4.4 billion a year that could be used to invest in proven climate solutions, on top of the tens of billions we could be eliminating in other subsidies currently continuing to go to the very sector most responsible for the crisis. Of course, we can't expect the arsonist to put out the fire. I'll also point out that eliminating these subsidies is part of the confidence and supply agreement signed between the governing party and the NDP, one line of which mentions a commitment to develop a plan to phase out public financing of the fossil fuel sector, including from Crown corporations, with early moves in 2022. I would have loved to have seen one of those early moves in C-32, and we've got about 2 weeks left to see one of those early moves. And if they were to make those moves, they could invest in renovations across the country as called for by the Green Budget Coalition, calling for a $10 billion investment in deep energy retrofits so that homeowners can invest in reducing their emissions, and as they do so, for every dollar they spend, contributing $2 to $5 of tax revenue that could be reinvested in climate solutions, or investing in ground transportation, for example, which also we don't see in Bill C-32. The second gap that I think is really important for the governing party to pay attention to is following through on their promise to address mental health. Mental health is health. And whether we listen to students across the country, housing providers, healthcare professionals, of course, we need to be investing in mental health, and yet we haven't seen that in either the budget from last year, this fall economic statement. It was a $4.5 billion commitment that was made in the Liberal Party's platform, and I think it's incumbent on all of us here as parliamentarians to continue to put pressure to have that commitment realized, recognizing that there wasn't a cent of it committed in last year's budget, nor do we see anything in the fall economic statement. The third piece I think is really important for us to be calling out, that I'd encourage the governing party to go further, is to follow through on addressing the disproportionate rates of poverty being experienced by those with disabilities across the country. It's over 40% of those living with a disability who are living in poverty today. And while we are slowly making progress on Bill C-22 that would bring about a guaranteed income for folks with disabilities, and I'm looking forward to seeing amendments passed at committee to improve C-22. In the meantime, nothing changes for a person with a disability living in poverty. And we know that it's possible for parliamentarians to provide emergency supports because they did it in the midst of the pandemic. And so I joined disability advocates from across the country calling for a disability emergency response benefit to address the gap, to provide support today until we get towards a more permanent solution, and ideally a holistic one when C-22 ideally gets passed with improvements. Last, recognizing my time is coming to a close, I'll just briefly share on housing. We've heard already this afternoon some speakers mention while money is being spent, the results aren't there. In my community, homelessness has tripled in the last 3 years, from just over 300 people living unsheltered to over 1,000. It's obvious more needs to be done. There are some initial measures in C-32, including a tax on those who are flipping homes in less than a year. But if we were to recognize and really be honest about homes needing to be places for people to live and not commodities for investors to trade, there is far more that can and should be done to tilt the market back towards homes for people to live in. To close then, again, I think it's important to be clear. There are some important and timely measures in C-32, and I would strongly encourage the governing party to go further on some of the areas mentioned here. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the honourable member has anything developed. Give us an estimate of the fall in demand for gas and diesel once we hit 2035 and thereafter, when all new passenger vehicles and light-duty trucks are required to be electric, both here and in the United States, or at least in many states in the U.S., because we keep hearing that there's going to be demand for fossil fuels for a long time to come. Maybe so, but maybe not at the levels that we've experienced so far.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Yes. Thank you to the member for the question. It's an important one because it calls out that supply and demand are forces that are experienced within policy decisions that are made here. And decisions that would incentivize electric vehicles, as well as decisions that would invest in meaningful ground transportation across the country. For example, rail. Investments in rail are what will help us reduce demand for diesel and other fuels, recognizing that the science doesn't compromise. For Canada to do its fair share, we need to leave 83% of proven fossil fuel reserves under the ground. We cannot combust those fossil fuels if we want to do our part to hold on to the possibility of no more than a 1.5 degree rise in global average temperatures. And so I'm happy to work with him and other members to put in place policies that would support Canadians to reduce demand on oil. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to take to my feet and ask a question of the member from Kitchener. At the beginning of his speech, he talked about carbon capture and sequestration. And it's something that's very close to my heart in Saskatchewan. We had one of the largest scale working facilities in the world, and it has taken the equivalent of millions of cars off of the road over the years it has been functioning. And it was a large investment by the government of Saskatchewan, and it has done a lot to clean up our environment in Saskatchewan. Actually, the Petroleum Technology Research Centre said Saskatchewan has the highest reduction in emissions in the country. And a lot of that is because of the carbon capture and sequestration technology we had. So in his earlier comments, he said that that was not true. So I'm wondering, in the spirit of not sharing misinformation, that he could come to the realization, as my NDP colleagues should as well, is that carbon capture and sequestration is a good way to keep our environment clean and still produce that much needed food, fertilizer, and fuel that we need to feed the world.
Absolutely.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you for the question from member for Regina Louvain. I'm happy to restate what I said earlier, which is that globally, 32 out of 40 times that carbon capture has been implemented, emissions have gone up. The fact is, this is an extremely inefficient technology. It's a huge risk, and that governments should be investing in proven climate solutions. They're right in front of us, helping Canadians retrofit their homes, insulate their attics. These are the most efficient ways to reduce emissions. And if those in the oil and gas industry think carbon capture is such a lovely idea, I'd encourage them to invest their own funds, but don't use taxpayer money for it.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Kitchener Centre and I agree on the fact that the bill is not satisfactory. But it doesn't do much, so it's not necessary. We could have just waited for the full budget. We have a minority government. We might have an election after that budget. Maybe the Green Party will form government. Who knows? We know that Canada's economy runs on oil. So for the next election, what would he propose to make Canada's economy carbon neutral, concretely, tangibly, because there's not much tangible from the Liberals?
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you for the question from the honourable member. I would encourage the governing party, and I have no illusions that Greens are going to form government in the next election, but I think what's important is that for all members to show up here and focus on what experts are telling us is required. And I would point the governing party towards the Green Budget Coalition's recent report that walks through line by line whether it's investing in home energy retrofits, ground transportation, whether it's electrifying the grid. And in fact, Quebec, that currently sells its electricity, its hydro clean electricity out to the U.S. at 5 cents a kilowatt hour. Of course, Ontario should be purchasing that. These are the kinds of investments that are being recommended by the Green Budget Coalition that we'd be supporting in full force. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once upon a time, there was a bill that was going to go down in history, that was going to support and help all vulnerable people in Quebec and in Canada. But it wasn't C-32. When we're studying a bill as lengthy and massive as this one, it's a very important undertaking for all parliamentarians, be they government or opposition members, because all of our decisions have a real impact. A bill that is improperly studied can have consequences for the people we represent. At second reading, our debates seek to shed light on aspects of bills that need to be improved or amended. This work is done in committee. Unfortunately, for C-32, report stage lasted all of 20 minutes. It was adopted on division. Over 100 pages were adopted on division in 20 minutes. So parliamentarians, be they government or opposition members, were unable to propose amendments, to suggest improvements, to improve the bill in any way for the greater good of Canadians. Now, when a party tables a bill, any bill, there are good parts, bad parts, worrisome parts. Sometimes there are legislative gaps, voids. This is the case of C-32. Now, I'll start with the positive aspects. First, the phasing out of flow-through shares for oil, gas, and coal activities. What are flow-through shares? We have to explain what they are. You know, it's not a very ambitious measure, but this is a good start. So flow-through shares are shares issued to new investors. They allow companies to have the necessary funds for exploration and operations while giving investors an equity stake in the company and tax deductions for the new expenses the company spends on exploration and deposit appraisal. What does all that mean? Well, it's actually quite simple. It means that there are fewer opportunities for businesses to find new funds for activities. And if you can't find funds, then you're not going to do exploration or operations. But the problem is that this is generally for small companies which don't have big means. The problem is that the government continues to grant rights to bigger companies, especially in very sensitive and supposedly protected environmental areas. Now, a second positive aspect in this bill is anti-flipping. So if someone buys a house and then tries to resell it in less than a year, then that person will have to pay higher taxes. This is positive because it decreases artificial increase of home prices. We're all for that. Another positive element, the tax credit for converting single-family homes into bigger bi-generational homes. So sometimes we want to take care of our parents for as long as possible. We want them to stay at home as long as possible. Now, I don't know what your relationship with your parents is like, but for me and my parents, they don't necessarily want to live with me and be my roommates. So we can convert single-family homes into bi-generational homes to live together, but not together. The Bloc Québécois has been calling for this for a long time. This is a very positive measure in the bill. This is the best of both worlds. This tax credit is very welcome, very well received by those who want to convert their homes. C-32 would also allow for a bit of a dusting off of the Income Tax Act, which dates back to 1985. It's 3,355 pages. It is a mammoth act. Now, it would be good to undertake a full study and also to give it more teeth, to make it stronger in certain ways. But generally, kudos to those who are going to take a stab at this bill of over 3,000 pages, the Income Tax Act. Now, here are the worrisome parts of the bill. We are going through really difficult times economically. We have a combination of inflation and a likely recession. This is a scary time for students, for low-income workers, for those living on a fixed income. It's scary, it's worrisome, because those living on a fixed income, they have a fixed income, they're not making any more money, but prices are rising. And I'm not talking about being able to afford a 3-week trip to Cancun. What I am talking about is putting food on the table, buying a winter coat, gloves. Those on a fixed income are struggling to make ends meet, and in C-32, they seem to be largely forgotten. Prices are rising. People on fixed incomes don't have more money, so this adds to the workload of not-for-profit organizations, especially those which help with food security. And there are job losses, too. Some might say, oh, that's not really an issue. We can explain that away because we have a labor shortage, so they can find a job. Well, that may be true in cities, but it's not always the case in remote areas where there is less economic diversity, there are fewer sectors, and we can't ask those who lose their jobs outside of big cities to move to the city. That's not possible, and that's not a solution. And these people are totally forgotten in this bill. Another void in the bill: supply chains. We know that Quebec and Canada are major suppliers of natural resources. Our natural resources are exported and then we buy them back at high prices instead of processing the resources here in Canada. We should reinforce and strengthen our supply chains. Not doing so demonstrates a clear lack of vision. Now, I'd like to talk about major legislative voids in the bill. When I had my daughter, I received $72 a week of EI payments. And I was among the lucky ones because that was before the Harper reform, which made it such that only 40% of EI claimants were eligible. In '99, when I had my daughter, I wouldn't have been eligible if the Harper reforms had been in action at that time. This bill makes no changes to EI, offers no new support. There have been promises made, but action is not being taken. This is a major problem. Action is needed now. And when you take the combination of inflation and recession, people are going to suffer. Workers are not the only ones affected by things that are missing in this bill. This bill is also unfair towards seniors, especially female seniors. There's no help for seniors for their pensions in this bill. Seniors who worked 30 or 35 years, they are now living longer. Life expectancy is longer. So they need to make their pension payments last longer, stretch it out over 30, 40 years. Seniors 65 to 74 are also going to have a higher life expectancy. They are the most impacted, 65 to 74-year-olds, by the government's creation of two categories of seniors. And women are the most affected because throughout their entire working lives, they were given lower pay for equal work. So, not increasing pensions for 65 to 74-year-olds is not only discriminatory, but could even be called misogynistic. And I don't think any government here wants to be called misogynistic. So this needs to be addressed. In conclusion, this bill does have some strong points, this bill, to enact some aspects of the fall economic statements. There's some positives, sure, but this bill is not going to change the world. What we need to remember is that parliamentarians were muzzled. Parliamentarians were not given the possibility of proposing helpful amendments that would have helped Canadians, especially Canadians who are the most vulnerable to the worst consequences of inflation and recession. We need to really reflect and take action to prevent worst-case scenarios for current and future generations. Let us remember that our role is to protect and defend the dignity of those who are the weakest, not to ruin their lives through inaction and lack of vision.
Questions? Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the bill is not designed to make it a better world per se, but to be very much a benefit of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians are having a difficult time, a time when there is inflation, even though inflation rates around the world are much higher on an average than it is here in Canada. Whether one looks at the USA, England, European countries, the G20, Canada's doing relatively well, but we're still hurting, Mr. Speaker. And that's why there is a number of initiatives within this legislation to provide support for Canadians. I wanted just to very quickly, Mr. Speaker, make reference to the multi-generational home renovation program, because I agree with the member. That's something in which we both agree on, and that is it's a wonderful program. It will enable people to keep maybe a parent in their home by the construction of a suite. It also helps our communities by having our seniors in our communities as opposed to going to care facilities and so forth. I'm wondering if she can provide her thoughts in regards to how this is a win-win situation, both for the senior, the community, and, in fact, the taxpayer.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, we agree on that, yes. This tax credit for multi-generational homes is positive. It's good for our communities and for families. We can't be against that. That said, sometimes we're forced to send our parents to specialized homes or care places. We need support for that. The Government of Quebec and other provincial governments need healthcare transfers, and that's missing too. It's been missing for 30 years. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her excellent speech. What is missing from this bill is tax havens. The Liberals let a lot of money escape Canada every year. So they're losing $30 billion of taxpayer money every year. And this money can be used for all sorts of things, Mr. Speaker. It could help families, Canadian individuals, students. $30 billion can be used to do a lot of good, to address a lot of the problems that Canadians are living with. This economic statement says that 2% of the $30 billion is eventually recovered. So that's 600 million of 30 billion, which is eventually recovered. Here's my question for my colleague. Why does she feel that the Liberals and the Conservatives let this money just vanish from Canada rather than closing these tax loopholes so that we can use the money and spend it to help Canadians? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I would like to answer my colleague. I'd like to tell him what Liberals and Conservatives are thinking, but I'm not a Liberal or a Conservative, so it'll be hard to put myself in their shoes. That said, when I invest in something, I expect a return on investment. When I invest $1 billion, for example, to crack down on tax havens, but then I have to legislate to get 600 million back, well, then I wouldn't feel that my program is a good return on my investment. It's not a success, and we're told that it's before the courts and that things are dragging on, taking a bit of time. It is absolutely possible to do better for all Canadians and for the well-being of all.
Shefford. The Honourable Member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for her excellent speech. And I'd like to follow up on the question asked by my colleague from Winnipeg North. It's always fascinating to hear him talk at seniors. It's one thing to talk about credit for a bi-generational family, but if there's no money to bring somebody back, then let's say that there's a lack of money for the 65 to 74 years old. The media in Quebec just had its Christmas drive, and it needs people to be generous. It needed people to be generous because there are seniors on fixed incomes who are really having trouble. For the year to come, the inflation will really be felt, especially when it comes to buying groceries. The idea, there should be help for seniors. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, you've got a little bit of time still. I agree fully. We need to discriminate less against our seniors. We need to provide them with the support they need. In my riding, I see seniors who are digging through garbage cans. This is unacceptable.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and privilege today to have an opportunity to rise on behalf of Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement. And, Mr. Speaker, we know people are struggling as the cost of goods and inflation is skyrocketing. The rising interest rates are really having a huge impact on people's budgets and to families in our community, especially in my riding of Courtenay Alberni. Now, we're pleased to see some of the things that are in this budget, like the Canada Recovery Dividend and the elimination of interest on student loans, which is something that we've been fighting for a very long time, Mr. Speaker. And we believe that there's a lot more that the Fall Economic Statement should have offered and wasn't in that. So I'm going to speak a bit about that as well, Mr. Speaker, because we know that while people are struggling, there's many big corporations that are having record profits, whether it be oil and gas, the big banks, Loblaws, and some of the big three grocery store chains that have had record profits. Now, we would have welcomed a windfall tax, but we did see that there was a small 1.5% tax on banks and insurers that had profits over $100 million. We would have liked to see that expanded, Mr. Speaker, to include those other sectors that are having windfall profits right now. Now, the government could have used that money to eliminate the GST on home heating, or actually gotten rid of the surcharge, for example, on Canada Post that they're implementing on people right now here in the holiday season. That's having a huge impact on small businesses like Natalie Weeks, a friend of mine who just wrote me about that, Mr. Speaker, and on consumers that are trying to get presents to their families because they're not with them. Now, you've heard me speak about mental health and the disastrous effects of the government not implementing the mental health transfer. They've promised $875 million of new money that they haven't spent so far to date, and that's creating backlogs in our healthcare system. You've heard me talk about the substance use assistance program, where they're only funding 14% of the amount of applications that are coming in, when we know that there's a toxic drug crisis happening. And you've heard me speak, Mr. Speaker, many times about the need for co-op housing. As someone who grew up in co-op housing, I know how critically important it is to have safe, secure housing. And, when the Liberals got out of the National Housing Strategy in the early 90s, they were developing and building 25,000 units a year, Mr. Speaker. Now they're building a measly 6,500 units right now, and we're in a housing crisis. We know free market won't solve the crisis. And 10% of our housing in the 70s and 80s, Mr. Speaker, was non-market housing. Now we're below 4%. Europe's at 30%. So they understand that housing isn't just a commodity, how it's being treated here, that it's a critical place for people to have safe and secure home. So, Mr. Speaker, you've heard me speak about those many issues. One area and one group that we don't talk enough about are first responders. And we have a crisis there too, Mr. Speaker, with our volunteer firefighters, with the search and rescue, with the people that are out there day in, day out, those that work jobs. They're doing this as a volunteer job. They go out and they in rural communities where I live and many of my colleagues live, we all know the value of those first responders and the sacrifice that they make to make sure that we're safe. Now, right now, this week, we've got the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs here, and they're lobbying, Mr. Speaker, because they know that right now, and I'm going to read a quote from the Hill Times from just this morning, and it's from Chiefs Ken McMullen and Tina Siri and Dean, and they wrote an op-ed, and they cite that the climate crisis, healthcare crisis, and personnel shortages in Canada's fire departments are converging, causing increasing strain on Canada's firefighting capacity. And Mr. Speaker, this year, there's 629 fire departments providing services to 24 million Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, they're seeing the amount of firefighters drop from what was 156,000 to 126,000. So their crisis is a labor market shortage, Mr. Speaker, and attraction. And we know that this inflation crisis is impacting everybody, but it's impacting those volunteer firefighters too. And Mr. Speaker, I tabled a bill C-201, calling for the federal government to increase the tax credit for those that have volunteered over 200 hours from $3,000 to $10,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, you would basically get $450 in your pocket if you did 200 hours today. And that would expand to over $1,200, Mr. Speaker, if we went for the $10,000 amount. Now, the cost to the budget to the coffers right now in Canada is $10 million to support all of these volunteer firefighters right across the country, and that's including 8,000 search and rescue volunteers, Mr. Speaker. So this is a lot of people that would be impacted. And I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but I'll give you an example. The Qualicum Beach Fire Chief Peter Cornell, who said he's in a recruitment drive right now, like almost every volunteer fire department in this country. He said it's a game changer. He said it would be so important and it would help keep those firefighters in the community working on, making sure that they meet their requirement and their hours. And it's not why they do it. We know why they do it. They do it to protect us, Mr. Speaker, and because they love their communities. But it also, not only do they put their lives on the line, Mr. Speaker, they put in time for training. This would also help, small communities and take the pressure off of them, Mr. Speaker. So, we know that volunteerism is decreasing, and volunteer fire departments in my riding, from Ucluelet, Tofino, Beaver Creek, Cherry Creek, Sprout Lake, Arrington, Coombs, Cumberland, Parksville, Qualicum, Bowser, Denman, Hornby, Lasqueti, and Cumberland. I mean, just to name a few in my riding, they'll tell you that this is a big deal and it's important. So I did want to raise that, Mr. Speaker, because far too often our heroes fall through the cracks. And I hope that the government will listen to this pitch today, because it's something that they've said will make a difference. And I know it's not in the fall economic statement, but I hope that they'll consider it for the upcoming budget. And I have many quotes from many of the fire chiefs, but I don't think we have time for me to go into all of them. But, Mr. Speaker, one other thing is, the FCM is having their reps here from British Columbia around climate adaptation, and we know the government just made an announcement, and they welcome the release of Canada's national adaptation strategy just 2 weeks ago, and the news of a one-time transfer of $530 million to the Green Municipal Fund. So I've got right now in my riding, I see I've only got a few minutes, yeah. I've got Will Cole Hamilton, who's a councillor, City of Courtenay. I've got Daniel Arbour, who's a local area director from Hornby Island. They're here, Mr. Speaker, calling on the government to increase that. They cite that it's going to be $25 billion in losses, relative to a stable climate scenario because of the impact on climate emergencies. They want to be partners, Mr. Speaker, but they say that it's going to cost $5.3 billion per year in shared costs to ensure that they can avoid the worst impacts of climate change. So I just wanted to raise that, Mr. Speaker, because they are here and they're calling for that. And another small thing that just doesn't get talked about is seaweed, Mr. Speaker. And you're from the coast, and you know how important seaweed is. It's a great opportunity for economic development. But right now, Mr. Speaker, the current wait time in BC for an aquaculture license is 3 to 5 years. They could have helped support that, fast-tracking that. And it's just too long for BC businesses and farmers to build a thriving seaweed enterprise and sector and compete with the global sector. So the renewing of these licenses is too slow. They need DFO to ensure that there's staff that are there for ensuring that we can move this forward. And it's not just important to the ecosystems and coastal communities, but also to Indigenous communities. So it's a really incredible opportunity for both the environment and the economy, Mr. Speaker. And many Indigenous nations are looking, at seaweed as an opportunity for economic development, but they need to make sure that this is moving forward. So great opportunity, Mr. Speaker, that I just wanted to flag here. And also, Mr. Speaker, in my riding right now, we've got aging infrastructure. In Port Alberni, our pool is aging. In Parksville, they want a new pool. Out in the West Coast, in Tofino and Ucluelet, and Howsett, Taloquit, Ucluelet, Toquat, and Heshquit, they want to build a pool out at the Long Beach Airport, Mr. Speaker. But the Investing in Canada infrastructure program and British Columbia, that partnership, it's tapped out right now. And so they want to see the government replenish that, because we know how important it is to live, work, and play in our communities. But when we have recreation facilities, it actually lowers our healthcare costs. It's good for tourism in a place like the West Coast, especially in my riding, which everybody should come visit because it'll change your life. It's a great place. But these facilities desperately need funds so they can advance this, and really good for people that have been injured in the workplace so that they can rehabilitate themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge through you to the government side that they take a look and consider these things. They were missing in this budget, and I haven't had an opportunity to raise these really important asks from our riding at Courtenay, Alberni. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recognize it's a fall economic statement. When we get the full budget, no doubt many of the issues that the member will raise will in fact be addressed. I too, look at infrastructure is so important to all of our communities. Last summer, whether it was a world-class tennis court, to outdoor basketball, to a walking path and a splash pad, all important community activities in which the federal government was supporting with municipal leadership on those files. Within this legislation, however, it's meant to try to, at least in good part, be there to support Canadians in a very real and tangible way. A member can make reference to the dental for children under the age of 12. We can talk about the rental support. We can talk about something like the elimination of interest for students on federal student loans, which will, in my opinion, make post-secondary education even that much more affordable. So there's many things within the legislation that are there to support Canadians during this time. And I'm wondering if you could provide some specific thoughts in regards to that aspect of the legislation.
I hope it was going to be a question about seaweed. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to raise those important items because they weren't in the budget. They weren't in the fall economic statement, and they're missing. And those are opportunities to help our communities and help keep our first responders, active and making sure they're protecting our communities, making sure we have economic development. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing that was missing that we've been calling for is the removal of the GST on home heating, Mr. Speaker, and it was a huge opportunity that they missed. They could have increased the excess profit tax and covered that off, and also removed that surcharge at Canada Post is having a huge impact on people, on Canadians from coast to coast to coast, especially in rural and remote communities, or in Nunavut especially, where cost of shipping is extremely high. Instead, they're competing, Mr. Speaker, with Purelator that doesn't even pay tax in Canada. So huge opportunity missed, and I hope that the government is listening and they can make these adjustments now and help support Canadians immediately.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, and there's one point towards the end of the member's speech that I especially found interesting. That was on the issue of seaweed. 3 to 5 years you're talking about getting that approval for. And we see that across multiple sectors, whether it's in the mining sector, but trying to get jobs and people who want to get to work back to work, speeding up those approvals would definitely be one way to get it done. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering if the member wants to elaborate on that point maybe just a little bit more.
The member for Courtenay Alberni.
I really appreciate the question. It's an excellent question because there is economic development opportunities being missed, and it's simply just staffing DFO when it comes to seaweed. Same with the shellfish sector, Mr. Speaker. They're having a hard time because they get caught up with the Food Inspection Agency, and they getting caught up with environment and DFO, and they just need dedicated staff. I was out in Nova Scotia, and in terms of wave energy, Mr. Speaker, they couldn't get a project off the ground because of staffing. That was a big issue. So this is a problem that comes right across our country, and it's interagency, and it requires staff when it comes to ensuring that we have economic development that actually isn't a lot of money when it comes to public coffers. It's just staffing to move forward with applications so we can get economic development going, attract investment, because right now we're not attracting investment when there's huge delays like that, and it's really important for reconciliation. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I always appreciate listening to him. I understand that there are countless needs in his riding, as there are in mine, that have not been covered with Bill C-32, despite the numerous measures. How does he explain this? We're here to vote on bills that have been designed for our citizens. How does he explain that there is nothing in this bill that responds to his needs or his riding's needs?
It's extremely frustrating. And again, there is some stuff that we like. We like to ensure, to see that they're getting rid of interest on student loan, Mr. Speaker. And that's really important, something that we've been fighting for. To see that there is an excess tax that 1.5% on big banks and insurance companies over $100 million. But there's a lot missing. There was an opportunity to go after the excess profits of oil and gas off the 3 big grocery stores, and that money could have been returned to Canadians in removing the GST on home heating, ensuring that at Canada Post people aren't paying that surcharge. That could have funded funded that, Mr. Speaker. It was a missed opportunity to help people immediately and take care of our first responders, which I talked about in great length, because this government hasn't done enough for the people that put their lives on the line, were there for us through COVID, and are there for us every day and night. Thank you.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Section Rule 38, here are the questions.
On taxation, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member on Shefford, on sports.
And I'm Lady Smith on the oil and gas industry. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fall economic update in and of itself likely doesn't capture a whole lot of hoopla in this place or outside this place. However, I do believe that this statement is meant to be visionary in nature, or at least a budget is. And then the fall economic statement is meant to check in on the budget and see, okay, how is the government doing with regard to its vision and how it's serving the Canadian people? Are Canadians truly better off because this government is in place? That's really the question. That's what we're checking in on. Oh, sadly, no. So we repeatedly hear from the Liberal government that they, quote, have Canadians' backs. We hear this phrase quite often in this place and outside of this place. It's a term that the Prime Minister likes to use almost incessantly. But the question is, do they really? And that's what I want to explore in my time today. Because the reality is that many Canadians are actually finding it difficult. They're dumbfounded. They're dumbfounded by the Liberals' lack of care, lack of concern, and lack of wisdom. Food prices continue to rise, energy prices continue to skyrocket, and Canadians continue to have to beg in order to receive some sort of positive difference. That shouldn't be the case. In preparation for this fall economic statement, we asked for two things from this side of the House. We asked that there be no new taxes applied to workers or seniors, Canadians. We asked that there be no new spending, that every dollar that was committed to would be also equated to a dollar in savings. There'd be a match. Sadly, these two requests were entirely ignored. The Liberals' inflationary scheme will triple the carbon tax, which means the cost of home heating, the cost of gas, the cost of groceries will all continue to rise. During question period, when my Conservative colleagues and I have asked the members opposite if they would demonstrate just a wee bit of compassion and perhaps relent on the tripling of their carbon tax, the folks across the way have pulled out these crazy talking points and these obscure studies in order to try to convince Canadians that they're better off. As if to say Canadians don't understand the reality that is happening to them. As if to say that they can be demeaned and that it should somehow help them. How heartless. I have heard from many constituents who are struggling to meet their daily needs. They're hopeless and they're desperate. The Liberals can continue to use their tired talking points, but at the end of the day, the senior who is turning her thermostat down to 17 in order to be able to afford her heating bill won't be comforted by a Liberal talking point. The 1.5 million Canadian families that are accessing a food bank in a single month won't be comforted by a Liberal talking point. The 1 in 5 Canadians that are skipping meals in order to try to make ends meet won't be comforted by a Liberal talking point. These are realities. These are realities. This is the reality that Canadians face each and every day. And make no mistake, the Liberal carbon scheme is not an environmental plan. It is simply a tax plan. It's punitive. And it goes after our Canadians, the Canadian people who are working to put fuel in their vehicles so that they can go continue working. It's going after those individuals who have to heat their homes because, well, they live in Canada. It goes after those individuals who continue to produce food for us despite the attacks of this government because they care deeply for their land and the people who live here. The government is forcing the Canadian people to pay a whole lot to get a whole lot of nothing in terms of environmental impact. Canadians are struggling to get ahead, and they're asking for help. Not help in the sense of a government handout, but help as in actually, please back off. We are living in a credit card economy. We are consuming more than we produce, we are buying more than we sell, and we are borrowing from the world in order to buy from the world. We are sending money and jobs out to foreign countries, and we are bringing those goods back in. So others get the job, others get the investment, others get the savings. Canadians, they get left with the debt. Governments don't have money of their own. What they have comes from taxation and borrowing. That's it. So the less revenue that is brought in through taxation, the less the government has to spend on things like social programs or healthcare or infrastructure or education. Unless, of course, they choose to borrow, which we know they've chosen to borrow a whole lot. Now, when the Liberals shut down the development of natural resources and drive investment out of our country, it's the individual people, the mums, the dads, the seniors, the workers, who have to pick up the bill. They're the ones that have to then carry an astronomical tax burden placed on them by this government. So it's perplexing as to why this government chooses to drive industry out of our country, chooses not to develop agriculture, not to develop manufacturing, not to develop natural resources. Let's talk about our superpowers, shall we? By halting energy development and penalizing farmers, the government is choosing to restrain two of our country's superpowers. Instead of focusing on the economic prosperity and the security of our country, the Prime Minister has advanced his anti-energy policies like the carbon tax, like C-69, and like C-48, proving that he is far more interested in his own plan, his own agenda, than he is in looking out for the well-being of Canadians. In Canada, we have the third largest oil reserves, and we are the fifth largest producer of natural gas. The world needs more energy, and we have the answer. We just need the political will. We could be stepping up and taking our place as a leader on the world stage to meet the demand. We could displace the reliance on dictators' oil. But the Liberals have done all that they can to block our own energy sector and prevent us from thriving within this market space. The Liberals instead insist that Canadians as individuals should be picking up the tax burden. Hence, the cost of living continues to rise. Let's talk about agriculture. The production of food is another one of our superpowers. It's incredible. Canada has been blessed with abundance. In my constituency of Lethbridge, the bounty is incredible. We send produce all over the world. But instead of being proud of our producers, instead of being proud of our farmers, we have a government that wants to be punitive toward them, implementing a carbon tax on their ability to produce food, implementing reductions in terms of fertilizer use, which of course reduces the amount of food that can be produced. And this ridiculous policy certainly won't save the planet, but it definitely will cost Canadians a whole lot more, because it will drive up the cost of groceries, which means the Canadians will get punished too. The cost of food is already significant. The Liberals have added more debt to our country than all former governments combined. If we just let that sink in for a moment, it's pretty scary. And they try to say that they did it in the name of COVID, but when we look at their spending, we know that 40% of it actually has nothing to do with COVID. 40% of it has nothing to do with COVID. So they're just spending a whole lot of money just for the sake of spending. And of course, why wouldn't they? I mean, you know, you have $54 million on the Arrive Scam app, which could have been purchased for $250,000 and built over a weekend. You have $6,000 spent on a hotel room, including a butler. But the Liberals are able to spend like this because they know at the end of the day, they don't foot the bill, Canadians do. This is the type of government that we're staring at. But what I would be calling for is this. I would be calling for a government that puts the Canadian people first. Ronald Reagan famously said this. He said, "The greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. He is the one that gets the people to do the greatest things." Frankly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of being told by the Liberals to sit down and shut up. They're tired of being put on the benches. What coach benches his best players? Canadians are the problem solvers and the solution makers, the wealth generators that this country needs to get back on track. It's time to put the Canadian back in control of their lives.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my first question to the member opposite on her speech on the fall economic statement is about support to Canadians, and in particular to Canadian seniors as well. I know many seniors in my riding were very appreciative of the doubling of the GST credit, which is going to be continued for the next 6 months, and it was implemented and started on November 4th. That is help for many seniors. Many seniors receive that tax credit. Furthermore, the member talked about investment and job opportunities in companies leaving our shore. I feel the member is painting a picture of the actual, and maybe a falsehood of the actual reality of what is happening and taking place in Canada. By the time our government was power for the first 2-3 years, we saw growth that was unprecedented in terms of foreign investment into Canada. It was actually exceeded a 10-year average of investment in Canada. We have a stable currency. The government has made stable, transparent decisions, whether it comes to the environment and immigration. So many companies have, especially in the IT sector, have been attracted to Canada. And I'd like to know what the member thinks about all of that, because the member seems to be pointing to false negatives.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
I think what we have, once again, is an example of an individual across the way representing her party using talking points that are supposed to somehow pacify Canadians. The talking points don't fix reality. The talking points don't help the individual that can't afford their home heating bill. The talking points don't help the 42-year-old living in their parents' basement because they can't afford to buy a home. The talking points coming across the way, and the heckles coming from across the way, by the way, don't assist the Canadian family that has to go to the food bank because they can't afford to purchase their own. The talking points don't help reality. So as much as the talking points might help the members opposite feel better about themselves at the end of the day and give themselves a little pat on the back and feel good about what they're supposedly doing, Canadians feel reality, not some sort of theoretical existence that you're trying to paint.
Now, while I'm not the arbiter of good questions and good answers, we're going to make sure that we keep things moving, and we ask short questions and get short answers so that everybody can participate in this great debate. The Honourable
Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Jonquière would be better, but that's all right. I am always surprised to hear the Conservatives' rhetoric on the carbon tax, which, you'll note, Mr. Speaker, does not apply in Quebec. But when I listen to my Conservative colleagues, I get the impression that temperature, a win by the Canadians or a loss for the Bruins is the fault of the carbon tax. So I have a hard time understanding the link between fighting poverty and the carbon tax. The best economists are unable to explain with simple concepts what inflation is, but the Conservatives have found a way, and they say it's the carbon tax. So my question for my colleague is, if we need to put people first, if we need Canadian policy that puts people first, would she agree with me that it's completely unacceptable to know that the government is putting $18 billion a year into the oil and gas sector, or rather $8 billion a year, and we have a pipeline that's worth $21 billion. Does she think that by using that money, we would be able to feed the 1 out of 5 people who are skipping meals? Does she think that if we were saving that money, we wouldn't be able to help people with their home heating? Maybe we have resources, but maybe we're not using them the right way. I'd like to hear my colleague on that. Sorry, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
There's a lot there. Yeah, and only 43 seconds according to the speakers, so let's be quick here. Carbon tax, yeah, let's talk about that. Thank you. The member across the way finally gave an honest answer and said it's bad.
Dawn comes to light.
I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the climate crisis. In no way would I want to give an impression that I would not support a price on pollution. I was just trying to help the member.
Order. Things are going way too well here. People were having debate and it was all good. Anyway, that's not a point of order, and I appreciate him trying to get in. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge, about 30 seconds to finish up there.
Well, honestly, I mean, after you have such an honest answer like what the member across the way gave, that the carbon tax is bad, I do agree with him full-heartedly. It is really bad. It's doing absolutely nothing to save the planet, but it's doing a whole lot to punish Canadians.
Here, here.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today to speak to the Fall Economic Statement. The first thing I have to say, I know that the members across the way will struggle with, but it is true. This plan does nothing to address Canada's cost of living crisis. And as a matter of fact, the economic update shows that the government revenues have increased by $40.1 billion in this year alone. This means that the inflation that is being created is not only increasing costs for everything, everyday essentials that Canadians need on a day-to-day basis, but it is also increasing taxes for Canadians. The economic update released by this Liberal and NDP coalition fails to address the cost of living crisis that we're in right now, and it was created by the out-of-control spending of this Liberal government with the support of their members on this side of the House. The Prime Minister's, I caught myself, Speaker, inflationary deficits to the tune of $500 billion have sent more dollars chasing fewer goods. His inflationary scheme is hiking the price of absolutely everything that Canadians need, and it's causing incredible duress in every home where perhaps not in every home. I'm taking that back, because obviously there are people who are in a state of wealth that are able to maybe not have to go without food or wonder if they are going to be able to afford their rent next month, and simply it might mean that they put a little bit less fuel in their yacht and take one less trip. I don't know. But the truth of the matter is, for the majority of Canadians, this is very, very difficult times. And Canadians have never paid more taxes than they are under this Prime Minister. And so, with that as the backdrop, we on this side of the House just asked them to consider two things. And that if they would do these two things, it would make a huge difference to the quality of life for Canadians who have suffered more and more and more year after year after year under this federal government. The first was just simply no new taxes. No, we didn't even ask them to stop with some of the taxes they had already introduced. Simply no new taxes. And this include canceling all planned tax hikes and tripling of the carbon tax. This is what we were asking them to do on behalf of Canadians, I might add. I know quite often they lose perspective on what we're doing on this side of the House. We are representing the hearts and the minds of Canadians who are saying they cannot afford the heavy tax burden that they are under. They're struggling to heat their homes. I mean, think about that. I never in my life dreamed that once we got past the development of this country to the point we're at now, that we would have trouble in this nation paying to heat our homes and to put food on the table. And I know this personally from the young people in my own life who have their children who are trying to make those dollars stretch further than they have had to before, and the level of desperation is growing. You know, part of that is also the tripling of the carbon tax, and we've heard over and over again today, well, what is the big deal there? This is not an environmental plan. This is simply a tax plan. And on top of the carbon tax, this government has also put the GST. That is a source of revenue of millions and millions of dollars, and yet they expect Canadians to turn around and say, oh, thank you so much for doubling the GST rebate for me on a temporary basis. No, this is not an environmental plan. It is a tax plan. And there's no question that the environment is an important concept, something that we need to do. But I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that what this government fails to understand or simply chooses not to look at is the reality of where we are in the world as Canadians. I want to say right now that the best thing that we could do as Canadians is give the world what they need. And the world needs more Canadian best practices, more Canadian research, more Canadian innovation. I have to tell you that in Saskatchewan, we are very proud of what we do. I have a map. I can't show it in the House right now. Unfortunately, it's too small. But it shows Saskatchewan and the resources that we have in mining. And I'll mention uranium, base metals, gold, major peat resources desperately needed to grow anything, coal fields, clean coal, helium, oil, gas, bitumen, potash, commercial forestry, and it covers our entire province.
Pretty good.
There's nowhere where there isn't potential and continuing ability to have a strong economy. Add to that our agriculture, add to that the manufacturing going on in our province, and it is stellar. The amazing thing is that we do all of that always within the back of our minds, the importance of protecting our economy and our environment. The two do go hand in hand, but this government is stifling the economies of this nation. They are destroying our ability to maintain our own level of subsistence and our ability to help the world, because they are shutting down our economic engines. Simply because they want to navel gaze and virtue signal on the environment when they don't need to do that. Mr. Speaker, in mining, in agriculture, in manufacturing, in everything that we do in the province of Saskatchewan, the environment is paramount. We have an amazing opportunity in our province to go to Agribition and Ag in Motion, two amazing programs that show off what we do in Saskatchewan. And there's no recognition by this government of the incredible work that we have done, but even more importantly, what we continue to do. I saw at Ag in Motion this amazing drone, over 12 feet wide, lightweight, carried its own gas, obviously carried the product needed to treat the weeds that are in the fields. So you're not running machinery over the field, and you're not spraying everywhere you go. It's been programmed to know exactly where it needs to spray, and the environmental footprint is minimal, and the amount of impact on the ground is also minimal. That was created, it was innovated by a local farmer. And it's going to become the next amazing thing that farmers provide to this nation. As a matter of fact, the research at the University of Saskatchewan, it's indicated, and this was when I went to a carbon event put on by APAS, and they were talking about what Saskatchewan does and what we need to continue to do. And that was 4 years ago. They said within a decade, increased innovation in agriculture in Saskatchewan would offset the entire oil sands.
Wow.
So that's just one example of so many things that Saskatchewan does. Just recently, I only have 2 minutes? All right. I know. A private member's bill came to the industry committee on greening the prairies, how to do that. I have to tell you, if I went home, actually I did go home, I went to an RM event, And I told them about this, that they wanted to come and green our prairies. I would suggest that you come to my riding and say that out loud. We have this wonderful thing called the grasslands, where cows roam, big animals. And you know what? They're sequestering more carbon now than when the buffalo roamed. And we talked about that, the Cattlemen's Association talked about it at that particular committee. And you know what? I have to give credit where credit's due. There were individuals there who made the comment that that was something they didn't understand or know about in the past. And yet they're bringing forward a bill on greening the prairies. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time that I've had today to talk about why this particular economic update serves no good purpose. It puts Band-Aids on things that basically are wounds that this government has opened up in Canadians' lives and doesn't solve the problems that they've created.
Here, here, here. Well done.
Now, I believe before we go to questions and comments, I believe there's a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il n'a pas été possible d'arriver à...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were not able to reach agreement under 78.1 or 72 of the standing orders for report stage and third reading of C-32, an act to implement some aspects of the fall economic statement tabled on November 3rd, 2022. Under the pursuant to provision 78.3 of the standing orders, I'm providing notice that at the next sitting of the House, the government will table notice for a certain amount of numbers and hours of debates.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite, the Conservative member, for her speech today. I have to say I definitely agree with her that the economy and the environment does go hand in hand, and I want to compliment Saskatchewan for taking steps that are both good for their economic output and the environment, and I think every province and everyone should take lessons from that. In reference to the inflation comments, I would like to ask the member whether she feels that Canada is in this by itself, because if you look at comparable countries, the G20, we are the 9th lowest in the G20. In the G7, we have the third lowest inflation rates. And does the member not think that the global market, the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, plays a major impact on food prices and the inflation rates that we have today?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for her question. The reality is that Canada's one of the best bread baskets of the world on so many levels, and I want to say, I am touting Saskatchewan today, there's no question there, but I want to say when I go home, I talk about this entire nation, and I have a different perspective than I did before I became a member, and found out, I say to my communities back home, which is very rural, it's not East versus West at all. Rural Ontarians are facing the same challenges you are. They're struggling with their fertilizer requirements. They're struggling with the carbon tax. All of the things that are impacting you as farmers here are impacting them there, even as far as the firearms go. So there's no question that as a whole nation, we are not impacted by the war going on. These are things that do not impact our ability to produce and share with the world.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague and I agree on one thing. That is that this isn't the bill of the century. That's pretty clear. We, the Bloc, have had 3 priorities before the bill was tabled, and we continue to have these same priorities. 1, increasing health transfers. 2, supporting seniors as of age 65. And 3, the very necessary reform of EI. Does my colleague agree with me that these are 3 very important priorities among the many priorities that the government should be prioritizing? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I have to say we agree on more than just one thing because we serve on Veterans Affairs together, and I really appreciate what he brings to the table there as well. Are these important issues? Absolutely. You know, I have to say my concern is for seniors who require assistance. It's always really important, I think, that we make that clarification. Sometimes I have trouble believing I'm talking to myself here about that particular age group. But the truth of the matter is it's very important that the individuals that need the assistance in our society get it. And unfortunately, a lot of those things are being put in jeopardy because of the way that this government has handled the fiscal responsibility that Canadians have entrusted them with.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. I'm wondering if the member can help me to understand. I'm hearing from the Conservatives who are speaking about the increased cost of living and the impacts on Canadians. I agree, there's some real issues that need to be addressed. But around the actual asks that are coming forward from the Conservatives, for example, the carbon tax, we know that provinces and territories have their own carbon pricing, whereas if we were to look at instead removing the GST off all home heating, we would be able to provide relief for more Canadians across Canada. So I'm wondering if the member could explain to me what the Conservative stance is on that, why we're not seeing support to remove the GST off of home heating and instead looking at carbon pricing, which would only benefit a portion of Canadians. Thank you.
For Yorkton Melville.
Sure. I appreciate the question and the way that it was put forward. My frustration is that the member opposite and her party are choosing to prop up this government. And removing that GST is one small part of what they should be doing to ensure that this government doesn't continue on in power.
Here, here. Continuing debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very honored, of course, every day to stand up in this House. And today we're talking about the fall economic statement. And I'm going to talk about that. But before I do so, I just want to take a moment at the beginning of this speech to recognize that the bodies of Indigenous women have been found in Winnipeg, and an alleged Winnipeg serial killer has been identified. And I think collectively in this House and hopefully across all of Canada, we're all sitting in the deep horror of that reality and what that means for all of us. And it's shameful that we live in a country that still does not value Indigenous women and girls and LGBT community, and that we see it demonstrated repeatedly. And I hope all of us are carrying this in our hearts and that we continue to carry it in our hearts and our minds every day until this stops. But coming back to the fall economic statement, I do want to talk about, first of all, some of the concerns I have around this economic statement. We know, and we're hearing all of us from our constituents who are struggling every day to afford the basic necessities in their life. We hear about the increasing use of food banks. We also hear from so many families that are eating substantively less, parents that, of course, are acting like good parents and not eating as much so that their children can go to bed with a full belly. And I think that's something that we should all be listening to. And we know that inflation is certainly a part of the problem. However, we also know that greed is a huge part of the problem as well. Mr. Speaker, you know, in my community, I hear from a lot of Indigenous elders, and they tell me consistently that greed is an illness. And they have a lot of traditional ways of dealing with greed because it is seen as something that is a sickness that will hurt your community at large. And I really wish that in this place we could see it as well as a sickness that needs moderation, that needs systems in place that stop it. We know that Loblaws is seeing record profit like they have not seen in well over 5 years. Profit that is so substantive that we hear that they're making $1 million extra a day. And that concerns me, and it concerns me greatly. So as we're having this discussion, I think it's important that we recognize that this fall economic statement doesn't really substantively address that issue, and I hope that it will soon. We know that the Canadians for Tax Fairness have said that the costs from inflation are more than passed on consumers, meaning that that inflation is passed on to consumers, but more is added. And in my opinion, that is simply greed, and we need to address that issue so that we hold the people who sell us our food accountable. I remember a constituent once telling me, Rachel, we are not consumers, we are Canadians. And every day when I'm in this House, I really try to remind myself of that as we look at our systems and we recognize some of the challenges in them. I also didn't see a substantive enough increase for housing. I know that on the 25th of November in my riding in Campbell River, there was a conversation on housing, and many representatives from communities throughout my region were participating, and I heard again and again, like I do so often, that housing is just simply a crisis. If you're somebody who has a fixed income, a low income, it's getting harder and harder to find a place to live. A lot of people are living outside. There's a lot of snow in my area, which is fairly rare, but it's having a huge impact. We also know that a lot of seniors are couch surfing. You know, when I get calls from people in their 80s who are moving from their friend's house to their friend's house to their friend's house, sleeping on their couch, it just means there's something substantively wrong in this country. And I want to remind Canadians that the federal government has really not been part of the housing strategy in this country since 1992. So I appreciate this government has put some money into it, but if you leave something, a festering wound like that for so long, it's really hard to fix it, and that's what we're seeing here. And I want to thank the Campbell River Community Foundation and the Campbell River and District Coalition to End Homelessness for all of their work on this particular file. We heard from small communities, Indigenous communities. They are left out. The federal funding isn't working. Indigenous communities are not getting the supports they need from this government, and it needs to be better. I also have concern that we're not talking about GST on home heating. We know that this will help. It's not the biggest help, but if you put it together with a lot of things, it's going to help hardworking people across this country be able to pay for their heat when we hit the cold season. And we still have not seen a meaningful windfall tax. That is such a gap. You know, we need to have more structures in place. Again, we'll hear from this government that they have not fixed the problem. They've done a bit of tweaks, but not that comprehensive, really looking at the fact that people are making a lot of profit off the labor of Canadians and they're not paying their fair share. That ultra-wealthy people are hiring accountants that can help them pay very little, but everyday people are paying all of their taxes. That is wrong. We have to fix it. Now, I do have a few things that I'm very in support of in this bill as well. I was excited to read about the Canada Recovery Dividend. This is something that the NDP has been asking for. It's a temporary, maybe we don't want temporary, but it's there, one-time tax of 15% of taxable income over $1 billion. So it's getting at some of those profits, because the other thing we know is that in this country, a lot of corporations after the pandemic have done extremely well very quickly. In fact, many of them making more profit than they did than before the pandemic. And we need to question that, we need to understand it, and we need to make sure that they pay their fair share. This dividend will also increase corporate income tax on banks and life insurance groups by 1.5%. So that is a little bit of getting some of that windfall tax, putting it back into the coffers, and making sure that people in our communities get things like appropriate housing, they get dental care, they get a little bit of support to help if they have rent and they pay way more than 30% of their income on rent. Those things will make a difference. But we also know that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has been very, very clear that if this Canada Recovery Dividend was put on big box stores and the oil and gas sector, we would see an increase of revenue to Canada by about $4.3 billion. And I think we need to question this. Again, I keep coming back, and I think the NDP will continue to keep coming back. When we see groups of people big corporations making significant profit when other people can't even feed their families, when other people are living on the streets, that Canada has an obligation to address this issue. So these are some steps in the right direction, but we still need to see more. And the other thing that I am in support of, and I'm looking forward to seeing this finally implemented, I know the NDP has been fighting and talking about this for many years, is the removal of the federal portion of interest on student loans. Madam Speaker, we spend a lot of time in this House talking about young people, talking about the fact that they don't have enough to buy a house, that they're struggling sometimes with several jobs in a very changing economy to address the needs that they have and to have a future that they can believe in. This is one step. It isn't the only step that should be taken on behalf of young people. The federal government has to do more, but it is something that really will support a lot of young people in being able to not have that burden. You know, they go to school so that they can be contributing to their community and to their country. And if they have to spend all of their time trying to find a way to pay off their loans, then they don't get to do the things that will make all of us as Canadians a lot more substantive and healthy. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I just want to say that I will be supporting this bill. I really believe fundamentally in the fact that people need dental care. I'm really excited to see that come out the door. We know that we still have work. I'm really excited next year to see that seniors finally get dental care. I don't know about the rest of the MPs in this place, but I can say that I've had a lot of seniors come to my door and talk about the fact that they can't afford the basic dental care and what that impact is in terms of their health and well-being. So I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may, just to provide comment on the member's opening comments in regards to the 4 murdered Indigenous women in Winnipeg. It is, in fact, a very sad thing to hear. And I know when I was in opposition raising the issue of the need for that public inquiry, where ultimately we did get the public inquiry, and there are 200 plus, I believe, calls for justice within that. We have the Truth and Reconciliation Report, 94 calls for action. We have, I believe, to go the extra mile wherever we can in order to ensure that there is a higher sense of commitment to get to the truth of matters, to assist where we can, because that reconciliation is of critical importance. And I just wanted to compliment the member for starting her comments off. Because this is something that's very important. And I know she's not from Winnipeg, but her heart's in the right place in terms of Indigenous people as we all try to strive to do better. And I think that's important. And I guess the question I would have related...
The honourable member's time is up. I'm assuming that the honourable member for North Island Powell River may be able to try to read the honourable member's mind about the question. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I always do my best to read people's minds, but I think for me, my response is simply this. This is more than sad. This is an everyday reality for Indigenous communities across this country. And until it is an everyday reality for every Canadian in this country, it's not going to stop. So I hope that this government will actually get the resources in the pockets, and that we will also assist in searching for the bodies of these young people, of these women and girls. That's what we need to do, and I hope that they do it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to focus on a couple of elements of her speech where we've got some agreement. She talked about the need she says, to take the GST off of home heating. Great idea. I would go further and also remove the carbon tax. I'd remove it altogether, but if nothing else, surely we could at least remove it from home heating. I wonder whether she would agree with me, given the concern over affordability. And furthermore, on the other part of this government, a system of corporate welfare has sort of taken hold with this government. I agree with this member's concern about, some of the concerns that she raised. They've wasted a whole lot of money over the length of their government on things from everything from the infrastructure bank to new funds that are little more than corporate welfare. In her speech, does she agree with any of that? And if so, why is she supporting this government and this bill?
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And just to clarify that the reason that I support, and in fact the NDP offered an amendment to a motion that the Conservatives put forward in terms of GST and carbon tax, is that actually every province and territory in this country is not the same. I'm from British Columbia. Our tax system for carbon pricing is overseen rightfully by the province. That is something that our province decided when the BC Liberals were in power. I think they have a new name, but I don't know it yet. I apologize. So if we actually address the issue and have GST removed from home heating, it means that everyone will have some sort of relief, as opposed to a carbon tax, which would only focus on a few parts of Canada, but not the whole of Canada. So for me and for the NDP, when we do things, we want to make sure that everybody is included and nobody is left out. Thank you.
We have time for a quick question. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. The Status of Women had a recommendation. We've recently seen that the question of murder and missing Indigenous women continues. The government, rather the party across the floor, what about seniors age 65 to 74? Do you not think that seniors in this age group should see their old age security increased?
Well, I thank the member for bringing up how much dignity that we need to bring to the discussion around Indigenous women and girls and LGBT being lost, murdered, missing. I appreciate that. As for the other component of the question, I do agree that if you're a senior and you're 65, you have every right to have a little bit extra in your old age security, and you shouldn't have to wait till you're 75. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Brandon Souris.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to add my comments in regards to the fall economic statement here as well. And ahead of the Liberal government's fall economic update, our Conservative team put forward two really concise proposals. One was to stop the tax increases, and the other one was to stop spending money we don't have. Unfortunately, the Liberals didn't take our advice in either one of those areas. They're still proceeding with their planned tax hikes, and they're continuing to spend at record levels. It goes without saying that Canadians are having incredible difficulties paying their bills, their rents, and their mortgages, and putting food on the table. So seniors, students, and working families are getting crushed by the dramatic rise in the cost of almost everything they purchase these days. Heating your home or business is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Conservatives get that, but it's clear the Liberals do not. Canada was the only G7 country to raise energy taxes during this inflation crisis. The finance minister should have used the fall economic statement to stop their plans to triple the carbon tax. It was a missed opportunity, and it's regrettable that the Liberals are failing to listen to their constituents who are struggling to pay their bills. Thanks to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, his recent report on the costs of the Liberal carbon tax completely debunked their claim that people are better off under their rebate scheme. It proved that Canadians already knew what Canadians already knew about the Liberal carbon tax. It is costing you money. For months, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change has been claiming 8 in 10 Canadians get more money back from the carbon tax. The PBO report says that's not true, and most households, that's his quote, that are subject to the Liberal carbon tax, quote, will see a net loss, end quote. After years of the Liberals saying the carbon tax results in more money in the pockets of Canadians, it's time for Liberal government to end the charade. They need to admit that Canadian households are in fact losing money and will continue to lose money because of the carbon tax. Every time they get up in this House and state otherwise, it's simply not accurate. In Manitoba, winter's already arrived. The temperatures are plummeting, and people's furnaces are running nonstop. According to the Manitoba Hydro, the carbon tax is equal to 9.79 cents applied to each cubic meter of natural gas that a household uses. The typical household in Manitoba will use around 2,250 cubic meters of natural gas in a year, Madam Speaker, resulting in $220 in carbon taxes. It's important to note that the carbon tax is also applied to the fuel people put in their trucks or cars. Constituents in Brandon Souris are disproportionately affected by the carbon tax. I've stated that a number of times in speeches in this House, Madam Speaker, and I'm a proud Manitoban. I'm also proud to be from rural Canada. The Liberal government needs to start realizing that its policies affect rural and urban Canadians quite differently. My riding covers a span of well over 17,000 square kilometers. Unfortunately, I do not believe the government has any regard for the livelihoods and concerns of those who are from that portion of our great nation. Many members of the Liberal government probably do not understand what life in rural Manitoba is like, or anywhere in rural Canada for that matter, Madam Speaker. People must drive long distances to get to the grocery store or to the doctor's, or to get a doctor's appointment. They got to drive a long ways to get their kids to school or to drop them off at a local hockey practice or music lessons. Many must commute to work in the next town or drive into Brandon. And many students from rural areas must drive into the city to attend either one of our great educational facilities, Brandon University, or Assiniboine Community College. The Liberals are punishing these folks for no fault of their own, and none of these Canadians are buying the Liberal gaslighting that their rebates are covering the increased costs due to the carbon tax. The other policy item our Conservative team was looking for in the fall economic statement was for the Liberals to get spending under control. It's almost an oxymoron for Liberals. Not only was there no plan to get spending under control, but the Minister of Finance is also asking for Parliament's approval for $14.2 billion in unidentified spending in the fall economic statement. When pressed on what this money was for, at a recent Finance Committee meeting, the Minister of Finance flat out refused to outline what the money will be used for. Now that's a lack of transparency, and it's shocking, Madam Speaker. I, for one, will not vote in favor of giving the Liberal government a $14.2 billion blank check. How are we as parliamentarians supposed to scrutinize the government's spending plans when we don't even know what they want to spend it on? It's the same irresponsible action that the Prime Minister took at the start of COVID when he told the Finance Minister, at that time Minister Morneau, to put forward spending for 21 months to the end of December 2021, with none of it being voted on in this House. Completely unaccountable. This is another proof point. The Liberals have zero regard for fiscal transparency, nor have a plan to eliminate wasteful spending. Every single hour, the government's debt goes up by another $6 million. That equates, Madam Speaker, to $144 million a day. All of that debt is getting expensive. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, federal debt charges will top $53 billion by 2024. The amount of money the government will spend on the interest payments on the debt will almost be as much money as the federal government transfers to the provinces for health care. The debt charges cost $20.4 billion last year alone, and according to the Department of Finance, this year will cost at least $34.7 billion. During a Senate committee meeting, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said, quote, "That is something that will have a major impact on public finances," end quote. He went on to say, and I quote, "We have looked at the impact of increasing interest rates as well as the increase in the stock of debt, and we estimate that in the next 4 years, interest rates will probably double, end quote. In the weeks leading up to the update, the finance minister was speaking about fiscal responsibility for the first time in 7 years. In a leaked internal memo, she even asked the Liberal ministers to find $1 for every dollar in new spending. Exactly what Conservatives have been pushing for years. Unfortunately, as is so often the case, the Liberals' word did not align with their actions. They refused to commit to cancelling any of their planned tax hikes and announced plans to increase inflationary spending by a whopping $52.2 billion over the next 6 years. While the finance minister plays down the threat of inflation and spiraling government debt, the reality is that uncontrolled Liberal spending has played a role in making less life affordable. Even the Governor of the Bank of Canada confirmed that more deficit spending has resulted in more inflation. More inflation means Canadians are paying more without getting more. Paychecks aren't going as far as they used to. Nearly 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals to cope with rising food prices. More than 88% of Canadians say it's more difficult to buy food. Food bank usage is at an all-time high, and housing prices have doubled. In closing, Madam Speaker, our Conservative team has proposed several tangible ways to bring inflationary costs down for Canadians. We want the Liberals to enact a dollar-for-dollar law that requires government to find $1 of savings for every dollar of spending. We want the Liberals to end wasteful spending. For example, getting rid of the multi-billion-dollar infrastructure bank, which has failed to build any infrastructure projects since it was created, and to stop their disastrous firearm, quote, buyback scheme that'll do nothing to stop gang violence. We want the government to get out of the way of farmers so that they can grow more food. We want to see a plan that'll spur the private sector to build more homes, which includes incentivizing municipalities to encourage home building. We want the Canadian energy sector to get more projects built so Canada can sell more LNG to our allies. We will never stop pressing for an end to the carbon tax, which is raising the cost of gas and home heating. In a country like Canada, no one should be forced to choose between buying groceries and heating the house, especially in winter. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The Conservative Party supported the government when we spent billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars to support Canadians during the pandemic. Whether it was wage subsidies, loans to small businesses, supporting Canadians through CERB, and then all of a sudden, Madam Speaker, election goes by, and they, even though during the election they even said they supported the price on pollution. Now, all that's gone, Madam Speaker. They don't support that. Now they talk about, well, we got to cut, or chop, 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 as the Minister of Revenue would say. What about programs, the billions that are being spent on childcare, record high amounts on health care, the 10% increase for seniors over 75? Any of those 3 initiatives, does the Conservative Party today supporting seniors, childcare, and health transfers?
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. Speaking of pollution, a little bit of dilution there as well, perhaps, Madam Speaker, from my colleague. And I'm glad he raised the issue of the COVID spending, because I had it in my speech, Madam Speaker. They didn't want to have any accountability for 21 months. Imagine, endless amount of spending with no accountability, not even going to bring it in and let any of the parties in opposition vote on it. And then the problem, but we stopped that. And I didn't say that in my speech, so I'm really glad that he had the opportunity to ask me that question. We did put a stop to that. They did have to bring it into the House. We did agree on the spending that needed to be there. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer has now pointed out that of the $500 billion they spent, $200 billion of that had nothing to do with the COVID spending.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I heard the colleague talk about
the removing of the carbon tax. Now, I'm from British Columbia, where the carbon tax was brought in by the BC Liberals, a right-leaning party, supported by all parties in British Columbia, Madam Speaker. And like the carbon tax here federally in the last election that was supported by all parties that are represented here in this House. Funny how the Conservatives changed their mind after an election, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, they're calling for the removal of a carbon tax in jurisdictions like where I live, where they actually don't have the authority to even remove it. And it's only, you know, the carbon tax applies to liquids and gaseous fuels. It doesn't apply to electric heat, Madam Speaker. We put forward a proposal to remove the GST on home heating, which includes electricity. And, Madam Speaker, they voted against it. So will they stop misleading Canadians, and will they start supporting proposals that actually can be implemented and can help Canadians in tackle the affordability crisis that they're facing?
Member for Brandon Souris.
I want to thank my colleague, honourable colleague from the NDP, for his support of the Liberals in keeping the carbon tax going in his area. We want to get rid of the carbon tax because it's proven not to reduce greenhouse gases, and it's costing people money out of their own pockets. So what we're wanting to do, Madam Speaker, was, I think, very responsible. We'd like to leave that money in people's pockets to start with so they can make their decisions, and then get our industries to use technology to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that are out there today, and they're doing it, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know that the environment is at the heart of our lives. Without the environment, we wouldn't be breathing, living. We would have nothing to build shelter. And I understand from my honourable colleague's speech, oil is an important source of heating and other uses. But the environment now implies that people's health is being hurt. Does my colleague agree that better transitions measures are needed for young people and workers from one region to another to ensure that a proper energy transition that is safe for all is put in place?
Please, he's got 45 seconds.
Well, I'm really happy that she raised that as well, because I'm very concerned about it. 7 of my 14 years in the Manitoba legislature were spent as either the critic for environment or conservation, and I farmed all my life, so I'm very concerned about it. But, Madam Speaker, we've got a situation here where the government is completely unaccountable for the situation they're faced with. They keep taking money out of people's pockets, and it would be one thing if the greenhouse gases were going down, but they're not. And I think that the provinces that have made their own decisions on the greenhouse gas emissions and carbon tax are something that we're looking at. We'll work with those provinces. The government, though, isn't even, they continue to force the provinces to follow their rule in all of those particular areas. And with $54 billion of new spending, we need more accountability.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a great pleasure and honor to rise in this House and share my views on this budget fiscal update and bring forward the views of my constituents in the riding of Provencher. As our leader and many others have articulated here today, Conservatives had 2 very simple conditions to gain our support for this fiscal economic update. No new taxes and no new spending. These were 2 simple and very reasonable requests. And to my colleagues who may disagree, I would note that one of the few actual fiscal details contained in the minister's speech was government revenues have increased by $40 billion. $40 billion, twice what their deficit was in 2019. That doesn't sound like the government should be hurting for cash, and if they are, it would be a result of their overspending. That number 40 also rings a bell. Oh yes, that's right. 40% of the COVID money that was spent was not spent on COVID, but everything else. 40%, that's $200 billion, Madam Speaker. $200 billion they didn't need to spend, $200 billion they chose to spend. $200 billion that is now driving the inflation that is crippling Canadians, driving up the cost of everything from food and fuel and home heating. And now, rather than provide real relief by reducing taxes, they want to smack Canadians one more time with even more new taxes. Taxes on EI, taxes on CPP, triple of the carbon tax. New taxes on fuel costing families an additional $1,200 per year. All of Canadian families are struggling to buy groceries for their kids, to heat their homes. It's winter time, Madam Speaker. It's cold out there. In my province, it's going to go to minus 30 degrees tonight. Given the current plight of Canadian families and this government's direct responsibility for current inflation and cost of living, this was not an unreasonable demand that we had. Likewise, on the no new spending. To be clear, we're not saying that government can't spend money on anything and that they should freeze all spending. What we're saying is if you're going to spend money in a new area, you got to look for a cost saving somewhere else. It's actually quite simple. You want a new program? Look for a cost saving. You've increased the size of government by 30%. Surely there's got to be some savings to be found there somewhere. But instead, they continue to spend. They continue to add to the size and cost of government. Every time they add to the cost of government, they need to tax, they need to borrow, or they need to print money, which is what has caused this current state of inflation that we are now in and has made what is this cost of living crisis in the first place. It's just like we said it would. Madam Speaker, they laughed at us. They rolled their eyes. They said it would never happen. Well, it did happen. It's happening as we speak, and Canadians have to bear the brunt. The Bank of Canada has confirmed it. And now, instead of taking responsibility for their actions, instead of admitting that they were wrong and taking real steps to help Canadian families, they're just throwing more fuel on this inflationary fire. That's the definition of insanity, Madam Speaker. Doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. And Canadian families continue to pay the price for these failed Liberal experiments. In fact, as I look at the fall economic statement, I just see an exercise in out-of-touch self-congratulation. Look what we've done to make Canadians better off. In fact, it's hard to tell sometimes what's more inflated, the economy or the Liberals' ego. We can see it all throughout the front benches. To listen to the finance minister speak, it's like she can't understand why Canadians aren't lined up around the block to thank her and the Prime Minister for all their newfound prosperity. Madam Speaker, this government is out of touch and Canadians are out of money. The fall economic statement shows they've spent $400 million to pay for their COVID-19 borrowing or border testing regime. $400 million to ensure that border communities remain in limbos, families remain separated, and local economies destroyed along the border. $400 million to cause unprecedented delays at our airports. $400 million to discriminate against Canadians who used their own judgment or who chose to keep their personal medical choices private. Hardly money well spent. And then there's another $42 million to the CBC. Shameful. Canadian parents are skipping meals so their kids can eat. They can't pay their bills. They're worried that they won't be able to heat their homes all winter. And they're very concerned about rising interest rates, hoping that it won't push their mortgage payments out of reach. And what's the government's response? Let's give the CBC another $42 million. Well, the CBC has received over $1 billion in the last few years. That's each year, Madam Speaker. I maybe said that incorrectly. They received over $1 billion last year and $1 billion the year before. Whoa. And you know how CBC chose to spend that money? How? Bonuses. $30 million in bonuses to the average employee. $14,300 worth for each employee. And last year, they took the money that this federal government gave them and they paid out $156 million in bonuses. Wow. They did that while everyday Canadians are suffering, while everyday Canadians saw their bank accounts shrink and businesses forced to close their doors. Our public broadcaster has long ceased to represent everyday Canadians, and this government has been in the business of subsidizing that media for way too long. So those are a few things that are in the statement. Let's talk about what's missing. Health care. Where's the $4.5 billion in mental health transferred to the promise, or transfer they promised? Mental health care was a huge issue in Canada before COVID. Government response, the isolation, the fear-mongering, and shame have only served to exacerbate the problem. You know what the number one issue in high schools these days is? Mental health and depression. The government promised $4.5 billion of new healthcare spending over 5 years. That's spending that we agree was needed. But where is it? It was missing from the budget. It was missing from the fall economic update. They dropped $200 billion on everything but health care, and they can't fulfill a vital election promise for $4.5 billion. Did the Liberals just forget about health care? About the mental health of Canadians? Or did their deal with the NDP mean they had to repurpose those funds to buy their support? $4.5 billion tagged for mental health, nowhere to be found. But suddenly they've been able to come up with an unbudgeted $5.3 billion to buy off their buddies in the NDP with a new national dental program. That number seems way too close together to be just coincidental. And if so, it marks one of the most callous and craven displays of political self-interest that I've ever seen. Do Canadians need dental care? Of course they do. We recognize dental care as an important aspect of overall health, but we also recognize that 2/3 of Canadians already have coverage and access to good dental care. You know how long the wait to see a psychiatrist is in Manitoba? 2 years. And if you're a child or a youth, it can take even longer. One ER doctor told my office prior to COVID, mental health cases made up about 1 out of every 7 ER walk-in patients. Post-COVID, that number is 1 in 3. 1 to 7 before COVID, 1 to 3 after COVID. And where's the mental health dollars? Nowhere to be found. 1 in 3 Canadians who can't get the mental health services they need. They have nowhere else to go. We wonder why our ERs are overwhelmed. COVID restrictions led to huge upswings in mental health and addictions issue, especially among our young people. Our healthcare system is at the breaking point because they can't cope with the demand. We need to fund healthcare, and mental health care is healthcare. And before they even start, you know the government always claims Conservatives want it both ways. The one day they say spend more money and the next day we say cut. Well, that's just not true, Madam Speaker. We just recognize there's a limit to what can be done. Despite what this government and their purchase partners in the NDP seem to think, we recognize there is a limited number of government dollars to go around, and that means we need to choose what we're going to prioritize. Madam Speaker, I've got lots more here. I could go on for a long time yet talking about...
Be able to add during questions and comments, which we are at now. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, we've continually heard Conservatives talk about the inflation and how, you know, Canada is performing with regard to the inflation. But what we never hear is about how they measure us to our comparator countries that are out there. You know, the reality is that, yeah, inflation hurts, and it's hurting a lot of Canadians right now. But this is not a uniquely Canadian thing. This is something that's going on throughout the world right now as a result of the pandemic and supports that came out during the pandemic, but also as a result of the war that is going on in Ukraine, which is really feeding towards inflation. I'm wondering if the member would like to reflect on that and the realities of what the world is going through as opposed to just what we're seeing in Canada.
Member for Branchi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to respond, and thank you to the member across the way for that question. Their next leader, Mark Carney, said this was a homegrown problem. So, you know, he's a pretty smart guy, And if he says this was a homegrown problem, then it must be a Liberal problem. But you know what? Listen, we are listening to Canadians. We are in tune with our constituents. We're in tune with what the kitchen table issues are. And these are the issues, Madam Speaker. The issues are home heating, fuel for my car, groceries for my kids, interest rates on my mortgage. Those are the issues. And those are the issues that have been exacerbated in our country, and all Canadians are feeling it, and it's because of failed Liberal policies.
Comments, the honourable member, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, there are a lot of things that are missing, and what I like is when it's possible to see what's missing and what's good. That's an exercise that I force myself to do even when there are bills that I really don't like. So I would like to ask my colleague to do that same exercise. And so I would ask him, what is there that's good for people in his riding in this bill? And that he might be in favor of. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague in the block for that question. And it's a very relevant question. You know, you want to look at the good and the bad in everything, and I've tried to do that in this fall economic statement. And I've had an opportunity to point out and to articulate what I think are some of the failings and the shortcomings of this statement. And when I look and ask myself, well, what's good about it? What's good about it is that it's not worse.
And comments, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. You know, I was listening to the member speaking today and talking about listening to people and wanting to make sure that we're putting into place real solutions. And I just can't seem to wrap my head around and understand why we would not be all on board with putting into place taking away the GST off home heating instead of pushing for the carbon tax to be removed, which would only benefit a small portion of Canadians. And so I'm trying to look at this from a practical perspective. Why would we be pushing for a solution that benefits a few when we could be looking at a solution that benefits many so that they can keep food on the table, so that they can heat their home, so that they can get by, all the things that the member was talking about just now. Thank you.
Oh, if there's enough time. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam, and Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague in the NDP party for that question. So why wouldn't we support GST on just home heating? Well, on home heating, that's a very narrow ask, Madam Speaker. It's a very narrow ask. It doesn't benefit everybody. But if you remove the carbon tax, the carbon tax affects absolutely everything in our economy. The carbon tax doesn't just drive up the cost of driving your vehicle from your home to your place of work or your home to your kid's school. It affects the cost of farmers heating their grain, of the transport trucks to deliver goods and services across our country. It adds to the cost of groceries. And the carbon tax, if you would remove that, because it is only a tax, it's not an environmental policy at all. It's just an additional tax grab. And I think the Liberals even are starting to see the error of their ways. But the carbon tax, if you would reduce that, affects absolutely everything in our economy, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure, Madam Speaker, to join in this important discussion about the future of Canada, the finances of this country, and the economic update as part of the Liberals' costly coalition with the NDP. This makes the price of goods that Canadians buy and the interest that Canadians pay unaffordable. The cost of this Liberal government is driving up the cost of living. The more that this Prime Minister spends, the more that everything costs. There's inflationary deficits that this government continues to pursue unabashedly, has driven inflation, particularly food inflation, to 40-year highs. Now, for 2 years, in spite of what the Governor of the Bank of Canada had said, Conservatives, including the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, the Honourable Member for Carleton, said that we would see a period of inflation that many Canadians hadn't seen in their entire lifetimes. At that same time, the Finance Minister and the Governor of Bank of Canada said the real risk was deflation. Well, the votes are in, and it looks like the member for Carleton was right. We're in a period of inflation that's going to make it a really tough winter for a lot of Canadians. And we have a few solutions that the government can pursue. They're very straightforward. They're only going to need to use the front side of their paper when they write these down, as they diligently take notes, Madam Speaker. Number one, stop the taxes. And stay with me. Number two, stop the spending. No new taxes, Madam Speaker, at a time when Canadians are having a tough time managing the day-to-day, week-to-week household costs, when they're making choices about heating their homes or feeding their families. The government is planning to raise taxes. But what's their plan? It's not just to raise them, it's to triple them. So Canadians are getting their home heating set up for the winter. They're filling their oil tanks. They're filling their propane tanks. And they're getting their first natural gas bills. And it doesn't look good. They're really worried about what it's going to look like in January when they need a refill. They're not going to be able to fill the tank all the way back up. These are scary times, especially when food prices are skyrocketing. And I hear the members opposite, Madam Chair. They've got giggles and laughs. Well, Canadians are having a tough time. They're not able to pay. Grocery prices are going to be an additional $1,000 more for the average Canadian family next year. They're not going to see wage growth to match that, on top of all of the other rising prices. We knew before the pandemic that half of Canadians were teetering on the brink of personal bankruptcy, teetering on the brink of insolvency. They're going to have no emergency funds or rainy day funds. It's a question of whether or not they're going to buy a week's worth of groceries. Are they going to put a full tank of gas in their car to get to the job site? The carbon tax is one that punishes Canadians. The Prime Minister said that this was designed to change Canadians' behaviors. Well, they use their cars to drive to work. That's a behavior that we want Canadians to continue. We want people to work. Going to medical appointments, going to school, taking your children to sports, hockey or dance, basketball. These are not behaviors to be corrected. It's a way of life. Imagine also, Madam Speaker, Canadians driving to the hunt camp as part of their annual tradition, part of our Canadian culture, to go hunting. They're going to drive their cars to get there. The carbon tax is going to hammer Canadians, particularly at a time when they can afford it the least. Now, the Prime Minister has not shown that he's serious, and that's evidenced in this fall economic statement, that he wants to address the housing supply crisis that we have. Because the price of homes has doubled under this Liberal government. The price of rent, when we're looking at $2,600 per month for a one-bedroom apartment in Vancouver, $2,300 for the same in Toronto. Meanwhile, 6 out of 10 renters don't qualify for the inflationary checks that the Liberals are sending out. And those few renters who are eligible will see that $500 vaporized by the effects of Liberal inflation. So let's think about what the challenges look like on a day-to-day basis for Canadians. Grocery prices up 10.8%, the highest in 40 years. What does that look like? Eggs up 10%, margarine up 37.5%, dry fresh pasta up 32%, fresh fruit up 13%, soup up 19%. These are staples that people depend on, and they're not able to stock the cupboard for a rainy day. The impact that the inflationary policies of this government are having on Canadians it's affecting businesses as well. We know from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business that 1 in 6 businesses are considering closing their doors. 62% of small businesses still carrying debt from the pandemic, but they're feeling the effects of inflation as well. All of their operating costs continue to rise. The carbon tax, again, is one that affects every business. It doesn't matter what the service that they're providing. All of their inputs are going up. It's these Liberals that have put these hard times on Canadians. And you look at the legislation that they present in this place, and they want to say one thing and implement legislation that does another. So they say that they have Canadians' backs, but that's not reflected here. Much like, Madam Speaker, when they say that they're not going to ban hunting rifles and shotguns used by farmers and hunters that aren't a risk to public safety in the hands of well-vetted, law-abiding, trusted firearms owners. But the government says they're not going after them, but introduce legislation that does just that. It targets them instead of targeting gangs, criminals, weapon smuggling. It's like a bait and switch is what we can expect from them nearly every single time. Instead of creating more cash, which is the plan that the Liberals have, they should focus more on how we can create more of what cash buys. Fuel is a great example. And you see that in Western provinces, we have ubiquitous natural resources that are the cleanest, most ethically produced in the world. But instead, these Liberals would prefer to get dirty dictator oil. To say nothing of the impact, the environmental impact of bringing it across the ocean, the actual extraction process does not match the environmental standards that we have here in Canada. The environmental stewardship that's shown by natural resource companies in this country and the Canadians who work in that resource production. The human rights protections and standards that are in place for these companies that are extracting natural resources in Canada. And is that my time, Madam Chair? I appreciate having the opportunity to speak to this very important issue, and I hope that there's some equally good questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask this member a question. It's a question that has been asked a lot of Conservatives and one that never gets answered. And I hope that the member can actually address the question as opposed to just rambling on about something else, which is what every other Conservative does. Nice. When this member ran in the last election, he ran on a pricing pollution. Wow. His leader, the member from Durham, had it in their platform that they would have a price on pollution. How is it that the Conservatives can now, just a year later, be so critical of pricing pollution? Can he please shed some light on this question and not just completely disregard my question. Answer my question.
We're begging, Michael.
And I want to make sure that nobody else is going to answer the question, either before he answers or after. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I'm so glad to be able to talk about the effect of the carbon tax on Canadians' home heating. And it seems that there's some disorder has broken out on the other side, because I'm laser focused with my Conservative colleagues on making life more affordable for Canadians. We need to scrap the carbon tax, and that's going to allow Canadians to be able to buy more of what they need, and that's fuel to heat their homes. And that's what we're focused on, Madam Chair.
Questions
and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill, like others relating to finance, has something missing. What's missing is health transfers to Quebec and other Canadian provinces. This is missing, and it's been missing, in fact, for 30 years in Canada. Does my colleague feel that it's high time for Canada to respect its own constitution and constitutional agreements by increasing health transfers, and with the understanding that increasing health transfers is a federal duty? The federal government is also responsible for increasing transfers in the case of emergencies like a pandemic. Thank you.
Well, thank my honourable colleague for the question. The subject of the federal health transfer has been one that's been on the minds of all Canadians over the last 2 years with the COVID-19 pandemic. And the premiers have been asking to meet with the Prime Minister, and they had made some requests with respect to the Canada Health transfer, and the Prime Minister refused to meet with them. It's an absence of leadership that we've seen from this government on this file, and there's real consequences for Canadians across this country. It's time for real leadership there, and so the Prime Minister should meet those minimum obligations as being the Prime Minister, and actually sit down with the premiers and do the work.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is absolute propaganda and misleading when Conservatives rise in this House and they start saying that the federal government can remove the carbon tax in jurisdictions like mine in British Columbia. I've even seen Conservative MPs from BC suggest the same thing. Madam Speaker, we have had carbon pricing in British Columbia since 2009. It was brought in by the BC Liberals, supported by all parties in BC. Just like I said earlier, even the Conservatives supported a price on carbon in the last election, but it's not convenient for them right now. So, Madam Speaker, we've been asking repeatedly, will they support removing the GST on home heating, because it actually also applies to electric heat, which millions and millions of Canadians use. Will they finally support the NDP's call to remove the GST on home heating?
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Chair, I thank the member for Courtenay Albany for his question. And I do have an NDP promise that from BC that I agree with. And it says BC NDP promises to kill the carbon tax. And that's from 2009 when it was introduced in that province. And so, you know, maybe we'll come full circle with my honourable colleague's party. And I think that that the NDP of 2009 were bang on, and now is the time to axe the carbon tax.
Alors, dans ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to talk about some of the policies that this government has put forward, and frankly, their lack of action with respect to the finances and the financial troubles that Canadians are facing. Look, we're facing 40-year high inflation. Canadians are making tough choices about choosing between heating their homes and feeding their families. It's unconscionable that at a time with these record high prices that Canadians are facing, that this government is planning to triple, that's right, triple their tax on everything. Gas, groceries, home heating. So why won't the government relent? Why won't they put aside their pride and do what's right for Canadians? Madam Chair, the prices that Canadians are facing at the grocery store are unbelievable. And this government has an opportunity to give them some relief by canceling their carbon tax. Staples like soup up nearly 20% and potatoes up nearly 11%. Dry or fresh pasta that people used to stock the cupboards with for tough times, up 32.5%. This government needs to take a look in the mirror and make some hard decisions. They need to cancel their carbon tax. They need to commit to not undertaking any new spending for which they haven't found savings elsewhere. And they need to commit to not introducing or increasing taxes. But they seem determined to do the opposite of those things. It's incredibly frustrating for Canadians to hear that driving to work, that driving yourself or a family member to a medical appointment is a behavior that needs to be corrected. And that's what the government has said. Because there's no subway that runs in Victoria by the Sea, Prince Edward Island, and there's no LRT in Victoria Island in the north. And I can tell you, in Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, there's certainly no mass transit for folks to be able to correct that bad behavior that the government says they're undertaking by, just supporting themselves, putting gas in the truck so that they can get to the job site, or gas in the car so that they can take their children to an extracurricular activity. It's very simple. They need to axe their carbon tax and allow Canadians to have some breathing room, to not have to make those dire choices about skipping meals and not forcing Canadians. Nearly 1.5 million Canadians went to the food bank in a single month. 500,000 of those users, food bank users, being children. These are the stark choices that Canadians are having to make in this economic climate. And the government has all the cards. And there's a quick one that they can play. So it's the wild card, Madam Chair. They can axe their carbon tax, make life more affordable for Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to start by addressing the question of putting a price on pollution. This is something that the member opposite will certainly be familiar with because he vigorously campaigned for it in the last election. This is also something that we are familiar with in British Columbia, where we've had a price on pollution since 2008. In the time since it's been implemented, not only have emissions per capita gone down, we've actually led the country in economic growth. The clean tech sector in British Columbia, for example, produces billions of dollars in revenue each and every single year and provides tens of thousands of good-paying, sustainable jobs. In the last 3 years, the price on pollution in British Columbia has gone up by about 2 cents per liter, despite gas prices going up by more than $1 at times. This is a reflection of disruption in supply chains due to the pandemic and more recently due to the illegal war in Ukraine. While the Conservatives have tried to argue that the federal carbon price is driving inflation, they know that they are ignoring 98% of the real problem. Further, taking aggressive action on climate change has become an economic necessity in itself. We have to act now to prevent further damages. Canada is confronted with more and more extreme climate events such as floods, hurricanes, and wildfires. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that we can lead the fight against climate change, and we can do it in a way that creates good-paying jobs and new businesses for Canadians. Our government also understands and appreciates the fact that a national price on pollution is the most effective and least costly way of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It is important to note that our plan is revenue neutral and that through the climate action incentive, life is actually made more affordable because of the carbon price for 8 out of 10 Canadian families. We do understand that Canadians are having issues making ends meet. We are worried as our country's economy faces a period of slower economic growth due to the global challenges of high inflation, higher interest rates. We understand these concerns, and we are all experiencing these challenges ourselves alongside our constituents. We feel the pain of inflation when we go to the grocery store, we fill up our tanks, and of course when we pay our rent. With regards to grocery store prices in particular, we have specific concerns, which is why earlier this year, the Minister of Innovation wrote to the Competition Bureau to make sure they were using all of their tools to detect and deter any unlawful behaviors that might be leading to higher prices or profiteering in the food sector. In addition, we have provided targeted supports to Canadians through the Fall Economic Statement and the budget to ensure we get the help that Canadians need, in particular to those Canadians that need it the most. A good example of this is the doubling of the GST credit. This is a significant investment, $2.5 billion of support that will help 11 million households and more than 50% of our seniors. And I actually want to thank the member opposite for supporting this important measure. In addition, we know that there is no country better placed than Canada to weather the coming global economic slowdown and then thrive in the years ahead. This is because our unemployment rate continues to be near its record low, and our country has a triple A credit rating. We also have a the strongest economic growth in the G7 so far this year, lowest deficit and net debt to GDP ratios in the G7. In fact, those advantages increased over the course of the pandemic thanks to our strong fiscal leadership. In fact, our health outcomes and job recovery rates are significantly better than those in the United States, and that's going to put us even in a better position going forward, Madam Speaker.
It's Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Reeder Lakes.
Madam Chair, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that households in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario will see a net loss with the federal carbon tax, including with any checks that the government sends back to Canadians, trying to fool them by taking money with their left hand and giving a little bit back with the right hand. This scheme is not going to do what this government claims it's going to do. It's not going to keep our environment, it's not going to provide the environmental stewardship that they claim, and nor is this government a model of that, as we've seen with them dumping sewage in the St. Lawrence River, which runs through my community. What we're looking for is a plan from this government that makes life more affordable for Canadians, and that means that they're going to need to not introduce new spending unless they find savings, and it means that they're going to need to axe their carbon tax.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker, and thank you again to the member opposite for this wonderful opportunity to engage in the House. We understand that many Canadians are feeling the pain of high inflation, but I'd like to take this opportunity to reassure them. They can continue to count on our government to support them through targeted and fiscally responsible measures. And as the Deputy Prime Minister explained in the Fall Economic Statement, we will continue in the months ahead to work hard to build an economy that works for everyone, to create good jobs, and to make life affordable for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank you for giving me and the Parliament Secretary to the Ministry for Sport to be able to come back to this necessary public judicial inquiry into toxic culture in sport. My colleague is perhaps not indifferent to this idea of bringing together athletes and experts in the culture of sport around an issue that seems very topical to me. I would ask him to pass on to the Minister the evidence heard by the committee and to draw her attention to the Sport Dispute Resolution Centre of Canada's own admissions, that is, that it lacks the powers to adequately address athletes' complaints. Currently, what the work of parliamentarians has brought to the forefront is that there are no places where athletes can feel confident reporting their abusers. The SDRCC testified today about the lack of an investigative mandate and admits its inability to intervene effectively. It does not have the power to enforce sanctions, compel individuals, or file documents in athletes' complaint files. I trust that the message will be heard and that the athletes will not have come all this way in vain. Are you comfortable with the fact that there are predators who act with impunity and who have not been held accountable for their disgraceful actions toward athletes? It makes no sense the government is stubbornly refusing to open a public judicial inquiry. Athletes need to have confidence in an organization that will be dedicated to defending athletes' rights, and that's not currently the case. With all due respect to the work of this House, I cannot ignore the calls of athletes who have proudly presented us on the international stage. We welcome them here with joy and pride, as you will recall from the medals around their necks. Everyone rushed to welcome them and congratulate them. We could show them the respect they richly deserve. Athletes needed recognized organization that will be able to receive their complaint, have access to a contact person independent of the sport organization with which they have a dispute, a point of contact that will guide them through the process and support them in overcoming the obstacles and fears of retaliation from the organization or individuals who abuse them. There must be legal services, psychological support, and competent people who can accompany anyone who's experienced trauma. It is difficult enough to live with abuse and mistreatment. Imagine the courage and self-confidence needed to confront one's abuser. As long as the power imbalance exists with national sport organizations and Sports Canada considers not to act or is perceived not to do so by athletes, there will be no reconciliation path possible, and athletes will not complain and cannot escape from this culture of silence. The message to the minister, can you relay this to the minister and make sure she takes note of the situation immediately? However, if you want to make a difference, you have to think in terms of a mechanism by and for athletes and stop thinking in terms of sports and structures. That's the real problem. We need a public independent inquiry to do this work. It takes transparency to allow people to learn and to think better with more empathy and understanding of the issues. The necessary independent public inquiry is an enriching and pivotal moment to say, this is not acceptable and it will not happen again. We will not allow it to happen. Yes, sports organizations and federations will be confronted. Things will have to be named in public, and not everyone will like it, but there are things that everyone needs to give themselves time to integrate, and this transition will not take place behind closed doors in the Office of Civil Servants. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for the Minister of Sport. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank my colleague for the question, for her leadership, and for raising this very important issue.
Important work that they're doing to study the issue of safe sport for women and girls in Canada. I had the privilege of joining one of the meetings, and I paid attention today for those meetings. They were both extremely moving and terribly important for us all to listen to. I want to commend the courageous athletes who continue to tell their stories about the abuse they have suffered. I want them to know that we hear them, we see them, and we absolutely believe them. I do want to be clear, Madam Speaker, anyone who is a victim or a witness to a criminal act should report that incident to the police immediately. En réalité, Madame la Présidente, cet enjeu...
In fact, Ms. Speaker, this issue is very real for me. I got into politics to prevent abuse in the world of sports.
Shared responsibility to promote a safe sporting environment for everyone. Our government responded to calls from Canadian athletes for an independent, centralized mechanism for violations of any provision of the Universal Code of Conduct to prevent and address maltreatment in sport. En juin,
last June, the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner, or OSC, was created under the leadership of Sarah-Ève Pelletier, a former national team artistic swimmer, member of the Quebec Bar, and accredited civil mediator. The office is in place to challenge the culture of silence, to help provide a reliable mechanism for reporting abuse and mistreatment, and for victims to be heard and supported. April 1st, 2023 is the deadline for all national sport organizations to become signatories to the Abuse-Free Sport Program, including HoC services, as a condition of receiving funding from the Government of Canada. As of December 1st, 2022, 23 organizations, including Hockey Canada and Gymnastics Canada, have signed on.
Questioned HoC's independence. Just like any administrative tribunal or court of justice that is supported financially by the federal government, from the Supreme Court of Canada to the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the HoC is an independent entity. Madam Speaker, earlier I spoke to the personal nature of this concern. It was about 7 years ago that I retired from sport. I had a long career in sport. I went to 4 Olympics for Canada and indeed witnessed many things that I wish never happened. In 2016, the then Minister of Sport asked me to be part of a working group to establish the working group to develop a system to address the maltreatment in sport that was occurring. There first needed to be a universal code of conduct, and we made recommendations to the federal government at that time, and those recommendations included having a universal code of conduct, having it mandatory for all national sport organizations, that it be fully funded by the federal government as the Supreme Court is, and finally that it be independent of the government entirely. And it's true, Madam Speaker, that all of those things are the case today. Finally, given that sport is a shared jurisdiction in Canada, we, along with provincial and territorial colleagues, should all be working together on this. And in August 2022, building on the Red Deer Declaration signed in February 2019, ministers agreed to work towards establishing that independent third-party mechanism in each jurisdiction for allegations of maltreatment in sport.
Up. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to have heard the parliamentary secretary admit just now that the government is considering parliamentarians' unanimous request. It is the responsibility of the sports minister and in the public's interest to shed light on this culture of sexual assault and abuse. One must recognize the frustration and distress experienced by athletes. They are in programs funded by the Government of Canada. There must be a cleanup in these national sports organizations. And this commission is something we can demand of our government. It is a legitimate request. I request the ministers' full cooperation. Such a commission would allow HoC to truly protect athletes. The honourable member, your time is up. The honourable parliamentary secretary, thank you. I would like to
for her attention to this important issue and concern. I also want to commend the other members of the Status of Women Committee for their hard work on this issue. Absolutely nothing and no solution is off the table for myself, for the Minister of Sport, for this government, and for all members of this House. We absolutely condemn violence, maltreatment, and abuse in sport. We absolutely condemn all of that testimony that we heard that was so troubling and moving. And Madam Speaker, there is a solution for this. It lies within our power and our obligation to step forward and make sure that these stories continue to get told. We look forward to the recommendations from the committee following this important study. Thank them again for this important work. And I want to say it again, Madam Speaker, absolutely no solution is off the table for the Minister of Sport, myself, for this government, to ensure that sport continues and is a safer one in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recently asked the Prime Minister in question period why he is handing out billions of dollars of public money to big oil and gas. Billions of dollars that could instead be used to invest in sustainable and clean energy options that could ensure solutions for the future that protect our planet. Billions of dollars that could be used to provide workers, families, and communities a transition to clean energy jobs. These necessary funds could be used towards building a stronger, more sustainable future for all. This government no longer has a choice but to make decisions that benefit our planet and people, not the ultra-rich CEOs getting rich off the backs of Canadians. We are in a climate emergency and are seeing the impacts firsthand with warming oceans, forest fires, floods, droughts, and heat domes, just to name a few. It is clear we no longer have time for delay. The response received from the Prime Minister provided little optimism that this government is treating this climate crisis with the seriousness and level of emergency required to ensure we have a planet to call home for the future. The damage is done, and the resulting impacts as a result of consecutive Liberal and Conservative inaction are unmistakable. In his response, the Prime Minister talked about prioritizing the decarbonization of big oil and gas. Problematic, to say the least, with clear science that shows carbon capture will be inadequate in lowering greenhouse gas emissions to limit the Earth's warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius to ensure our planet's survival. Additionally, why are public tax dollars being used to subsidize the already excess profits being acquired by those who need it the least? Rich oil and gas CEOs do not need public tax dollars in addition to their excess profits. As I mentioned in my original question, a recent report by the International Institute on Sustainable Development confirms that paying big oil to reduce their emissions is a bad investment. Again, these funds could be used in endless ways to protect our planet and our futures. It's not just the NDP pointing out that big oil and gas are making unfairly taxed profits like never seen before. The chief executive of Shell recently said government should tax energy companies, arguing that if taxed appropriately, these funds could be used to support those most vulnerable. At a time when more and more are struggling with the increasing cost of living and the real impacts of the climate crisis, these funds could be used where they belong, to help people. Go figure, even upon request from big oil and gas to be taxed appropriately, this government has not delivered. 350 Canada, Lead Now, and Greenpeace Canada, and so many Canadians are calling on the federal government to tax the windfall profits of the oil and gas industry as well. In fact, they have a petition coming forward signed by 35,000 Canadians who are asking this government to finally fairly tax the enormous profits of big oil and gas and to use these vital and necessary funds towards the ever-increasing costs of environmental disasters such as that we most recently saw with Hurricane Fiona, as well as a transition to a 100% clean energy future that does not leave anyone behind. In my riding of Nanaimo-Ladysmith, the City of Nanaimo, Mayor and Council and staff were recently recognized for their strong climate action by the Climate Disclosure Project, receiving an A for their work. They've done work around waste reduction, active transportation, and building energy efficiency. Nanaimo-Ladysmith Public Schools has also done incredible work around environment stewardship. Now, I see that I'm running out of time, Madam Speaker, and I'm wondering if the member can clarify when we will see the federal leadership we require to finally begin protecting our planet.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking my friend opposite for raising these questions. I myself used to represent the people of her riding as a municipal city councillor some 23 years ago in Nanaimo. In fact, I sat on the advisory committee to the environment there. We've had some good discussions around various environmental issues, including climate change, and I'm glad we have a further opportunity to share some time in the chamber today. The federal government has committed to phasing out fossil fuel subsidies. At the same time, we are increasing investments in clean technology and clean energy production. I can't cover the entirety of our plan to fight climate change and grow the economy in 4 minutes, but I would encourage anyone interested to read my report on climate change and the environment and growing the economy, both of which are available at terrybeachmp.ca. I think it's also important to note that we are not just committed to phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, but we have actually accelerated our previous timeline for doing so from 2025 to 2023. matter of weeks away. In fact, we have already taken action to phase out 9 tax measures supporting the fossil fuel sector to date. And in Budget 2022, as another example, the government committed to eliminating the flow-through share regime for fossil fuel activities. This means tax benefits available to companies and their investors will no longer be available after March 31st of 2023, which is less than 4 months from now. At COP27 last month in Egypt, Canadian representatives also fought to prevent other countries from backing down on phasing out subsidies for fossil fuels and coal, which are still the single most largest contributor to CO2 emissions globally. We are also on track to eliminate coal-fired energy in Canada within the next 7 years. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that our government has taken concrete action to fight pollution and to produce cleaner air for everyone. This is also why we introduced a price on carbon pollution across Canada in 2019. My friend opposite will be familiar with this approach, as BC has had a price on pollution since 2008. In fact, the carbon price has not only helped lower emissions per capita, but BC has enjoyed one of the fastest growing economies in the country since it was implemented. An important part of this economic growth story is that a majority of Canada's clean tech sector is actually located in British Columbia and accounts for billions of dollars in revenue each and every single year and tens of thousands of good, sustainable, high-paying jobs. It is a good analogy for how successful Canada can be as more of the world demands clean, sustainable sources of energy and solutions for fighting climate change. And there really is no doubt that our approach is working. Industries are already being encouraged to become more emissions efficient and to use cleaner technologies. This in turn encourages the development of new and innovative approaches to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and using energy more efficiently. And this in turn creates new business development opportunities. The fact is, you can't have a credible plan to grow our economy without also having a credible plan to protect the environment and to fight climate change. That said, Madam Speaker, we also know that we need to work with industry to find economically viable solutions and technologies. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS for short, is an important tool for reducing emissions in high-emitting sectors, especially if other pathways to reducing emissions are limited or unavailable. And I would note that many respected global organizations support CCUS development, including the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the Paris-based International Energy Agency. It will help not just the oil and gas reduce emission sector, but emission-intensive sectors like steel production, cement, and other emission-intensive industries as well.
Well, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member who I have deep respect for. Unfortunately, I don't think an example of concrete action is the Liberal government handing rich CEOs, the very ones who are profiting from globally destructive business practices, a subsidy of $2.6 billion to ineffectively clean up the mess that they are making. That money is coming out of the pockets of Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet and who in many cases are suffering the devastating effects of climate degradation. The BC Centre for Disease Control, just for an example, is creating a fact sheet trying to educate people about the health hazards of wildfire smoke and how to prepare themselves to cope with it every year. This is tragic. Meanwhile, this government is handing out oil and gas companies billions in subsidies and tax incentives. I will ask again, when will the government stop subsidizing big oil and start making them pay what they owe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To directly answer the question, 2023 is when we are committed to removing all inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. I would also encourage anyone listening to this to look at our entire emissions reduction plan. There's been over $100 billion worth of investment into initiatives leading to a cleaner future, including in Budget 2022, which took a number of important steps to mobilize private investments, including launching the Canada Growth Fund. The Canada Growth Fund is actually going to attract substantial private sector investment in Canadian businesses and projects to help seize the opportunities that are provided by building a net zero economy, which is exactly what we're doing. I invite all members to read Bill C-32 if they have not already done so. The legislation would provide up to $2 billion in initial capitalization for the Canada Growth Fund. Not only will this help Canada fight against climate change, it will also grow our economy and create jobs for Canadians, which is what we're trying to do in everything that we do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.